Tony, do I need to do anything like record or anything like that?
Nope, no need to record. This will automatically record through YouTube. So no need to do anything at all on your end.
Brilliant.
Okay, so we are live streaming. I'll return the host powers back to you, Kevin.
What if I don't want that power?
Well, you can always just, I don't know, pawn it off to someone else.
Chris, would you like to be the host? Did Tony leave us? I guess she did. So who's joining us? Matt, Smelia, and Chris, and you're all here. Look at this, and we're even early. So I guess I'll introduce people all together in a moment. Right. So Smelia and Chris are old colleagues. The other person joining us this morning, two people are Claire Van Monfrans and Matt Luck. Claire graduated from our program, but I think after Chris used to teach here, but only until 95, I think. So before your time, I think, right, Claire? But he's been a not infrequent visitor, so you might have crossed paths at some point. I don't know.
I don't think that we have, but it's good to see you.
And Matt Luck is a recent transplant to Austin, but we'll have kind of connections as well. I guess it's 10, so I can introduce our visitors. Although we're waiting on some folks in the class. Wow. It seems odd to introduce you to each other and not introduce to everyone, so maybe I'll wait just a couple more minutes since we only have 4 of you folks here. Is that right? Is that possible? Are they all sleeping, Amy?
Probably.
Told them to get some sleep, but they didn't mean through the. So Amy, we have the luxury this morning where we're not going to be a full complement of students. Have you heard of what's going on? Is this someone you knew as well, or?
No, but I was with them yesterday in the studio, so.
So we have plenty of time to discuss your project and the larger master plan issue.
Okay.
And thank you in advance for helping to lead us through this.
Yeah.
Are there other students in the class that are affected that won't be here? Or?
Not that I know of. It's not somebody in architecture or anything, so.
No, I know. I just a local person, I gather.
Yeah.
This is what we got here. So wait, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's give people another minute or two since I guess it's just 10 now. I would offer you all coffee and things, but I got a whole complement of pastries and coffee here for everyone, and just come and join us. Well, let me start at least introducing people. So, and for the students, I'll just say that I've given the critics some meager information about the studio. And so they have a kind of brief introduction, but particularly at the beginning, Amy, since you're going to start us off, if you would spend a little bit of time talking about the master plan and the studio, unless you guys have figured out a different way to present your version of the master plan, just to orient them a little bit. But I think everybody here is at least familiar with this part of town. So joining us today are a series of people that some we know well and some we don't. I think many of you know Smelia Milovanovic-Bertram. I don't know if you've taught this year or not yet, Smelia?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, so,
yeah.
Who this semester has been teaching an advanced studio in the mountains of northern Italy, and a very similar site to what we're working on. And as a longtime faculty member here and a teacher much beloved by many students. We're joined by Claire Van Monfrans, who graduated our graduate program a number of years ago already, and currently works with Mel Lawrence Architects, a very good architect in town if you don't know them, and has her own collaborative practice with another graduate, Elizabeth Farrell, where they do kind of art and architecture works. 2+ collaborative, is that what you call it? Right. And
Yep,
each is
that's the
with
one.
us, not like on and off, I guess, right? We are also joined by Matt Luck, who is a recent transplant to Austin, who's worked for amazing architects and as a young architect for an amazing man named Frank Harmon in North Carolina, and for Rick Joy kind of being a senior person there, and has his own office here in Austin for the last couple of years. We're anxious to see this hotel project that I gather is about to start construction on the east side, and many other projects underway, I gather.
Yep, give us 6 months.
6 months and they'll paint in the face of Austin.
Okay. Yeah.
And then Chris McDonald, who used to teach in Austin and sadly left us to run the school at the University of British Columbia many years ago, and is an extraordinary critic and old friend. And many of you guys have seen some of his work with Peter Salter before he moved to Texas. I think that's all the folks that are here that are faculty. We have a certain luxury, as I mentioned, because we only now have 2 projects that we're going to see in the morning, unless somebody from the last group or one of the last 2 groups wants to join in the morning. If you do, please drop me a note in the chat and we can move things around. I think typically we would have a half an hour for each project or a little bit less after the introduction, but obviously there's more time at the beginning, so there's an incentive if you want to go early, but I'm not going to, having set out an order, I'm not going to change that. But if you'd like to drop me a note, maybe we'll do that. I'm going to turn this over to Amy to start things off. And unless there are kind of questions or
Let's see.
okay.
Hopefully this works without.
And if it wasn't clear, particularly for the visitors, on the schedule that you should have been sent, there's or at least on the note, there should have been a link to a box folder that you could see their work. Is that working, Chris? Yeah. Okay. I'm always suspicious of my computer capabilities, so having set it up, I'm amazed that you actually could connect to their work. So,
I'm going to change Wi-Fi really quickly and then try sharing again. It's being a little finicky. Always happens on final review day.
Amy's had a history of Wi-Fi issues in the building.
Yes. Okay. Let's try this. Okay. Let me know if you can see my screen.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can?
Yes.
Okay. It's frozen on my end.
Well, we can see a black screen.
Okay. It should be my opening render for my project.
It was there for a moment.
Okay. I'm
Do
going to.
your usual of signing off and signing back
Yes,
on?
I think so. I'm so sorry.
No,
I'll be
we'll
right
see.
back.
We have time right now, so we'll see you soon. Yeah. So if I didn't mention it before, this was originally intended as a hybrid studio, but because some students have not been in town and because of the our school has set up where they can use their studios, but not on the weekends, we've done this entirely virtually. Only met once, so for I was going to say for better or worse, but really for worse. I think the lack of studio culture has meant that they haven't learned from each other as much as they would typically do. So I don't. If the added benefit of all the teaching that students do for each other.
Hey, Kevin, can you remind me, Design 4, is that their second year?
This is their second year, so it's their 4th semester.
Cool.
and the structure of the curriculum is super coordinated for first year, where they do those stereotomic tectonic things, subtractive form, additive form. Generally, the first 3 semesters seem to be kind of articulating artifacts as isolated things. And this is really the first semester where they've intentionally looked at things beyond the artifact that they're crafting for guidance and relevance. And I think the success of the studio, in my mind, has mostly been in trying to imagine how a building is consequential on its surroundings and relates to its surroundings, which they have sculpted. Amy, you're back with us, I think. Maybe, maybe not. I see you. We can see it now, Amy.
Amy said her computer just froze. She just texted.
Oh, okay.
So she can't hear you.
I can't hear you, Amy. Bear with us. I have no expertise here. I think I would like to try and, since we have the luxury of time, stick this out if we can get it to work. But we do have some luxury here. So, if you want to, oh, she can't hear me. Probably she's frozen. You can let her know that if we want to bail and come back later, we can. But I'd rather see if we can get it to work.
Kevin, I was just going to say earlier, and I didn't get around to it, but the difficulty with having affordable housing for faculty is the same here in Vancouver as it is in Austin. But we are more like a land grant campus. So, yeah. And we also have a slightly different attitude towards the separation of church and state. So actually the university acts as a developer and are building student housing like crazy, but they're also building housing which faculty get kind of first dibs, and they get I don't know, it's something like $30,000 or a grant as they come in the door to make a down payment.
So do they condominium housing, like they purchase them, or?
Both, some rentals, some buy. On
that incredible property, yeah, that's amazing. Here it's, as you can imagine, it's quite the opposite. I'm a bit, I guess it's all supposition, but I have some, I feel like there are nefarious forces at work. You know, the university doesn't have enough housing to even house its freshman class. And the need is clear, but the university is taking the position that the buildings they want to build on their property are return on investment properties, so laboratories. And they are allowing, but they have put their weight behind developers, changing zoning to allow developers the ability to change the zoning to build much bigger, much denser things. I think that has to do with who are the supporters of the legislators, because clearly a lot of money's been made.
Or the supporters of the Longhorns.
Oh, the supporters of the Longhorns, yes.
Could be the same group.
Yeah. So Amy, I don't know if you can hear me, but I see your try one more time. If you can't, then we'll go to Carrie, I guess, and then you may need to relocate. We can't hear you. So are we giving up? And let's see what happens when you restart. And if that doesn't work, Carrie, maybe you'll start us off. Or if you, well, has that been going on a long time, Chris? Has that affected the recruitment for faculty and things like that?
Well, we've also, I mean, an incoming assistant professor gets more than double what they did 10 years ago. Especially, well, it's true in architecture, but things like electrical engineering and computer science, you know, there's a kind of cultural problem because the whiz kids coming in as assistant professors get paid more than the full professors that are already there.
Right.
Just to get in the door.
Right.
So it's in flux.
Yeah, I don't think well, I don't know what's happening in like computer science here, but I can't imagine how you could ever recruit someone to be a faculty member and compete with what you could get in Austin in that world.
I don't know, we've had some good hires. The difficulty, well, the strength of Vancouver is it's not just the salary, but it's the kind of total amenity package. So we've recruited a couple of good, strong faculty recently with small children. We just see it as a place to raise a family. And they kind of make it work from there. I mean, much as when Fraley and I and Emma moved to Vancouver, that was the allure more than the paycheck.
We still have that too. Although I know like the man who came in recently to run the film department is renting my old house, which was cheap when I got it, and it is not able to purchase it. So it's just a problem. You have senior folks. I don't know if Amy's going to come back. I think she was going to try and restart and join us. So.
Chris, I don't know if you, the last time Frank was in town, he mentioned you. I don't know if you are acquaintances or not, but he said that I should somehow get in touch with you. And said at least say hello.
You met Frank, Chris, on my last final review.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was on some reviews with him in Austin recently. I mean, recently, 2 or 3 years ago, something like that.
Yeah, he had some very complimentary things to say, and I just realized that you were the same Chris McDonald. So,
well,
Frank's not a very good judge of character, there.
Compliments to Frank as well. Yeah, no, we had a fun time.
Yeah, that's great. Well, he's hoping to get back soon once things stabilize a little bit more. So.
Yeah, we're not even at the moment. We're not even allowed to go to the equivalent of the next county. We're in, which is good because our cases kind of spiked again, and now they're more or less back under control. But our province is being pretty slow about getting the vaccination into people's arms.
Caroline, have you heard from Amy? Is she just not able to get back on?
She just texted and she said she thinks it's her total internet, not just screen sharing. So she's going to try to go to studio. So she said,
so let's move on. Okay. Well, thanks, Carrie. Thank you, Carolyn. So let's start with Carrie. Carrie, I don't know if you're prepared to talk about the master plan as well. But can you explain a little bit of what the larger plan is, or do you have those images?
I don't think I have the images, but
You have, I can explain it then if you want, but will you put up an image that would show it?
I think I have the Miro board. Just a sec. Okay. Yeah. So our group, we developed kind of this boomerang form with like a idea of like a running trail almost, and then with two large massings kind of acting like a border, and then a central part was more smaller housing systems, and was the hostel to the south, and I think we ended up keeping the tennis courts and stuff. And,
Parking underneath it, I think.
yeah, and yeah. Is that enough? Or
Sure. Will you just point out where you're working within that?
yeah, and I'm focused on this kind of northern part, the very corner.
I think if for the critics, important for this group at the time was making what they saw as like a central heart for the district. They saw it as a significant notion that there would be an identity given the lack of identity in West Campus. And they saw this boomerang shaped park with a little plaza on 24th Street as like a identifiable aspect of the sort of faculty housing area. And this is Carrie, by the way.
Are you seeing the building?
Yes, we are.
Yes. Okay. And my project focuses on this larger apartment complex, and this is kind of I started with sort of like a massing, and then I ended up going with a more and this was a little too separated, and so I ended up going with a more solid form. And from there, I developed kind of this curvature form with the idea of having circulations being double staired, and I wanted to have some sort of like a cut through the building. And from here, this had too many separate circulations, and then I ended up focusing on having it with three separate circulations. And I also kind of wanted a shading system on the west side, while still being able to have these kind of open spaces to see the views and stuff. And so I developed kind of this balcony system. And from there, I started working on developing the units. And with the first floor being kind of separate, and with and where there's the three bedroom apartments that are floor through, I had a opening here to allow kind of a passageway almost. And then I really kind of focused on sort of views, and had these window spaces for the bedrooms and living rooms, with kind of the kitchen and bathroom be second priority in terms of lighting. And then for the elevation, I focused on having these sliding screens. And on the lower floors, for those that are not on the circulation, size, I had them cut at the fourth floor and account for like trees, the tree canopies that covers the shading. And then you can see this kind of better with the section. And this is cut through the I'm sorry. And
The breezeway at the bottom.
yeah, the breezeway and the 3-bedroom through the kind of the living space and kitchen and stuff. And then this is kind of to show the circulation, where there is circulation. I have this system of balconies almost, where you can have small gatherings and pauses in between the spaces. And this is kind of a rendering of the southernmost apartment, where it's the entire place is kind of see-through. And then this is kind of a smaller 1-bedroom apartment. And yeah, and that's it.
I think if it wasn't clear, one of the interesting things Carrie discovered was by putting in the scissor stair, which is now okay with the IBC. She's basically done 3 independent buildings next to each other, so she could get these floor-through apartments.
Mhm.
And then has broken them up into sort of 3-story kind of lobbies in the sky to make little communities.
Could I start with a couple of just questions of clarification? What's the relationship between your building and its entrances and the parking?
Sorry, what?
Well, I was, if you're putting underground parking underneath where the tennis courts are, I don't know, it's conceivable the parking can come underneath your footprint and be connected to the elevator, for instance. Otherwise, you're imagining that the people who live here are essentially, I don't know, they might have a car that they have in the parking lot, but use it just occasionally and otherwise operate as pedestrians.
Yeah, I didn't focus on parking specifically for my building. And, yeah.
No, but you should at least have a story that allows you to not focus on parking. The other thing, can you go to the ground floor plan?
Oh,
It did seem that with that big breezeway that maybe there's some virtue in as either of the 3 entrances or the 3 buildings that you're going into, that you might come out onto that kind of, to call it a kind of landscaped sort of terrace, where you're quite high above the surrounding landscape. You're on a kind of a small escarpment, and then come back in. So at the moment, I guess it's the top lobby you come in from that terrace, and the bottom 2 you don't. But that might be just one way of having a kind of common spatial experience between all of the participants in the building. So you're in the hurly-burly of the street, somehow you walk over from campus, you have this moment of pause where you're up high looking off to the west and the sun setting over the hills, and then back into the lobby space. And then when you get out of the elevator, you have a view back across to campus, and then find your way to your apartment. But something like having I guess I'm just suggesting that there's a kind of spatial system which might be consistent, even though the ultimate allocation of 3-bedroom or studio apartments might be different. There's something that's shared between the community.
you present your section that you've shown us that looks down toward the creek? The way you, let's see. Yeah, okay. Well, I saw this. I'm sorry, Chris, did I interrupt you? No? When I saw this section here, as it looks down onto the creek, I got very excited, and I was hoping to hear from you sort of your enthusiasm for locating housing as a sort of a stage set, as a theater, looking down to the Shoal Creek. So I think there's probably things that you didn't really quite tell us about your intentions, because I think this is a wonderful response to Shoal Creek. If one thinks of Austin, or at least when I came first down to Austin, what I was really attracted to was the sort of the water, the Shoal Creek and Waller Creek, taking it down to the town lake. And that was Austin to me. And I think you're celebrating that by the way that you have placed your housing as sort of a backdrop for the activity of the greenery and looking down at the Shoal Creek. And would you tell us a little more about your conceptual strategies as to what you thought as you got to work on the project?
Yeah, definitely there was a focus on kind of having a view, and I definitely have like the larger apartments on the side that's facing the creek, especially like up here where I even like turn the circulation around, so there's more of like a view towards the landscape versus like other housings and stuff. And yeah,
I think that's a great idea. So just feel confident to share your passion as to what you're doing, because that's what I think it's really strong about your project. And I really like that appreciation of what is outside. And you went not only the way that you have positioned the units, but also what kind of units and how you're making a gesture toward the greenery. So I think that's a very strong intuitive move, and you should really celebrate that and say, this is what I'm doing. And I'm excited about it. Because to me, that first conceptual move as to what you're doing on the site is right on the money. I like it.
I think that it's always useful to, particularly on the ground floor, to expand the plan to include the surroundings. And particularly when we go back and look at your boomerang, just leave it on the section for a second, please. I agree the kind of position on the escarpment is interesting, but it seems like if that level of the surroundings ended up being the level of the breezeway with this kind of terrace that looked out over the landscape and everything bumped up a bit, there would be a sense that that breezeway space was somehow a culmination of the grain to the left. And I think if we went back to the urban plan, there's a series of townhouse kind of scale things over here that are part of your urban design.
Oh, yeah, I think this terracing part is the townhouse.
Is it?
Yeah, it's another person's project. And yeah, I just had it in there to kind of, but yeah.
Because it seemed in the plan that it also, if the street pattern further to the east was to kind of infiltrate that townhouse zone and bring you next to your building, that might be a way of not treating this as a kind of distinct enclave, but trying to draw it as the kind of perimeter to a larger urban context.
Yeah, Carrie, I'm wondering. I think first I'd like to commend you on, this is a pretty complicated program, right? Like it's a lot of things to organize into a building, and I think Samelia is right that your sort of instinctual move, your first move of locating the building is a really nice one. But I think what I'm curious about, and I think Samelia was also getting to this, is of all the parts of your project, what part are you most interested in? Like of all the moves that you made right now, like you've made this building, you've made this product, you've documented it, you've now presented it to us. Looking back at it, like if you had 2 more weeks and you had to explore one aspect of it, like which aspect would that be?
I think definitely I would try to work on the relation to the site a little more. I felt like I didn't really have. I felt like I didn't have really enough in terms of organizing how like the greeneries and stuff would relate to the building structure and and the types of green. But,
yeah, no, I think that's a great point. I think, how the building integrates with its site, how that public space sort of operates with the building itself. I think there are a couple of tools that you could use to explore that really quickly. And I honestly think that would be helpful for us to give you feedback as well, like a series of small vignettes of approach and entry. And here's how you come through. This is what it looks like when you're at the creek or on the trail or approaching and entering your building. Because that's the part where I get a little bit lost just in terms of navigating the drawings that you've presented to us. I think the other thing that I was going to say in response to Semelia's comments about sort of the performative nature of the building that you've made, right? There's this performance of the creek and the sort of life of that landscape feature. Then I think there's also something really interesting that you've done with your building, which is the performative nature of the building itself, right? You've got this whole facade of sliding screens, and you sort of really nonchalantly mentioned that, but I think you could own that way more in your presentation and your words. Like, why is it important that there are these movable screens that cover the entire facade, and it changes throughout the course of the day, and it responds to both the internal needs of the people living here and the external influences of the environment, right? Like I could see a series of diagrams of like, in the morning, people are waking up. What does it feel like? How is the sun working? At night, it's glowing. What does it look like at night? Like what is your building doing, I guess, over the course of the day? And I think these don't have to be very intense representations. They could be really quick studies, really quick diagrams, just to kind of convey and tell the story of the performative nature of this building. And I think the other thing that would dramatically change how I feel about your project is that when I was looking through your PDF presentation, and it's almost entirely devoid of people, right? And like, this section should be full of people potentially, or that if that's the story that you're trying to tell, that this is a place for living and for community, and you've got these lobbies in the sky and these sort of circulation spaces that you've made that seemed kind of critical to your process, like show them to me, or show me people in there, mostly so that I could understand a sense of scale. Like, are these rooms very small and cramped, or are they vast and tall? Or it's almost impossible, other than just the fact that I've seen a lot of sections in my life, it's almost impossible to tell sort of what the intended scale of your spaces are. And I think that that ground level space would feel dramatic and exciting to be in, but I'm having a really hard time kind of putting myself perspectively in there. And kind of understanding what your narrative about the experiential aspect of your project is. And even in your renderings, I think like there are really quick ways to sort of communicate a bit more about what those spaces are like, right? Like, I don't necessarily, can you go to those really quickly, actually?
Yeah.
Like these are sort of helpful in conveying what it feels like, right? Except that there's like just this one lonely person looking kind of sad outside. I can barely see him. And instead I'm like, I see this fridge. What a fridge. Like that is like the main focal point of the view that you've chosen to show us. And I think instead of trying to render things quite like this, it would be really beneficial for you, I think, to imagine, you know, okay, I'm telling a story with these images. Like, what is the story I'm trying to tell? Do I want to show two interior views looking out, or would my time be better spent showing one interior view, or maybe none? If the public space is what you care about and want to focus on, show us that. Or this screen situation, like, what is it like to be in between the screen and your building looking out at the creek? Like, I'm imagining that that's amazing, but I have no way to tell if it is in your project. And I think, you know, it's really hard in studio to figure out what you should show and what you should spend time on. But I think if you had, you know, a series of vignettes, like really, I'm talking wireframe, sort of diagrammatic, that just walk me through your project a bit more, and then choose one or two images that reinforce the narrative that you're going for. Because the narrative in these renderings to me is like, okay, like I could maybe live there and that would be a little lonely, but maybe fine. You know, like that's sort of the feeling that I get from the images that you've chosen to show me. But I think there's way more here that you could leverage to your benefit and to the benefit of your project.
Yeah, I was just thinking that, you know, something you'll learn as you go through school and through your career is that there's always opportunity to really question the program and to you know, I like to call it just upgrading the program, because you know, I really appreciate the restraint of your project, but I think that in a lot of ways in 2021, you know, the low ceilings, the kind of redundancy of space, I feel like the way that young people especially, but people are living now, there's a lot more emphasis on the social spaces, and how if you do propose very small, modest living quarters, and you're literally sleeping there, you're eating there, you're watching you know, streaming services there, then in a way to make that viable, you can really enhance these other social spaces and offer some amenities to the people living here that you wouldn't normally find in, like, say, a 1950s type of apartment building. And so you could have, you know, who knows, game rooms, movie spaces, like meeting rooms, activity centers, a roof terrace. You know, there's all sorts of you know, any number of a spa or something like that, any number of amenities that would also, I think, actually help the architecture quite a lot, because I think that you've had some success with this project on, again, there's a lot of restraints. You've identified some of the major positive qualities of the site, but it would be wonderful to see, like, you know, there's a certain spirit in your floor plan that I think could be translated into the spaces and the programs around that. And so I think there's a great potential here. And I would encourage everyone to really, you know, question the program and to really push it to see what's possible in a building of this, especially a building of this size on the site.
Yeah, I mean, the comment I was making earlier about housing for young faculty here in Vancouver is, you know, they have children, you know, there could be daycare on the site. So I think that idea of expanding the program to think about it as a you know, it's big enough. How many units are there, Carrie?
I think, I'm sorry.
I mean, there's a population, there's, all I was going to say is there's a kind of critical mass of population where you can start to think about there being, I don't know, an event space where if you want, you know, if you have a small apartment, but you want to have a dinner party for 20 people, there's a space that maybe is off that ground floor breezeway that looks out across to the west. That could be a fantastic, you know, kind of quasi-public community space. So that's something to think about. I guess the only other thing I would say is that I think the sculpting of the figure and the idea, particularly of the screens on the west, is very powerful in these kind of intermediate community spaces and how they relate to the surroundings. I think sometimes there has to be a point where you just have to say, you know, that's the thing that I'm going to explore further and give a kind of demonstration of in my final review. And I suspect that you spent the amount of time you spent trying to make a stab at floor plans could have been usefully spent describing the confidence and the kind of authority of the external surfaces of the building in a way. And I think there's, you know, making full-blown renders is obviously very time consuming. But you can do also just simple things like Photoshop GIFs where you give a little bit of animation to the drawings. And I think the point that Claire made about, you know, the difference between where those screens would be at 5 o'clock in the afternoon compared to where they would be at 7 o'clock in the morning. I mean, just, you know, just to somehow give an evocation of that would be really powerful. And the first drawing you showed us, I think, might have been interesting to be the final drawing, because in a way it's the drawing that's defines the kind of ethos of the building and the landscape more clearly than the little renderings of the units. But there's lots of good, strong things to be said for the project and the articulation of it into, as Kevin pointed out, essentially three separate buildings.
That image, Carrie?
What's it was the rendering you showed us right at the beginning. Yeah. So if there was more of a sense of how the screens participated with that elevation, and the fact that that essentially acts as a kind of bookend to West Campus, you know, it's the thing that describes a kind of urban order within Austin.
Yeah.
Nice work. Good work.
Yeah, I have to say, like, I wanted to congratulate you, Carrie, on, like, in a way, overcoming the sort of initial reliance on geometry, particularly imposed geometries like the octagon and things like that, that were overwhelming the drawing, the plans at first towards this building that actually I think has many lovely things that speak in it for its nature. I mean, just the way Chris was describing it at the end, as something that marks the end of this district and gives way onto the kind of beautiful condition of Shoal Creek to the west. And I think that it is a large project, and I feel like you did get overwhelmed. It was astute, Chris's comment about the amount of time you spent working out those floor plans that you felt like you had to get through. But I lament a little bit how much I would probably say the 3D model has overwhelmed you, as opposed to some of the things that I know you cared quite a lot about, like the spatial condition about going in, or these screens and things like that. And I can see lots and lots of success here, and I appreciate the way that it has evolved to become what I think is the basis for quite a handsome building. I particularly appreciate the comments that are making a distinction between this public space and the way the breezeway might participate in that. And I'm sorry that you didn't actually represent that a little bit more, because I think there was a strong concept of that you wouldn't have parking in the building, and that people would be, you know, unlike access across the street, that this would be more part of the pedestrian realm. And I think that many of those comments about how this participates in a slightly larger urban field were really astute. But I do think that finding some way, if it's in the 3D model or if it's in, you know, more orthographic drawings, to be able to focus your attention on some of these areas that you know quite a lot more about, rather than having to show everything about everything would be beneficial. Because, like, you spend a lot of time on those screens. You actually spend a lot of time not just in the plan of the apartments, but in thinking about how they would have a spatial identity, like these floor through apartments that are just slightly interrupted by these sort of boxes of program. And I'm not sure the model is showing them to their best effect. But sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, could we do a little close up in the section where we get sort of down to one floor? No, maybe the section below. Yeah, when you were talking about boxes of program, maybe I'm just making this up, but it seemed to me that there was a little bit of a kind of shout out to Zumthor's old folks housing, where there's a discrete entity within the flow through that handles services and perhaps air conditioning and this and that. And I mean, I'm just getting that from a 1/32 of an inch to a foot drawing, but it did seem to me to allude to a level of consideration that wasn't really fully drawn out in the presentation.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, Chris. And I think part of like our conversations were having discovered this interesting device of the scissor stick there and making a slab building that actually was 3 separate towers. She's given herself the ability to have floor through apartments that could be these larger 3-bedroom things that are totally unusual, and that delineating them like that as this amazing floor through space. We looked at Peabody Terrace at the beginning of the class, but also at the elderly housing in Coeur, and that she could have this very unusual spatial condition that those renderings don't show. But it was astute to notice that in the section. I think that was important to Carrie, certainly in our conversation. Do you follow what Chris is pointing out, Carrie? Like how it's there, but he really had to force you to focus on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Definitely my renderings are a little bit last minute kind of stuff. But yeah.
Again, I think it's not necessarily that they're last minute. Like, I don't think we're critiquing the renderings themselves. It's more what you chose to render.
Okay.
Like, I think in your next project, like, don't try to just show what you have spent the most time on, right? Because like in a project like this, you're not going to focus on every room in this giant building, right? You're going to like pick 3 spaces that are really exciting to you and render those so that you learn more about what it feels like, right? They're not, to check the box of like, I made an interior rendering. It's like,
but there is a problem, Claire. Like, this is a student who she picked the largest building of the whole class and wanted to do everything about all of it. And
well, right, exactly. And like, what a hard problem you have given yourself to solve, right? Like, now make it easier by selecting the 3 things you're most excited about and showing us those.
I think I purposely chose this because I tend to get caught in the details. So I wanted to do a larger one and challenge myself. But yeah.
I think that's the right idea. But I think the strategy of the storytelling, I think, right, because they're academic projects. So you get to tell the story that you want to tell. And I think that could be an important focus for your next studio.
I think the ambition is terrific, but I think you also have to respect the fact that some decisions lead to outcomes that invite other decisions. That it isn't a kind of there isn't a kind of absolute equivalence between every decision you make in designing a building. And so it may be that until you have a very clear and focused idea about the screens, it's difficult to have the confidence to work out those unit plans that have the flow through double frontage.
Yeah.
The drawing I would love to see, you can do it for me quickly and email it to me, is I'd love to see a view of your building next to the Unity. Just for a sense of scale and I guess the suggestion that at least I see in the building that it does operate in a way that the Unité was intended to, as something which is a kind of complete community in and of itself. And then that takes us back to Matt's comments about expanding the program, perhaps, so that it's even the way in which the 3 distinct buildings which operate for kind of building code issues may have things which join them as much as separate them.
I worked on a project, I was going to say, that had screens. It was very kind of a tower project. And one of the things I know that you would be looking at some point is that how much screens affect the views and the views that you value, especially to the west. And one of the things that I quickly found is that to when you have a beautiful view or some visual connection on a project like this, the screens actually start to impede that, and they really want to be further apart. And then to be effective, they have to get very deep. And all of a sudden, in a way, this desire that you have, it starts to really determine the quality of space inside the living quarters as well. And so I actually think, in a way, putting it back on a human level, just I think mentioned several times, is that once you see the screens in front of the windows, I think there would be some dissatisfaction. You say, gosh, what a wonderful view. I need to shade in the west, and how do I solve this predicament? And then it really forces something into a very creative solution that maybe no one has really seen before, and it could be really fertile.
Yeah, I think the screens were like, it was an evolution that came later and captured Carrie's attention. And it's a shame that they don't show more than diagrammatically, but they certainly, like, Carrie is not portraying her interest as well as she might in, like, recognizing even in the drawings that there's trees that are not insignificant there, and she had a very different screening condition that would happen below as opposed to above the trees, and this sort of a notion that you might have a public way that came through and enter the building, and then find yourself up either in the canopy or above the canopy or below the canopy. There were lots and lots of successes, I would say, Carrie, about just even when you kind of raise the ground floor to kind of recognize the public realm. I feel like, and articulated those units differently. What's funny is, like, with all of the attention on certain areas, like those the units here were a great interest to her, but it's funny how they just disappeared in the final presentation. But you did take on quite a lot, and I think that one of the things that's been valuable about this review is pointing out the many different ways in which this could be quite extraordinary. Congratulations. We probably, as much as we have lots of time, we probably should move on, but do you have questions? Or you've been reticent as usual, Carrie. Do you have questions or thoughts that you want to kind of put into the conversation?
I think I'm good. Yeah, make a lot of good points that I need to work on and stuff. Yeah.
Could I just add something, Kevin? Just one advice to you, Carrie. I think what I've seen your work today and the way you spoke about it and presented it, I think you have a lot of things going on that are great ideas, but there's a sort of a hesitation to verbalize that, and the hesitation to actually use all of your great thinking and put it out forward to us. I think because the number of points that you have brought to us as to how you have looked at it, there was a really rich investigation and great deal of thinking, but you have to grasp that, and with Claire's suggestions about actually using your hand to inhabit all of those incredible spaces that you are and places that you are designing, externalize that with a real enthusiasm. You're thinking well, but don't be afraid to draw it out and to pursue it. That was just my observation of what I've seen here today. Okay, trust yourself and just make it. Okay.
Thanks. Thank you, Carrie. I think we're going to try once again to see if Amy's presentation will move forward.
I'm back. Can you hear me well? I ended up switching computers with my roommate. I think my computer went on strike because I used it so much this last week. But here, let me go ahead and share my screen. I don't know to what extent Carrie or Professor Alter explained the whole premise of the site and everything. But as you guys know, we were designing faculty housing in West Campus. with a main focus on creating a space that could negotiate between West Campus and Shoal Creek on the other side of North Lamar. And so one of the biggest ideas was creating a balance of public and private spaces. I chose to build townhomes, which I'll get into in a few minutes, but trying to make sure that they're a little bit more private than maybe some of the other programs of housing, like an apartment, but not too private to the extent where they feel closed off from the greater community, and then an emphasis on nature. So this is a group plan from our entire group. For the first half of the semester, we worked on the entire site, which you can see on the left, and we kind of created an overall site plan. There's a diagram in the top right, which shows how we allocated space for the bigger apartment chunks and townhomes and a hostel, to accommodate all these different functions. And then we ended up splitting up, as you guys know, into picking something to focus in a little bit more on. But our group, we called ourselves the Garden Group, and we aimed to increase access to green space in West Campus by creating this public amenity of the green belt that runs and cuts across in this boomerang shape, because we felt that West Campus is severely lacking in green spaces. And so we wanted to give back some space, and also thought that it would be a good way to kind of cut up the site in a way that would invite people in. And then the other large idea is considering the placement of buildings, so that we could maximize on views of Shoal Creek, having to balance between really large scale apartment buildings that were tall versus, short, low rise townhomes, and trying to make sure that they all had access to the views across Shoal Creek. And then some of our inspirations were English Gardens or the High Line in New York City as a great public amenity and green space in an urban environment, as well as other urban green solutions, such as burying your parking garage underneath a tennis court. So here are some of my initial sketches and precedents, just sketches on the left of just the feeling that I would want my building to evoke, of just being kind of nestled in the trees and protected. And on the right, one of my biggest inspirations was the EC house. I really loved the material, first of all, but also the way that it feels like it's rooted, it's anchored in the landscape, and it's kind of rising up out of the ground. Same with the Antonio Coderre's one, and everybody knows Andy Goldworthy's walking wall, and thinking about organic forms that could be retaining walls, but also interesting sculptural aspects, as well as Carlos Scarpa's Castelvecchio renovation, and the way that thin materials and thick materials intersect with each other and kind of hover over each other was something that really interested me and I wanted to incorporate. This is just a little bit zoomed in site plan. My town homes are on the right here, and they're kind of terraced of a lower level, mid-level, and upper level, and negotiating with these taller apartments to the west and north. That's Carrie's apartment block to the north. And I organized the greater site plan around this street. This is 25th Street, and this would be the main entrance. And so I thought about extending the lines of this sort of rectangular street into the landscape and building these pods, these sort of pinwheeled pods of units around them that are extending the grid of West Campus, the apartment grid of West Campus, but they intersect with the landscape in a way that I found really interesting. So zooming into a closer roof plan, I chose to focus in on one such cluster. And so you can see where the street would come in and form this rectangular space that creates a sort of shared patio and entrance area between all the units, as well as to the left or to the west of the site, where it starts to dissolve into this more organic, honoring the nature of Shoal Creek across the street, and the ways that this grid intersects with it. So here's the first floor plan. Oh, and I meant to mention that another big thing in terms of privacy was I didn't want to wall off the units and make it like a gated community. I felt like that would be redundant in trying to create this sort of openness with the university, but using a lot of trees, as you can see, to create different levels of privacy and blocking views and winding paths that would also block views and create a sense of greater privacy. So I focused in on 5 units. I wanted to do townhomes because I felt that it would allow me a greater level of detail and idiosyncrasy, which was really interesting to me, and just the ways that these units maybe like interlock with each other in a way that I felt a larger apartment building maybe wouldn't afford me as much freedom to do that. So it follows the lines that you see here. There's 3-story units on this left side here, and then a 2-story unit here. But this top, the northwestmost unit here, the bottom 2 floors are 1 unit, and the top floor is a studio that's accessible from a ramp that you'll see. But another big idea was anchoring these buildings into the site along a stone edge, and then having them cantilever out over where the elevation drops here. And so that informed the materials of stone versus wood and glass, and the different thicknesses of walls, which was really interesting to me to try to express that different treatment of material. And so you can see the lower level, you enter on the 2nd floor of the building. The ground floor is the 2nd floor. And then there's this basement level, which I made the master bedrooms of the units because it had greater privacy and because it opened out onto this lovely little terrace that's sort of sunken into the ground. And then the upper floors, again, just more bedroom spaces, more privacy. The ground floor was kitchens and living rooms and all of those great things. This is just a brief little silhouette diagram of how my buildings would sit on the site. Here's a very simplified model of Carrie's apartment building and Shoal Creek across North Lamar, as well as Axis, which I think Professor Alter was talking about at the beginning, which is another big double-loaded corridor sort of apartment building. And so this is the way that it negotiates. And then these are my favorite drawings. And they kind of talk about, I was thinking about the different units as almost rock formations sort of that are sitting in the site. And so there are these bigger, stronger rock units, and then there's these spaces in between them. And so those in-between spaces I wanted to express differently. So I used wood and tried to make them feel like they were spanning. They were light and airy versus the more solid carved out rock units, which you can see in this transversal section, and creating spaces that just feel like they've been hollowed out of this rock core. And then you can see the cantilever over the edge that lets out onto this nice little terrace. And then I just am finishing with some renderings. This top left rendering shows you how those 5 buildings there are buried into the site and would be surrounded by trees and interact with Carrie's building over here in West Campus to the east, as well as Shoal Creek. This is one of the master bedrooms in the stereotomic units, the more stone solid units that looks out onto the courtyard. And this is the kitchen living room space in the tectonic in-between unit, which was really fun for me to kind of design at a more detailed level, and just this sort of floating staircase instead of something that's rooted on the ground. Everything is floating and nothing touches each other. Like the stair hovers here, the different materials. And then here's the sunken courtyard here. And that is everything I have prepared. I can go back to the opening.
Hey, Amy, just for clarification,
Yes.
can you just look at the overall plan for a moment?
Sure. Yes, absolutely.
Yep.
You described them as townhouses, but if I remember correctly, wasn't like there's some nesting, right? Isn't there a single unit that ends up being entered off of a balcony from the top?
Yes.
Here?
Yes.
It doesn't really show.
You're right. I did a little bit gloss over that because I had to crop these a little closer. But there's this staircase here that comes up and would walk along the other units that were shown here that encase this sort of enclave of units. And so you can walk along here and either access the 2nd floor units of these units up here, or you can turn and access the studio apartment. That's on the third floor of this northernmost kind of block.
Well, I wanted to initially say that I really have a strong appreciation for the fact that very early in the project, you were thinking about the presence that your project would have on the site. I'm going to be very careful with my words. I appreciate also that when you describe the project, you're using almost very childlike terms like light and heavy. And I actually think that's a very valuable way of thinking about buildings, especially in the early phases. I know that others are going to talk about the connection to the existing streets. I think that's extremely strong, but in particular, that really resonates with me, and it's just it's a wonderful instinctual aspect of your project that I think is just going to serve you well in your career.
Thank you.
Well, I just want to congratulate you on amazing presentation at real maturity level that you delivered to us. It's urban situation, and then the way you took us through occupying, being inside the spaces. I'm just really impressed at your ability at this level to deliver such a great idea, and you delivered it quite well urbanistically. And I'm particularly amazed by how sophisticated your layouts of the interiors are. We have been having lately a lot of difficulties with the third year level of not really making architecture. And you have proven here that you can do that really well at this point in your architectural career. I like your ability to connect to other projects and the way that you have used that to sort of generate your own ideas, and this ability to absorb and then to arrive with something that is your own. I really enjoyed the interior of bedroom and also the kitchen dining. Real sensitivity to making space, using materials in a way to give the particular feel in it. So I have to think about what I can actually critique at this point, but I just want to really tell you how much I appreciate this incredible thoroughness at this level.
Thank you so much.
I'll let others begin to criticize it.
I think it's a lovely project, and seems like this distinction between stereotomic and tectonic is something that you're bringing forward from some of your previous studio work, which is always good to see. The drawing, I think, I find a little bit, maybe it's just a nomenclature, but it looks like the second floor plan is at grade, at the upper grade, the entry level. And then the ground floor plan, so the unit on the bottom right of the second floor, I seem to get into that a level above.
Yes, yes, it's a split level. They all are a little bit split level. You enter maybe 3 feet above, and then there's a couple steps that let you out.
Yeah.
There, but yes.
Anyway, it's just a little bit confusing, but it's probably to do with the lay of the land and how you're responding to it. So some of those doors are cut above shoulder level, and some of them are cut at knee level. Yeah, okay. Yes. But if you could go to the either section A or B.
Sure.
Either one are fine, but yeah, so let's say in looking at the two of them, it's clear that sometimes the stereotomic kind of structure protrudes out against the contours of the landscape. So on the one hand, it acts as a kind of retaining wall, and then you talk about there being something that's cantilevered out. But on other instances, it's more like the stereotomic structure pushes out against the grain of the landscape, and the tectonic structure actually spans between as much as it cantilevers from. And I think it would be very helpful to let me try to annotate going. I would guess there's probably a pretty interesting drawing, which is, I guess, at that level, which could be perspectival or isometric, that just gives us a clear apprehension of what is stereotomic and what isn't. So you could almost just draw in my words, I'd probably call the mass instruction archaeological. So it's the stuff that's, in a way extruded out from the ground. And the question also arises that if it works counter to that sometimes it's a retaining wall and sometimes it's freestanding. I don't know that I would expect to see that construction up here or here, for instance. But just a couple of quick diagrams that show us the extent to which there's a form of construction and material that's deliberately grounded and holding a thing in the context of its site. And then a moment at which that's kind of given over to the more delicate construction of some kind of timber frame. Because I think that the distinction, which is clearer in the other cross section, section A, I guess.
Chris, are you kind of suggesting, and I think I very vaguely alluded to this, there's a strong intuition and perhaps her intellectual rigor is going to have to develop a bit more to really put these ideas to, there are architects who base careers off of these two relationships. When I saw this section, my first thought was the Middleton Inn by Clark and Menifee in South Carolina, and how they deal with these two dynamics. And I think a very restrained, I think a very elegant way that's simple. In a way very different than Scarpa, but I do feel like the intuition is there, and the intellectual rigor of maybe not being satisfied with I just like it, because it's a cool space. Maybe it's that next step for you in the project.
Yeah, there's as you say, there's people who spent careers just wrestling with that relationship. But where I've just drawn the line is all to do with the stereotomic structure essentially being retaining and kind of bottoming down. And then the light frame structure hovering above that.
Right.
Whereas if I go to section B, I have a different story. I have a story which is a series of these heavy structures, almost like fingers, kind of protruding out, transversal to the lay of the land. So I suppose, I would guess all of that, for instance, I would expect to be the tectonic.
I see.
And maybe even that.
Right.
But this is, I wouldn't be asking those relatively granular questions if you didn't have the project in front of us. So congratulations. Yeah.
Thank you.
And I think, sometimes there's an expression that I often use, which is the thinking of building as a verb. And, if you think about building as a verb and you tried, one of the ways in which thinking about what's stereotomic and retaining and what's tectonic and kind of hovering is literally to just think about the sequence of construction. And, do I really want to make that, let's say out of poured in place concrete and, build the shuttering? I could build the timber framed construction for the same amount of energy and material as I would build the shuttering to pour the concrete into the formwork. So that's another way of trying to see that these things are not just abstract you know, it's heavy and it's light, or it's stereotomic and it's tectonic, but it's also, you know, to do with the mechanics and logics of construction.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I was sorry, I was just going to add on to that thought. Can we go back to the other section for a moment?
Sure.
That there are also forms that are inclined to be done in a, shall we say, archaeological or stereotomic way, as opposed to ones that might be easier to achieve in this more piecemeal fashion. So, you know, one of the other firms that Amy was looking at was John and Patricia Patkow's firm. And so you could imagine that, I'll annotate for a moment, doing this piece in sticks might allow that to have a more ambitious volumetric sort of condition, right? It might quite easily pitch up because it's something that is made of pieces and is, you know, as opposed to having to build something like that in concrete, which would require a lot of formwork. It's quite easy to do when you do it in little pieces of timber.
Right.
And the relationship between the kinds of spaces and the way in which they're made, to continue Chris's building as a verb analogy and moving it back to a noun, it seems like they would be kind of intertwined. Sorry, Claire, go ahead.
no, that's fine. That plays into what I was going to say as well, which is, can you go back to your diagrammatic model, early model?
Sure. Let's see.
Because I think as you continue in your architecture career, you're going to have one of the same issues that I had in school, which was that your presentation is fantastic and like complete, and you have drawn through everything, you know, almost obsessively, right? Everything is well considered. But I think what we're still looking for that would help us understand a bit more is like a couple more of those models that describe more diagrammatically how these systems work together. So I think if you built 10 more of those, which you probably did, right? Like if you built 10 now to describe the systems in your project, I think that would actually help us understand a bit more about how the rock ones and the light ones are working with the land and working with each other, right? Is it an inserted volume into the ground? And then is the tectonic piece an inserted volume, or is it using the sort of mass of those buildings as part of its structure and tying in? And I think a few more diagrammatic versions of what you have made now would be really helpful to communicate them to us as we sort of step back and look. I think the other thing that I was going to say, which I said in the last presentation as well, is that your presentation is entirely devoid of humans as well, which I know is sort of, it doesn't seem like a big deal, but I like, even in that model, like I want to see a tiny person in there because that helps me immediately understand. And again, you've populated the sections with things that I can scale the rooms and understand what you're conveying. But I think in the renderings especially, they're so realistic that then it becomes hard almost to put people in them. And I think, you know, if you can understand a bit more of the relationship of the human body in space, in those spaces, I think it will help you understand what that feels like.
Right.
The other thing I was going to say, can you go to those renderings really quickly?
Sure.
Like one thing that I think is fascinating about your project is how textural it is and how interested in texture you seem to be. And it seems as though, at least if I were extending these renderings into the rest of your project, that every single surface is either stone. Is it stone? Am I reading
Yes.
that? Stone, yes. Or wood, right? So like the majority of my experience in your project is through these highly textured walls. And I think even in your sections, it could be an interesting exercise to sort of use collage to understand like what that would make the spaces feel like, right? Like to constantly be sort of immersed in this textural world, which is what you're showing to us, which I think is very strong. But I think it in the sections, it's hard to understand the sort of density of experience that would lead to. And then the other thought I was gonna throw out there is just that it feels like a very Austin project, which I appreciate. Like, I think, you know, as long as those trees grow really well, those spaces outside will be beautiful and shaded and lovely. And I think you've sort of drawn a fine line between public and private with those outdoor patio spaces that feels pretty wonderful. Again, I think I just want to know, I just want to see people in there. So
Yes.
I know what it feels like, right? Like it just, the whole thing looks a bit lonely and austere and sort of serenely architected. But right, in reality, which we never, you know, talk about this, and obviously it's not fun to think about, but people are messy, right? People have mess, and there will be stuff, and like what I think Chris was talking about, that there will be families, there will be kids' things. And so just thinking, I think that the sort of another interesting thing to think about is just how those things get populated with stuff. And one thing I was thinking when I was looking at your section, it would be fun to see you do a sort of atelier bow wow style section perspective. Have you looked at those before? Because they are full of stuff.
I have not. How is that spelled?
Atelier, Atelier, bow wow. And I think you're sort of getting there with how you're thinking about these rooms, but I think that might be an interesting thing for you to look at.
Okay, I'll look into that. Thank you.
While you have this section here, one of the things that you may consider that would comment on what Chris talked about, if you think about that all of this is archaeology, then perhaps if you're using stereotomic ways that you can actually really push, this is all part of your stereotomy. So I think you need to actually be real clear that we're cutting into the earth and then go into the tectonic part. So, and Matt, you also had mentioned this, to actually elevate the conceptual thinking to be more critical of how you use one versus the other, and that every drawing is actually representing that. Could you put back the other section?
Sure.
Just for a second. So to respond to that, you may want, if you're really determined to have the stereotomic pieces here, maybe you can think about how all of this sort of continues in, and how then this is sort of carved out as opposed to cantilevering over. But one of the things that I think we're all suggesting is to, you have great skills in how you assemble pieces. Now, be really critical of what is the theory behind it, or what are the larger ideas behind it. So then when you're making each drawing or make a space, you're registering that against the ideas that are leading you to do certain drawings or spaces.
Chris, I think
I
you're
also
muted.
think one quick point also is that I think something to look at is along those same lines is what are you saying about the site and how one lives on the site? Because having beds in a cavernous space, I think, is kind of fantastic. Having beds out in the wooden space that's open is also fantastic. And what really helps drive those decisions, and one of the things that I feel that it's missing is also what is the experience from inside the space, looking out. And each one of these has different views. I imagine at some point you will see your neighbor's pod and or potentially see that, and so there is sort of a lack of higher, how should I say this, priority for the site and the visual.
Mhm.
And because it seems like everything's just everywhere, looking everywhere. And you may have considered that a lot, but I think that's just something that could help the project and help you make decisions as you move forward.
Mhm.
Yeah, along those lines, I was just going to say, like, if you look at where that bed is compared to the wind, kind of clerestory up above it, I mean, it seems that as it happens in the site that you've been given, the kind of mutual interrogation of stereotomic and tectonic more or less runs parallel with the orientation of east-west view and some kind of protection from the intensity of the Western light. And so those, that's immediately a kind of series of sometimes contradictory impulses, and understanding where those contradictions arise and applying your kind of design acumen to those contradictions and trying to resolve them in some way. But I think, I mean, as I've said before, I mean, for me, having, a line of the heavy structure along here is a little bit oblivious to the opportunity of having a light, open aspect off to the west. And seems a little bit, willful as a result of that. But lots of interesting things to explore, and you've discovered those, as I say, those kind of points of intersection that are sometimes ambiguous and sometimes even contradictory.
Right.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I wouldn't mind this just turning the conversation quickly to those points of intersection, because I'm happy that there's been so much kind of praise, and because there's a lot of accomplishment here, and I have to say I do really appreciate how you were brave enough to revisit issues like the width of the units at a later point when you started realizing that they were just too small, right? Or revisited the master plan. Can you go to like an image, maybe the rendering or the master plan where you saw the larger complex? So that it would tie back into the city in a way more like you wanted, or that you'd be able to accommodate the rooms that you were seeing. So I appreciate that kind of bravery, that it wasn't just a linear route. There was a recent realization that these units all needed to be wider, and so everything had to change. What I was going to say is that there was a large part of what was interesting to me about this project, and I think to Amy, was the way in which this was almost an essay on the moment where the kind of city meets the topography, the city grid meets this kind of natural condition. And along with that, maybe go back to that section for just, well, actually, that's evident here, but go to the section.
Sure.
Along with that, or just, it doesn't really
this
matter.
One? Or
No, I meant the building section, but it doesn't matter. That there were interest in actually go to the building section, I'm sorry.
Okay.
You had a great interest in the other section. You had a great interest in, yes, thank you.
Okay.
These spaces, right, where that belongs to actually the unit that's behind us, and yet there's a kind of degree of transparency to the unit that's to the right here. And sorry, one other drawing. Just if we go back to that rendering for a second, the larger rendering. And I'm just going to make my pencil a little smaller. Like I appreciate that you had the wherewithal to focus on just those 4 buildings so you could get the accomplishment you wanted, but I'm disappointed that we didn't get to see this as well, because I think the way in which you had knit in section and in plan units together so that there would be some sense of overlap between the different constituencies, with a kind of urban plaza and individual kind of garden apartments and balustrades that actually gave entry to it. The unit here that was the unit there, I think, made the project much more interesting as knitting these communities together in very much the way that Chris and Claire were talking about who would live here, and that part of this community might actually enjoy those kind of overlaps. But the image of the kids learning to ride on their bicycles in that little paved courtyard with others overlooking it, I think is very sweet. And it's we spent at the beginning of the project a lot of conversations about how like issues of the common stair that get you up there might actually be for example, demarcate certain micro communities beyond your family. And I think that's all nested in the project as well. And I just, with the success of the material articulation, I don't want you to forget those other things too.
Yeah, I was going to say, can you go back to the section? I forget which one it is. No, the other one. Yeah, I was staring at this for a minute and feeling really dissatisfied with this, which I totally understand, right? Like you have a walkway, you want it to be structurally supported. Now it has a column and beams, but I think there was an opportunity to sort of look at the things that you've already made. Like it feels a bit like an afterthought, which obviously I think it maybe was, right? Like, oh no, I need to support it. But I think you have that's the moment where like you have a language already that could help you understand what that should feel like and how tectonically that gets supported in sort of a similar language, or pick which one and then kind of double down on that, I think, because for me that just feels really different from the other things that you've made. Right. And looks way more sort of typical, right? Whereas I think a lot of the other things that you're doing are way less typical.
Claire, you point out a very interesting strength of Amy's. I think like Amy is she's not afraid to draw something, and it's and the first time she draws it is never particularly that good, but then she corrects, and it's, so this is the first time she's drawn that, and I think
yes,
I think you're right. You could pick on any of these drawings. There are many places like that, but when she draws it the second time, it gets better, and it's really like a strength. I think that you're using your drawings to see and then iterate in a way that improves them. So the first, as you draw the windows, they get better as you draw, balustrades and decks and things. But I think you can find those places riddled throughout this. But the second and third time you do it, they get a lot better.
Thank you.
I get, sorry, I'll just say this briefly because it's this is for next year to think about. But of course, the cold hard truth is we don't build out of stereoatomic material anymore. And if we do, there's a kind of point of passing on the baton where we have poured in place concrete, which does all the heavy lifting of the retaining, and then may come up and make a parapet, etc. But that if you want a limestone finish on the outside elevation, it's probably done with a different kind of material, a sort of modular material. There may be a cavity in between. And so this is, to think about in the future, but in the way in which we build buildings today, at least in North America, that the kind of on-off toggle switch of stereoatomic tectonic is a kind of an illusion, or and how to deftly accomplish that illusion, which is true to the sort of conceptual distinction between those two kinds of construction, and the reality of how we actually make buildings is another whole challenge, and in its own set of contradictions, a kind of interesting challenge, because in a way the evocation of a traditional, if I can use that word, stereoatomic construction in a contemporary layered construction is both willful and kind of highly sentimental. And in a bigger picture, in due time, you'll have to think about that.
It's a fascinating point and completely accurate. I think from my own perspective, that underlines a kind of, how does one say this, that the authority of that stereoatomic condition is actually a spatial one. Then, if making an inglenook that has a sense of coziness, as opposed to a more kind of modern space, a museum space that opens up, as opposed to some sense of authenticity, because it is all a certain degree of stage set.
You know,
Yeah, and I was going to say,
Go ahead, Claire. Sorry.
I was just going to say, I think one thing that might be interesting for you, the library has like a whole pile of detail magazines. And I think finding projects in there that are sort of quote unquote stereotomic, and then looking at the actual construction layering system that gets them to be that way, I think would be really fascinating for you. Like, and they're usually organized by material. So like go spend a day in there and just see how people are making buildings made of stone, right? Or like buildings made of concrete. Like what are the actual layering strategies? I think that could be the next step for you if you are really interested in this sort of material exploration.
Right. That's a great idea. Thank you.
you know,
Yep. I think there are ways that I've been recently working on some stereotomic explorations even for Austin, and there are ways to do it. It's not common. There's a house we designed under construction in California that's solid stone walls. There's no insulation. We worked, but it takes a lot of consultant input. We have a lot, it's in a way that the background to do that is so technical to make something so simple.
Right.
It's almost counterintuitive. And so building in layers to make it look thick, we've done that as well. And we call it, I think I use that term, conventional way of making something thick, with rigid insulation and all, but there is a way to do it, but it is it is the hard way to go right now in architecture.
Right.
Well, but I think, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
No, I was going to say, I think that there's a lot of really interesting sort of new materials too that lead to thickness. Like we're doing a project that has extensive hempcrete, which is just a totally fascinating material that it's sort of mind blowing. It's pest resistant, fire resistant, mold resistant. It's insulation. It's literally everything. And I think, our walls are like 2 feet thick, and it's going to feel thick and interesting and beautiful and sort of cave-like in places. And so I think there's a lot of, in school, I think, and, we've done stereotomic concrete buildings as well that are concrete on the inside and outside. But in school, I think like stereotomic often equals stone or concrete. And I think there are so many ways to make thickness that are kind of pushing the envelope of construction right now, that, rammed earth, like all kinds of sort of wild building materials that also do a great job of regulating temperature and heat, especially in a place like Austin, that could be really interesting to look at.
Right.
Yeah, I wanted to bring up one point that I've learned from Todd Williams and Billy Chen in interviewing them about their work, and particularly the influence of Rome on their work. And one of the things that Todd talks about is that they want to make their buildings that are heavy. So I'm wondering if a substitute for stereotomic, you talk about heaviness. And it's quite interesting to see how his desire, the firm's desire to make buildings that would last and that are heavy. And then if you look at all of his work, their work that they have done in the last, 20 or so years, they're all talking about heaviness. So I'm wondering, instead of talking about stereotomics, that we substitute that for the heaviness, and then find a way in which you can make that with the materials that are available to us that are not stereotomic qualities. And so it's quite interesting to look at some of the sections of Todd Williams and Billy Chen's work, sections through Bennington Public Building, through the Barnes Foundation, how they actually construct stereotomically with the different materials, but they're presenting to us in heaviness. so that was just the point I wanted to sort of add on to what Chris talked about, difficulties of building stereotomically. Perhaps we should think about them as being heavy and then finding a way to build that with the materials at hand now.
Right. Right. Thank you.
Yeah, I think Kevin's point about this distinction being spatialized somehow, so that you can build what was the example you gave? A kind of nook. I mean, you can build a space that feels like a cave out of 2x2s,
Mm-hmm.
for instance.
Mm.
And that's another way of, but I think, the idea of this kind of archaeological sense of grounding the building in its geographic context is an excellent point of departure. And then trying to see how that can then be further developed and then perhaps within the constraints of fairly conventional stick frame construction even.
Mm.
Anyway, good place
Really
to
makes it affordable if one does that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Very true.
Sorry, did I interrupted you, Chris?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Well, it's just the one thing that also plays into this, which I think someone else mentioned, is in this part of the world, the whole phenomenon of the passive house is like a kind of wildfire raging through the architectural culture. And there's things about it that I could critique. But anyway, you begin with a perception that there's no Farnsworth house anymore. Passive house starts with a kind of general condition of about 25 to 30% glazing in the external surfaces, and that's triple glazing and fixed, which is one of the problems I have with the passive house. You can't hear the birds in the morning. But you do end up with external walls that are 1.5 to 2 feet thick that can have alcoves in them, and that if you then, the other way of alluding to stereotomic structure with light frame construction is using the depth of cabinets. So the 2.5 foot dimension of a kitchen cabinet can turn into a spatial threshold between two other volumes, for instance. Mm-hmm. So there are ways of, there's workarounds that can get you where this traditional distinction between earthworks and the light frame. Do you, in your history classes, anyone ever tell you about Gustav Semper?
The name does not sound familiar to me.
Well, you should have a look. He's got, I think it's called the 4 points of architecture.
4 elements of architecture.
4 elements of architecture. SEMPER.
Okay.
Because he expands from the two switch toggle to a 4 switch toggle.
We did talk about that, the mound, the hearth, the structure, anyway, the skin, but it would be a really good one to look at.
Okay.
Anyway, thank you. Thank you, Amy and Carrie, for this morning. Thank you to the critics. I was going to say for the students in the rest of the day, we aren't going to have the luxury of all this time. So please double check your connections and things so that they're working. And we're going to meet again at 12:30. We do actually have the luxury if anybody wanted to mention anything at the end of this session. Otherwise, I think we will rejoin with some new critics, some same critics. Say goodbye to, although you're welcome to hang around, to Matt and Smilia and Claire, but Chris is going to stay with us. But were there closing comments or things anyone wanted to say?
Well, I was just going to say that I think selecting the site for students in that part of Austin that has such a incredible ideas that can be generated by looking at the context of coming down to the Shoal Creek. I think that sort of inspires the sort of poetry in the projects that we've seen today, because they really are addressing, they all have on the back of their mind the importance of the Shoal Creek project. And so I think that is really positive. The selection of the site, I think it's really great. Well, in the later project, I'm just really amazed of they're able to, how Amy is able to make spaces at this level. And there are so many higher levels that you go and see and said, you have not made a room yet. And so I just wanted to say I appreciated that. And that's what we probably wanted to see more in the first project, is really being in that space. So that's my
I
comment.
just wanted to thank you, Kevin, and thank to the students and everyone on the review. It was really nice to meet you, and I'm looking forward to hopefully in the future joining more reviews. But anyway, on behalf of myself and my wife Sarah, who's also I work with, we felt really welcomed here, and we can see that it's a really lovely community. So thank you so much for inviting us.
It's a good firm to know about if you're looking for work too.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, thank you guys. It was really great.
Thank
Fun
you.
seeing the projects.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks everyone. And Matt, I look forward to 6 months from now seeing the fruits of your labor.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed. You can be on the first tour. You're all welcome to join. So yeah,
We'll be there.
Okay.
Great.
Good to see you, Chris.
See you at 12:30.
Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks, Daddy.
Is it?
Just saying thanks.
Yeah, so it's just before 10 your time?
It just before noon.
Oh, right. So
10 your time.
okay, so we've got 40 minutes.
40 minutes, yeah.
Okay, perfect. See you later.
Thanks. What's so funny, Daniel?
Nothing, just jittery, I guess.
Come on, we know you're laughing at me. What'd I do?
It's always you.
It's all about me, isn't it?
No, we always make fun of you, especially whenever you're on mute.
You guys are good for my self-image, my self-confidence. Hi there, Elizabeth.
Hi, Kevin. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm okay. Yeah. I hear you coughing.
Yeah.
Are you all right?
Yeah, it's not COVID, so
No, it's probably allergies.
it's been a long time now. It's been 8 days, but so I'm on the tail end. But it's
Good.
It
Yeah.
keeps me from talking too much, so you'll appreciate that. Hi there, Daniel.
Hi,
Hello.
Daniel.
I recognize that environment that you're in.
Yeah, we're still in a Chasmore house. Yeah.
Are you going to be there next semester as well?
No, it was just like surviving COVID in a way. Like,
so who do we have? We have P2 and Chris, I think. I'm not sure if Chris is back yet or not.
Okay.
So Chris comes back to join us. I didn't see either. You all missed the faculty walkthrough this morning, but I think hopefully the material was self-evident. And the kind of notion with this studio is that, and Elizabeth, you've taught this year, I think, recently, maybe not.
No, it's been a while. Actually.
Okay, anyway, it's been many years since I taught this year, and it's changed quite a lot. And I gather it's changing again. But nowadays, the first year is set up in that kind of stereotomic, tectonic, kind of abstract way. This is really the first studio where the students are dealing with anything beyond the articulation of an artifact. And it's set up to be urban, I guess. And however that's defined, it is typically projects like I-35 is sinking. What's going to happen to East Austin? And so I set it up a little bit differently in that because it's COVID, I wanted it all to be in West Campus as they know it. They spent the first half of the semester doing a series of exercises looking at West Campus. And then I gave them that area that I'd outlined on the map. Just you all know what the differences that have happened in West Campus with the changing in the zoning. This is actually not in that area, but it's just to the west of it. From the, I guess I could put the map on, couldn't I? Let's see, the screen share, if I can find it.
Well, you do that. Hi, Chris.
Oh yes, that's Chris.
Yeah, good to see you.
Nice to see you. I could send you a chat, but unsuccessfully.
Yeah.
I should introduce you to each other. Since Chris and Elizabeth are old friends. We all taught together here in the 1900s. And I don't think Chris and Daniel have met. Daniel Kohler is an assistant professor here. And I know your specialties in computation and analysis, but were you from the Bartlett? I can't quite remember.
I taught at the Bartlett and directed at the urban theory in the master program and had a studio there, and was before making PhD and project leader in a Chinese office. Yeah.
Chris McDonald is he's at the University of British Columbia and used to be here when Elizabeth and I first arrived, or at least when we arrived to teach. Elizabeth had been here as a student before then, and has been in Vancouver since, I guess, 95. and was previously at the AA and of McDonald and Salter fame at that era, and has been the director of the program at UBC and written all kinds of interesting things. And is a regular visitor in Austin whenever we can pull him down. I was just trying to explain to Elizabeth and Daniel, Chris was on the earlier review, sorry, I'll get back to that screen. That I wanted them in some place that they were familiar with. What's this here? And for a studio that is their first focus on, my screen sharing is paused. Never seen that before. Can you see my screen?
Part of it.
Okay, hang on. Let me end it and start again. I've not ever seen that message before. Okay, there. You should be able to see it now, I think, right?
Yes.
So in the first semester where they're looking at buildings that are, shall we say, responsible to and learn from things beyond themselves, I wanted it to be a little more self-contained than like what happened when you sink I-35, but also in an area they were familiar with, particularly during COVID. Many of them live in West Campus. They've seen the effects of the change in zoning from, 3-story structures with parking underneath to 300-foot tall towers. I gave them where's my annotation feature? I gave them this site that is the same one John is using. Oops, drawing. That site, which is technically not in the West Campus area, but is more or less in it, with the request to keep the Caswell Tennis Center in some way, but a lot of them have used it for sort of parking. They spent a 1 week doing a kind of master plan in groups, and there were 2 different master plans, and the group we'll see today is a different one than what Chris you saw earlier. But and I'll have them explain that. But the principal notion was to take a kind of district that could be used for faculty housing and a student hostel, and sort of quickly design the district, and then take some portion of that and develop it primarily as a kind of housing type. Some people have taken larger buildings, some have taken smaller, and that hopefully corresponds with their own individual ambitions. And it is an interesting part of town in that it is the moment where the city grid meets the topography, and is an entry to the university area and the kind of bridge between the Tony housing to the west and the university stuff to the east. I don't think I want to say any more about that unless the students kind of say the rest. We're going to see 4 students, and I will try and be a good timekeeper. I'm going to ask the first student to kind of introduce the larger project briefly, and what their master plan was, and then to explain his project. And if you guys, we had the luxury of time earlier because we had 2 students that weren't participating, but we really do have to keep it on time because we need to let folks go at 2:30 since some of them have to be somewhere not too long afterwards. So please try and keep your presentations brief. And Gergo, would you
yes,
please
sir,
begin?
I'll start off. Let me share my screen very quickly. Okay, so can everyone see the screen fine?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Yer Gegarami, and the project I've worked on this semester is Greenbelt Apartments. So just as a brief introduction, this is a residential complex housing undergraduates, graduates, and faculty, and it's located, as Professor Alter said, on the threshold of West Campus in Shoal Creek. And it's a part of the greater organization group. Sorry, moving the screens is a little slow. So if you look at the left side of this drawing, we as the urban group decided to continue kind of the gridded layout of West Campus to embrace the gradient between urban and natural environments. So kind of the grid and the topography. Unlike other groups, we didn't import any ideas, I guess, externally from West Campus, but we were looking to discover how West Campus can be reimagined from within itself, because it has a lot of, especially in these areas, it has a lot of beauty and potential. And we feel like that can be embraced a little bit better. And we decided to do that in our individual projects. In our greater organization, we really just decided on how far the setback should be, and we also changed the program of a few streets and buildings. Here you can see which block is assigned to who. These are only approximate massing, since we went our own ways pretty early after organizing the overall layout. A main difference is that we activated a street kind of splitting these two blocks into half between these buildings, which created a really interesting like kind of end condition over here on my site. And we also assigned a parking lot over here, which would serve kind of the northern end of this organization. We also decided to make Longview Street into a secondary street and open it up to North Lamar. So there's going to be traffic flowing through over here, which would hopefully activate the neighborhood a little more. Then, you know, we went our separate ways. And my site specifically deals with like road conditions and the ending of West Campus. So introducing the whole scheme from the north, kind of gradually going into the neighborhood into the south. And also from the west with the topography going to the east where it's flatter and a little bit more urban. Let me zoom into one of my floor plans and talk about the specific organization a little better. So really my site is divided between two buildings, actually three buildings, but they're disguised as two. Both have central courtyards, and they're kind of, those courtyards are kind of typical of West Campus apartments, but I did some adjustments to kind of activate them in terms of circulation. So I brought out walkways, extended those vertically on every floor. So you can kind of see people, I imagine people walking around in those courtyards, and that kind of activates the buildings. And then the entrances to these buildings, let me zoom in on another one, are always under or through these courtyards. And another really important kind of feature of this building is, since the parking lot is right over here, it's important to connect this whole site in terms of circulation. And so that's happening in two different ways. Kind of a more urban condition where different squares are connected from north to south. And then you have some of the topography in the natural environment seeping in from the west, kind of where it's more wooded and more green. And so I really wanted to kind of explore the duality of the site and the building forms themselves as well. And so the northern building in itself is more of an object, more of a monolith, I guess, introducing the neighborhood. And then the south building is terraced to the west, so it creates kind of a podium into nature. It's kind of celebrating the views and celebrating Shoal Creek. And it's also set back in this direction to open up kind of these transitional spaces between the buildings and between the two site conditions. Or sorry, conditions affecting the site, I guess would be a better way to say it. So here on my sections, let me wait for them to load. So this is the north building, looking into it facing north. There is this walkway underneath the building with arches that kind of connects the northern entrance to the rest of the site. And so the way this kind of courtyard works is that there are staircases kind of connecting different floors pretty randomly. There's of course an interior staircase that would work like a regular staircase. But really the focal point of this courtyard is that there are different setbacks within the walkways so that people can kind of hang out, you know, maybe make phone calls, walk around, just ponder in these kind of spaces between where other people would be walking and the rest of the courtyard. And so this courtyard is actually open. I wish I could zoom in a little more because the line weights do show that. But it's basically this idea kind of that, oh yeah, it's post-shade. I don't know why that happened. But it's this idea that you can kind of activate the interior of the building and show circulation in it, which doesn't happen in West Campus a lot, despite it being a really, really popular layout. And then also here on the western facade, you have kind of balcony conditions where you have the facade setback, so there's shading from the sun. And so I was also thinking about kind of a verticality where vertically you're building up this building and it changes on the western facade. Because over here on these floors, really trees would provide shade, and under the walkway, the rest of the building would provide shade. Up here, that changes a little bit as you get up higher. And so this other section is kind of important. It shows the flowing of spaces from north to south. So I zoomed in a little bit. I just wanted to talk about that. Here you can see the walkway going through and kind of connecting it with this transitional space over here between two buildings, which is more on the urban side, but there are trees, existing trees, as well as trees brought in, planted, I guess, to make it a little bit more green. And then there's this transitional condition where above you have this kind of sky space, which is a study space. I was trying to make that as light kind of as possible, to not to obstruct kind of the visual connection between these two spaces, but to make use out of an elongated northern facade, which is of course ideal for light. So there's this kind of glass curtain wall, and you can really pretty much see through the space. And then the other side, it's still an urban condition, a little bit more organized with the trees. I was thinking maybe some planters, but it's really leading up to the terrace building, where you also have an interior courtyard similar to the other building, with setbacks and spaces being able to kind of, or spaces extending to kind of embrace not just movement, but staying in place and perhaps enjoying the view or the structure itself. I also wanted to touch a little bit on the units because I do have the units planned out for both buildings, which was kind of a brave undertaking. In hindsight, I might not have done that. I think that would have made my life a little bit easier. But I just want this to load very quickly. So since I'm looking at different user groups, I wanted to address that. So here I have 3 different units, perhaps satisfying the needs of these 3 different user groups. So this 4x2 is a kind of typical undergraduate West Campus apartment, where you have a shared community space. The only difference is there's also an outside kind of balcony assigned to this apartment, which, going around in West Campus, the apartments that do have balconies, they're usually really small and they're not very enjoyable. And then over here, the 3x2, this is perhaps more ideal for faculty and their children, with a master bedroom and kind of a larger balcony as well, with the terracing. And then the 1x1, perhaps for graduate students or married students, is kind of almost a studio. But it's really important that 80% of the units have kind of outside space, so you're not cooped up in your apartment the entire time, which is something I think all of us are familiar with after the pandemic. So it's really important that all apartments have most apartments have assigned kind of a private space exteriorly. I also wanted to talk a little bit about the structure. You might have noticed on the plans that the walls are a little thick and that the units are very similar across all floors. So I really wanted to, I guess, make an exterior facade that's a little less deceitful, because in West Campus, you see a lot of paneling and just veneers, and they might be made out to be nice, but I've never ever seen someone compliment them. So my thought process was, what if the facade was kind of stripped down and showed the essential materials, building materials, and also where each floor starts and ends. So it's a little bit more, I guess, transparent in that way. So material transparency. And I decided to make this kind of brick and concrete masonry wall, and some of the interior walls are also structural as well, especially between units. And then I was kind of looking at the material qualities of each of the, or textural qualities of each of those materials, and I quite liked the kind of rawness of it. It's not really as refined as most West Campus facades are, but it is kind of texturally very rich, and I enjoy that a lot. And here I have to finish up some renders. Let me zoom in a little bit because it won't load. So the sky space here, you can see it's surrounded by trees, which I think was kind of an imperative thing to have this open space surrounded by greenery, perhaps to provide a little bit of shade as well. Here you can see the southern square, which is where our main street ends. And so it's connected to the entrance of the southern building, which is terraced, and the walkway under the northern building with the terrace of the balconies set back. And just a few more renders. So here you can see kind of this exposed courtyard in the terraced building, with space for perhaps more, stationary, just standing around and, as I said, staying there, not just moving around. And a render of the terrace building itself, kind of celebrating the outside. And then the last one is just a rendering to give you kind of a better idea spatially of the northern building and its kind of activated courtyard with these random stairs. And that is really all I have. I hope I did not miss out on anything important that I was trying to catch on, but if anyone has any questions, I can go back and show everything.
Can you zoom into like an overall plan or section?
Yes, for sure. Let me just do this one over here.
So just to be clear, when he was showing the rendering of the plaza, he was referring to, draw to this space, as the termination of that street that they put in to the south.
Judge, there's really like a lot of things to unpack. So congrats on the resolution of the project, like between scales and complexity. And I like the most that you take up the kind of motive of the, for sure you know it because it's too strong the reference, like Farnkamp's Shell House in Berlin. It's kind of very much resonates also with the kind of like using way the brick stones and so on, different color, but okay. And then you introduce is also like you flip them in a way the bevel then into kind of arcade structure as well.
Right.
So and here I was thinking like, then a bit breaks when you go to the interior courtyard, where it's just simply like a very horizontal stratified, which maybe more resembles like a more like horizontal plan, like more like an office or so now. And I could imagine that when you push that project further, like actually more in a way also creating that in a sectional figure, like these kind of movements, actually very nice also structure in a way that space. Saying that because at the moment, like the interior courtyards, I mean, you're building actually on a high frequency street, which will just when Austin further densifies, like it's just like clear that obvious that this will comes near like in highway, like from frequency, or is already like super frequency that street. So like orienting a building towards that street is actually quite problematic. I mean, you would never sit on this balcony when it's like so noisy, So I can imagine that this interior courtyard quality is actually quite important also to give in a way like a character. Now like the arcades, like it's just like you use it just really as a corridor.
Right.
And a bit more, at first like more partition it, that in a way there's really, it gets like a more distinct kind of quality that I want to have my chair in my corner in a way, no? And also a bit like maybe also extending, actually stretching a bit that space too, could also in a way a bit more ritual, like further in a way do that. Because then also you say that you actually want that people walk through that inner corridor as an access.
Right.
I'm thinking nearly like it could be also like you could then completely waive the inner kind of double loaded courtyard, which is anyhow for the flats very problematic in terms of ventilation and
Right.
Dynamic of floor plan. No? So, but hey, it's great work. Thanks.
Thank you.
Just a small point of clarification, but the fact that I forget the name of it, but the road that you now connect to Lamar, to the north of your site.
Right.
Longview.
Longview.
Longview. I mean, there's no, well, it seems to me highly unlikely that you're going to turn, if you're southbound on Lamar. I mean, are you going to turn left onto Longview? I mean, it seems that Longview is going to be a relatively quiet street and not a kind of crossroads. So I don't mind that you have an idea about frontage, but I would agree with Daniel that I think the dimensions of your inner courtyards, you really want to kind of push those as much as possible, and having them as a single loaded access point, I guess is fine. I would imagine that if, I mean, acoustically, it would probably be very lively. And that you would be going, you know, in some cases past people's bedrooms to get to your entrance. I mean,
Right. Right. I did not think about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's the great, the cross ventilation is, you know, such a great gift, but you do have these difficulties where the kind of public access in a single loaded outdoor deck. I mean, the classic example is in England when they changed the building codes during the Victorian era, and you get a lot of social housing where there's an exterior deck, not necessarily facing onto a courtyard. And in general, you end up with a fairly dismal space because it's kitchen and bathroom windows onto it. So it doesn't have this kind of both and quality of being a kind of quasi-social space. So I think that would be you know, if you were to develop the project, that would be a place to really exert some design energy. You know, what's the dimension? And you talk about there being a kind of randomness to the vertical circulation within the courtyard.
Right. So within the courtyard, yes, but for emergency and fire purposes, there's also a regular staircase located within each building mass. Actually, this one has two and this one has two because they're pretty long. But the courtyards they do have kind of a randomized vertical circulation.
But for instance, you could, let me just get try to annotate.
Can you zoom in a little bit for him here?
Yes.
It's fine.
I think this is the best I can do, unfortunately. I'm sorry.
That's fine. I know there's a resolution issue.
Yeah, I did
but,
not.
You know, even just the simple difference between that being, well, you know, maybe push this over a bit and make that open, and the bridge could still go around. You're allowed to do scissor stairs now, are you, Kevin?
You can, yeah, it's a new change.
Okay. So there must be some limiting distance that, you know, as you come out of a unit back here somewhere, there's a distance to get to those stairs. I mean, it's a tedious building regulation thing, but it's just something that is just another kind of reality of what site context is. But I think all of the terracing and the general massing and the idea of these connecting spaces, it's still, I said about I think both of the earlier projects, when you're making the ground plan, it's really good to maybe step back one scale so that you can see the other side of the street. And I can't remember the name of the building, but there's this dense courtyard building across the street, and you would see where the parking is and get a sense of the topography. So there's the natural topography, and then there's the topography that you are constructing as part of your terracing.
Right.
I think that just another, it's kind of on the nitpicky side of criticism, but if you go to your, the image of the 3 different textures.
Yes.
Which is a great thing to see in a project at this stage and to be thinking about its material expression, but they're not to scale.
Right.
You know, I'm seeing if that's the thickness of, sorry, I'll get my, like if that's the dimension of the floor slab, and then I would guess the dimension of the header over the jam is something like that, and then you would only have, you know, 6 bricks would take up the same dimension. So that's an important thing, you know. Kudos to you to draw our attention to that and realize that the expression, even if you're driving along headed south on Lamar, that's going to have a significant impact on your sense of the building as an object in the landscape. But then that issue of scale and dimension really becomes important. I'm not quite sure what, and this is just me not knowing about construction in Austin, but load-bearing CMU, and then those are poured in place slabs. You called them something or other.
I'm sorry. Let me zoom in a little bit. So are you referring to the floor slabs?
Yeah, those
So
are concrete.
I'm imagining those are reinforced concrete.
But you wouldn't use reinforced concrete where your internal CMU columns are, or walls.
Over here?
Yeah.
So do you mean they would be continuous, for example, across here?
There would be some kind of connection, but why wouldn't you make them out of reinforced concrete?
I think I was kind of liking the thought of maybe incorporating the brick into the structure, and I saw that more feasible with a CMU kind of execution with CMU instead of concrete. But I think it might work with concrete as well if it was maybe a sort of veneer. I'm not sure, but I didn't want to do a brick veneer necessarily.
Well,
I don't know if that answers your question.
You've done a brick veneer, Kurt.
Yeah, this is a brick veneer. In fact, it's not even exactly how you would probably make it.
It's not.
I see.
But could you go back to your plan then?
Yes.
I prefer a ground floor plan personally. So what I didn't see is, you know, there's these kind of pieces, like these things that look like structure. There's a couple more here and there, but I don't see how there's a logic, you know, if you have external walls, sometimes an internal wall which is load bearing, and then maybe sometimes not. I couldn't figure out the kind of grammar of the different thicknesses of wall. So I don't see a difference in the way in which you draw a plan between a hardy wall, which would have both fire and acoustic properties, especially acoustic, to an internal.
Sorry.
Do you know what I mean? Like this wall doesn't seem to be described differently than that wall, even though what they have to do in terms of physical performance is quite different.
Yes. I really should have calculated with the difference in resolution that Moreau does. Those are actually where the stairs are cut in the section. Okay. And so that's why they appear kind of, you know, surrounded by that. Those should be stairs. Yeah.
But you know what I mean? Like
I do. There's
That's
really a
fine.
small distinction between, so the walls between units are 1 foot and the walls within units that separate different rooms are 8 inches, which is not a very strong distinction at this scale that I
No.
understand.
Okay, but you understand what I'm saying, that those might
Yes.
be not only party walls, but also load bearing. And then,
Right.
and then you could have something else spanning from there to there, and then those could be just metal studs or whatever is appropriate.
I think the point Chris is pushing at is actually quite important, Gergo, and it was important to you at one point, but I kind of let it drop because you got overwhelmed with other things. But Gergo had this kind of interesting thought that he wanted the buildings to be solid. It's the first time I've seen that construction section, but the thought he had was there would be a series of load-bearing walls, and they might be delineated somehow in masonry. And other ones, which is the point Chris is making, right? That they would both look different in plan, but would actually give a sense of kind of authenticity or solidity to certain aspects of the project that are immutable, and other things that could, rearrange when somebody else was living there or something like that. And that distinction, particularly when you look at the material sense of it, might really be important. And I think that was a conversation we'd had, but then I didn't press him on it because there was a kind of overwhelmedness with getting everything else done. But I think the point is quite astute.
Oh, go ahead, Chris.
I was just going to say, and it is a great deal of accomplishment. The only other thing that we talked about a little bit this morning is within buildings of this scale, that they start to open themselves up to an idea, and I think this is what you want your interior courtyard circulation spaces to be, but a kind of community space which is not entirely private, but not essentially public. And I guess I would just point to the one thing that everybody's doing is coming up and down of the elevator, and you could imagine having a kind of common outdoor space even that looked back to give you a sense of the larger complex. Or, from here might look back to give you a sense of your relationship back to West Campus. And is there a third core? Maybe not.
No, with elevators, no.
No. But you know what, so I would encourage you, if you had time, to think about those in-between community spaces. And
right.
There's a very good article. I'll check while we're talking now. I can chat it to you, but it's called the problem with mistaking community space for public space, and it's a good read because basically the argument is that community space is the space to be in with people that you're familiar with.
Mm-hmm.
Public space is space that you're in with people that you're unfamiliar with. So I think that in-between space, that someone said earlier, you have a smoke or you talk on your phone or whatever you do that you don't want to do in your tiny little living space. So it's the place where everyone on that floor might have a barbecue. Or I was living in an apartment building recently, and there was a space for people in the building to have a barbecue, but there was also a series of kind of big pots that you could grow herbs on, this and that, and you could start to think about those in between kind of roof spaces with the intensity of sunlight that you get in Austin. Could really be quite nice, kind of shaded veranda spaces that operate at the scale of half a dozen people or half a dozen units. Sorry, Elizabeth.
Oh no, that's okay. I'll make this brief. I know we have to move on, but I had a question about, related maybe in some ways, but the relationship between what you're calling the courtyard and then this space adjacent to it. So I don't know if the courtyard extends or what you're calling a courtyard, or what the relationship is between these two spaces and then this courtyard. And if it also has, and I don't know, if it's this, like, and it's related to structure and circulation, or if it's this, but again, the relationship between this kind of space and this interior sort of space, I think has actually a lot of potential. The other thing is this curved surface, this curved form. And I was, of course, thinking of the Baker House first time I saw this when I was looking on Box. But of course, it's related to circulation, and that's not, I don't think that's the case here exactly. So that's one thing. And I do wonder about those curves, like what they afford you, like what they really give you, because I like the overall form, the cascading idea. Also appreciate your ideas about using masonry. And I don't know about the topography exactly, but I do wonder if it wants to maybe be oriented. I know it's southwest, but I wonder if it even wants to have an orientation in this direction instead of that direction. And maybe you looked at that, but that's something that I would probably consider. In some ways, this is north, and this is looking towards the city, towards downtown. There's something psychological, I think, about which way, where you are in the city and how you orient yourself in terms of directionality of where's downtown, where's away from the city, where's towards campus, where's away from campus. So I'll leave it at that.
Thanks. I'm going to move us on, but I was going to say this is a project that I mean, I think there are many successes in. It's a project that suffered from not making some things clear that I'll try and make clear really quickly, but also the disease that's run through the class a little bit of rhino, and thinking that plans are kind of and sections are just cuts of a rhino model, and that certain kinds of architectural investigations happen better in a two-dimensional drawing. Some things that were quite interesting about what Gergo found is, like, there was this copse of trees in here that were existing because it was between properties, and they're fairly significant. And so some of that was existing. There was an extraordinary tree. Oops, excuse me. I don't know why I often seem to lose my pencil, but extraordinary tree here that he uses to frame this kind of space that is actually very much connected to their urban plan that has a street, this sort of dead ending into that. And then I think the point Elizabeth was making, that there's an idea between a kind of certain kind of plaza, courtyard, colonnade, existing kind of certain kind of plaza. Lost my pencil again. That space, that all the way through is kind of a very much invested in the early part of Gergo's project and the investigation, which I think was very successful. I think that he did get a little overwhelmed with the model and wanting to kind of the model. One of the problems with models I find is that students want to finish them somehow before they get started on other kinds of investigations, like sectional ones or things like that, and one never finishes them. But and then these are the first time we've seen plans that aren't just cut, and they have all of the mistakes that come from that, like things that are pochade that shouldn't be. But I do think it's quite a strong project in many ways, and I appreciate the criticism. I'm going to kind of move us on. So we don't give short shrift to any student. We're going to go just next door, just south from this, to Marcelo. And maybe you can just help orient people as well when you begin.
Yes. Can everyone see my screen?
Not quite. There we go.
Oh no.
There we go.
Okay.
Hold on.
Hold on. Sorry. Let me. Sorry, I always seem to have issues when I'm trying to present.
That wasn't a good sound.
Yeah, it's one thing to ask everyone to work online, but I know in our university, nobody ever offered to upgrade the internet access.
Yeah, I think we all suffer from that. Marcelo, do you want us to skip you and come back, or do you think you have this under control?
let's see, if it doesn't work right here, I might. Wait, can you see this?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, so. Okay, so my project is called The Space Between. It's obviously faculty housing as a, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. This is a little frustrating. I'm just gonna be showing it from here. So, so it's faculty housing, as you mentioned, and in my project, I kind of really was focusing on this like in-betweenness at different scales. At the scale of the city, the scale of the actual building itself, and then even between the units and within them. So here is just the general site plan. As Girga already explained, kind of our addition of this street here with the intention of making it commercial along this sort of T to kind of create like a central point to the larger site. And the lot that I'm working on is directly beneath where we were just looking. And it's kind of dealing directly with this commercial aspect. And yes. Right, so I looked at certain precedents to help me sort of start to figure out the circulation. I looked at this one because I really liked the way that it like made these slots into the mass of the building to kind of create distinct blocks. And so I was gonna try and implement that on a larger scale, just to kind of break up any massivity that might occur from the building. And another precedent that I looked at was Peter Zumthor's Kerr, the housing for senior citizens. What I liked about this was this sort of main circulation hallway along the front that beyond just being circulation, the residents would actually inhabit it just because of the way that it was designed. It became a sort of space where it could allow for interaction between residents. And I was trying to sort of implement a sort of space that would behave in this way while functioning visually in the other way. So here, just in the overall bird's eye plan, you can see the massing along the northeast side. I've put the residential units, and along the southwest, I have the commercial space. And this is at a lower, it's at a lower height, so this is only about 35 feet at its highest, while the residences are at 60.
And that's your hostel as well. Thank you.
Yes, yeah. In the commercial space, I have the commercial units on the ground floor, and I have the hostel on top of it, which was just another part of our program. And so here in the kind of section context, you can start to see how it behaves in the in relation to the neighborhood. It kind of like flattens out this space for a sort of sense of gathering. And you'll be able to see a bit clearer in a later section. Here, this is just the ground floor plan, and you start to see sort of the porosity of the commercial units themselves. So like here from the street, you actually can access the courtyard from this corner right here or up here through these stairs. Just from the difference in elevation, it is it's about 20 feet lower at this northwest corner than it is at the opposite one. So there's the condition of being able to walk in from the street to the residential area, or if you go on the other side, you have to go up this sort of grand staircase. And then here you can also see sort of the organization of the units. They end up becoming floor-through units with the shared circulation between two units. So on every level, it would only end up being two units that are sharing that balcony with the also with the people on top of them that are having to go through, obviously. Here on the second level, this sort of exposes the hostel sitting on top of the commercial. And you can also start to see the balconies between the units. And the way I organized it is kind of using the stairs as a sort of screening so that it alternates the view. So on one floor, the screen will sort of block off the north side while opening up the south side, and then vice versa, just creating a variation in the sort of spaces that are created there. And then sort of the same thing on the corners with the way that the balconies here, some of them open up towards the main public courtyard and others open up towards the street.
Marcel, I just need to push you along quickly because you need to finish your presentation in the next minute or two.
Okay. So here, just the section through the courtyard, you see, this is going through the grand staircase. You see it's about 8 feet up, and then this is sort of a loose programmatic space. Just you can just have like picnic tables or whatever there. And then slightly elevated is the sort of residential half of the courtyard that is a bit more private. Here is just a render of the primary entrance, and you see that it kind of diverges. So this leads you into just the main courtyard, and this takes you up to the residential level. And here's the other threshold through the commercial units themselves. I just wanted it to be sort of inviting into the courtyard. So I have some of the storefronts are like along this sort of opening to bring people in. And then here is the render of the actual commercial block looking into the courtyard with the wooden piece being the hostel on top of it. And then looking at my units, I tried to sort of implement this idea of a concrete shell being the basis for the unit that sort of gets like a wooden bite taken out of it, if you will. And so that bite is like represented here. And it kind of just like creates the main opening for the space to kind of make it feel less like just a cell, if you will. And then within the unit, there's these sort of blocks of programs. So this one is the bedroom, the bathroom, and the kitchen here. And they sort of frame the more open, free space that that is left from the shell. And here is just a render showing the distinct sort of boxes, and just depending on the way that they're open or not, it kind of changes the reading of how independent those units are. And then this is looking more towards the freer open space that you could imagine being arranged in any number of ways. And then here is just ending on a view of the public courtyard looking towards the residences in the back. And that is all I have.
Thanks, Marcel.
I'll jump in. I think it's an intriguing idea to have these two courtyards back to back. I know they're at different elevations, but if we look at the plan again, and yeah, probably the plan, I wonder about this right here, like I understand that you come here and then on this you come into a residential courtyard like that, yet they share this relationship, even though they're at separate levels. And I wonder about how they're accessed. If not, like this little stair, I wonder about that. And I wonder if more attention might be made at the seam between the two of them. And then the character of the residential courtyard, I wonder about it, how it's used, what the trees are like, that like the quality of this courtyard and the character of it and the quality of this one. Maybe we were seeing that in your rendering, but because they are coincident with each other, and because they play such an important role in the project, that's a question I have and I wonder about.
Mhm.
Maybe I jump in. Look, it's really like, it's also very nice, detailed, great, like really to floor plan, thinking about all the renderings, begin to talk about materials and so on. I mean, the reference is really intriguing when you take on the Zoom tour. And I think, yeah, and I was like a bit surprised at the beginning that you then give up in a way the longer corridor scheme in a way like for motif of access, and you were in a way chopping it in a way into bits and having these open terraces. This you recognized actually that quite successful. Then the way this kind of half interior, it's just having these open platforms for access you see so often in residential areas in Austin. That this in itself could in a way turn into having more like a living quality. So, and this and later I miss, or I think that you could have more consequential developed. Now, for example, you mix now, where do you place the stairs? So sometimes some units have what seems so from two sides in a way, like access to direct to stair, or sometimes like it's just to inner stair, or like there's just a single access, there's no double load or three units which are around like one access and so on. And then what you miss when it comes to materials or the scale of the rendering, that you actually think of much more to integrate those. It begins maybe as like a representational thing, or to think them representational. For example, when I see that plan, what you highlight now, you like a boundary around that, what you call unit. So like there's no, in a way, like an opening, or that you see, like, you think that very separate, like a unit, another unit, and there's some stuff, like in between, or like very light and should maybe disappear, this kind of platform. And it would be maybe already the beginning that how you think that actually that it's much more extending into the living, or into that opening of apartment. And that you see then comes when to the rendering, you see that then, that for example, when you have these inner part, you render it as some cafe or so, like there's a person sitting on some round tables, so I interpret it as a cafe. Yeah, this one. Mm-hmm. And you see this hard facade, like there's no transition to it. This doesn't extend into the interior, and it gets more like a funnel, like mm-hmm. I think that more like I think it starts with a representation of the plan, how you begin to think that like a hard boundary between inside outside, that this actually the space could have such a quality, or it begins a bit like in that scheme. I see you have the beginning of that, but where in a way like it's like that would, I think, would be an interesting point, that now how you can push that here as some like inner theme, which then also connects the different courtyards. So here, like, or to the outer fabric and so on. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there's also we could go back to the plan that Elizabeth alluded to. Yeah, that one's fine. I mean, there is sometimes a utility in not thinking entirely in the kind of abstract and generality. So if I think the relationship between again, I would love to see, you know, these commercial things that are called commercial caught in the network of a larger idea of a commercial street. So a site plan that's back at scale. But, you know, it seems to me, given the amount of so-called commercial space, probably you could, the public courtyard could be like that. And, you know, similarly, as you just draw a line around the perimeter and call that family, you could just draw a line the perimeter around this and say commercial. But, you know, I assume they're still there in the cultural context of Austin. But I mean, if I called one of those Amy's Ice Cream and one of those Swedish Hill, and I think about the number of picnic tables which might accrue from that, which would pretty much activate the public courtyard, and the fact that I might want to make some kind of shaded structure back there to make it more convivial to be occupied at different times of the day and year. So I project onto that something that's, you know, kind of well known and well considered. And that might lead me, as I believe Elizabeth was suggesting, onto a consideration of how the residential courtyard, I mean, do all of the entrances to all of the projects, all of the units begin by coming into the residential courtyard or not? And what is it, where is the distinction between the true public realm and the residential quarter? And unless things have changed in the last little while, it seems to me that there needs to be some kind of degree of threshold enacted there.
Yeah.
And the other thing, and this is I like lots of things. I like the I agree that if you take on the kind of social consequences of the Zumthorpe project, that maybe just an open deck at the top of the stairs and off the elevator sells that a little bit short, or, you know, maybe there's an idea about how that might be occupied as a communal space, even if it's just between a couple of units. But the other thing, I guess, you know, again, it has to do with the new cross street or longitudinal street that has the commercial on it. But it's just some idea of ensuring that there's a sense of accessibility, and that's probably true of the housing as well. But lots of thoughtful and intelligent things to do with actually what you've created for yourselves in the urban design. Is quite a difficult program. It's difficult for commercial spaces to have double frontages, and it's difficult for them to negotiate grade at the same time as having a kind of collective space that joins their various preoccupations together.
It's true, but in a way, it's the project you've been asking for in the earlier ones. You know, this sort of and the title that Marcelo gave to it is sort of in between spaces, and very much how you began. It's interesting, Marcelo, in the drawings that you've kind of ended with, you've left out all of those negotiating elements that seem so important to you, the screens and these kind of threshold conditions that Chris and Daniel have been asking for, boundaries, thresholds that define these semi-public areas. Like in many ways, it's more of a kind of space planning than it is designed. And I know they were in your brain. I personally still blame your deep deep hold on your Rhino model for that, because it's something Rhino doesn't do well, but it's not very hard to do in a sketch. But I think it is a very provocative notion. And in fact, just the kind of thing like Chris was saying, like, you know, Amy's and Swedish Hill do very well. Like you could imagine a tight public space in the back, or not unlike, what's it called, behind north of 24th Street, behind those food places on Guadalupe. There's this sort of, you know, courtyard that has a number of different places that feed into them. Like, I feel like that you could imagine a space like that working very well in the Austin milieu. I mean, I like this sort of sense that you have about it, Marcelo, that there's a series of in between spaces that go from the scale of the city to the scale of the unit. And I know that's been in your brain, but you maybe need to find a better way to design them. And
Yeah.
I don't think Rhino's going to get you there. But.
I think also, I know I harp on this, but if you showed the full extent of this new north-south commercial street and describe it as a kind of heart of West Campus, I mean, what you're describing, if you made, I think there's 4 blocks that are engaged in making that street, 4 or 6, 4.
4.
And then on the north end, we actually get into the previous project somehow, which I think would encourage Elizabeth's take that you terrace to the south, which would engage you with this new commercial street.
Mm-hmm.
But if you had a commercial street that was 4 of these kind of collections of relatively small contained courtyards, as opposed to trying to make a 6th Street or a Guadalupe, I mean, it would be an extraordinary urban structure within the city, and I think would find a kind of natural population that would fill it and make it vibrant.
I agree, and it certainly does. Like, you're not helping yourself without drawing things like even just the the dashed line that would start to suggest like some sense of cover and community, like between the sidewalk and the outside of the commercial spaces. And I know these are all the things that are kind of in your brain, Marcella, but and I think that the vision is powerful. We should probably move on, but I don't know if there's anybody else wants to add any other comments.
I'll make one. I appreciate the distribution of the program on the site. That the family units kind of anchor these corners on one hand, and then the hostel is above the commercial. Just in terms of scale and how they've been allocated. I mean, I know it's diagrammatic, but I think it's thoughtfully laid out in that way.
Actually, Marcel's, there are a couple of students in the class that have, distributed buildings in this way, where they're individual little towers that share circulation, so they can get floor through kind of units. But I think this is the one that really does, like, it's funny how much time Marcel spent like thinking about each of these spaces in between and how they would be occupied. From the initial precedents, you were looking at the Pew and Scarpa Cherokee lofts and these, making them slightly eccentric and belonging to different constituencies, and how they recede from view here. But like, I hope you actually draw a little bit more on this and start to draw it occupied and in the way that your critics are describing it, because I think those actually will enliven it.
Yeah, I agree. I think I would just like want to take this and definitely just further where I'm at right now. So yeah, I thank you for all the comments.
An interesting thing came up with this group in particular, but many of the students, because of the building across the street, which is called Axis. I don't know why they name all the buildings, but they do. They all saw that street, Longview, that should really be the front street, as really a back, because the newer buildings have made it such a kind of dead condition. So one could imagine that being more of a high street, but it's not, because of these buildings. And so that sort of thought that this might be a more vibrant pedestrian area that connects a parking garage here to another one here, so through the area, seemed like a kind of compelling urban idea. Thank you, Marcella. We are going to move again slightly south to Daniel.
Hey everybody, can you hear a background noise, like a music?
Nope, but you're pretty quiet, so you might speak up.
Sounds good. The fraternity has decided to throw a country music beside me, so.
Excellent. Tell them to turn it up.
Okay. Oh, but you can hear me now? All good? Okay, great. My name is Daniel Clenny. This is my final presentation in the faculty apartment complex. The first thing I wanted to start off with is just a little brief of the structure. Faculty apartment complex sits between the beauty of Shell Creek and the hard edge of West Campus, in response to West Campus, we wanted to densify the space and create a sense of community, like Gergo and Marcelo have said before. And by densifying that space, we were able to, in providing a sense of vegetation, we were able to provide a space not only for survival, but for living as well. And my apartment complex resembles a geode-like structure, the sharp edge, crystal-like center, and a structure that encapsulates with a multi-layered glass, providing a uniqueness to each space. First, we'll go into the site plan. As you can see, it's similar to Marcelo's. We're going to focus down. So we started with Gergo's, Marcelo's, and then mine's right here, focusing on this connection between these two major streets, and then all this vegetation influx into the space. First thing I wanted to start off with was the front facade, your first experience into the building, showing this major void space into the center. As far as tree goes, the main trees I see occupying the space are honey mesquite trees in the middle, but then also potentially a small variety of white dogwoods as well. As you can see, we can see the screen-like pattern, but when the lines come closer together, it's this shifting in overlaying of this glass screen, and then with the solid outer pattern on the outside as well as shifting, and then lower commercial on the lower area. Next, we go right into the north and south section. So this is as if we turn the building around and look straight towards the back, showing this geode-like space where we're able to shift between each unit and creating this large center courtyard with trees and such as, for lack of a better word, pits inside for communication and get community gathering to occur. As you can see, we have double height corridors on each side, but then also double height right here for the this is on commercial space, but then these are actually for the units. Next, we go right into the floor plans. So as you can see, these are mainly studio apartments with one bedroom, and then commercial on the side, flowing in to second floor level, which we enter onto the bedroom space here. Now we get a sense of this U-shaped like pattern and creating a kind of flow up into the space from all sides and kind of having this space inviting you into it from this commercial into the center courtyard. Next, we go to the third floor level. Now we see the introduction of trees as well as the different types of units. One of the main things I wanted to convey in each of the floor plans was how each side and each section of the each bedroom is going to be displayed. It's a variety of 3-bedroom, 1-bedroom, and 2-bedroom apartments, each showing influx of light and just kind of flooding the interior. And then now, as soon as we get into the fourth floor, we start to back away and kind of start to terrace backwards, as well as here the main hierarchy is in the outer units, showing that this these are mainly like the higher end units to show like on the outside having these outer space. And then same kind of thing with the fifth floor, showing larger units, different types of geo-like structure and creating this like crystal-like space, as well as these center spaces for the community gathering. And then the same thing on the sixth floor and just more pushing it back as well. And then showing the different types of units on different spaces, with these being larger on these side and smaller on these. Here's your another experience to the building. So here's the south facade of the building. So this is facing towards, this is if you're looking at the north side, showing like the variation of like commercial as well as here. So the commercial here, here, and then studio apartments here, which are double height, and then the 1-bedroom apartments here, and kind of these creating these like patio spaces that can be shown throughout the entire structure.
That's the 24th Street facade, right?
Yes. Yes. So then now we'll go into the elevation. Now we kind of see this like rolling pattern and kind of this like extrusion of the building from the space. Kind of this connectivity and flow. I think one of the main things that was talked about and integrated into the space was kind of a flow of water or creeks to kind of shy away from like, or kind of block the sense of like the large street noise. And then also introducing the kind of like a lot of trees in there to also, whenever wind produces like the rustling of the trees, to block also the sound of the street and the cars. And then here we can see the section where we cut to this one structure right here. And then here's just a simple exploded of the screen as well as the fourth floor and showing the main circulation with these corridor spaces, and then 2 means of egress from on both sides, as well as the central elevator space, but then also creating this sense of a leisure stairs in the center. If we go back to the east-west section, we can see this kind of like jungle gym of the space for people to not only travel from each unit to unit, but also as a space like to communicate and gather as well. And then we will end with the axonometric view and just showing the different aspects of the building as well as the facades of each building. Thank you.
And if it's helpful, Daniel was got kind of intrigued with the Baumschlager and Eberle stuff. If you're familiar with them, these sort of sliding glass panels.
But maybe the difference to Baumschlager Eberle is daylight. Was Baumschlager Eberle, they're famous for this like very deep kind of floor plans. Now it's kind of like super hyper optimization from the neoliberal area of floor planning. They made this like very thick kind of building blocks, but you would have this thick floor plans which just work because you have on both sides windows. So when I look now, I mean, it's like from a facade, it's very suggestive even without renderings. Like imagines like very like a layer. Then you begin. Yeah, and then because you have it like this double loaded corridor, then like a lot of the centered space of, I mean, the floor plans, and maybe like you would need to zoom in also in those slideshows to make them more visible. But it looks more apparently that actually the center of a home, the kitchen, the dining, is actually always in a dark area.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
Continue. Sorry.
No, I don't know if it's even like legally, like, or how that works. This is like, yeah.
I think like the main things I try to do is try to predominantly focus on the bedroom space getting light, and then trying to connect the living room to the kitchen to bring in that light space from there. I know it's probably as much as it would need it to be for the kitchen space, but that was kind of like the main focus of trying to get to that. Was trying to connect the living room to the kitchen to bring in that light, if that makes sense.
I mean, what Baumschlager often uses is like shafts, light shafts, something like such stuff.
I got you. Yeah, because when we see like the exterior units, like that issue is like not as much as a problem, but yeah, I totally understand. Thank you.
Well, these are, of course, the perennial challenge of trying to think about being, evoking a kind of material modesty, and the challenges of having, something that has through ventilation, the difference between aspect and kind of prospect in terms of orientation towards daylight, and in a way, the inexorable attraction of the double loaded corridor if you're trying to get relatively modest construction costs and relatively large density. I do think, again, these kind of in-between spaces which operate at a kind of community scale, so that every time you come out of the elevator, apart from the local circulation, there might be a space that has a kind of cross ventilation. So I think I drew it on the last project as well, but hang on. So for instance, you come out here and there's a space that goes through, which means that there's, let's say a unit that at least has the potential for cross circulation on the diagonal. And then, if there's a need for a secondary means of escape, you put it in a place that again allows you to have a unit that has cross ventilation at the end. it's almost just taking something as banal as that, which I would certainly consider it to not be necessarily the most inspiring way of thinking about the logic of a plan. But just say, whatever else I do, I have these conflicting necessities of the relationship between program and site. And as much as possible, I want spaces to have true inhalation. As much as possible, I want, let's say, bedroom and living spaces in particular to have access to direct light and ventilation. And yet I have some other dimensional constraints and a general necessity in your case to distinguish between a certain kind of orthodoxy on the outside elevation compared to a rather diffuse and diffracted elevation on the interior. And yeah, I mean, try and prioritize what the things are that flow from that. What are the things which come to your attention in understanding that those are the primary aspirations of the project, and that they have conflicts. You know, double loaded corridor. I'm sure all of us have lived in single aspect apartments, and you know they're problematic. I mean, the apartment I live in right now is on a corner, and it's amazing the difference that makes. So, you know, even though the window in my bedroom is, I don't know, 30 feet from the window in my living room, if they're both open, there's a flow of air. And you have I'm sure you've learned about this in your technical classes, the so-called Venturi effect. So you open one wide and one narrow, and it depends on which way the wind's going. Anyway, you can kind of cultivate some of those environmental conditions and not think of, you know, of natural air circulation just being from over here to being over here and being a kind of straight section through. I'm not sure your metaphor of did you call it a geode?
Yes.
Maybe, you know, on the one hand, I mean, metaphor and simile are, I think they can be sirens inviting you onto the rocks. But maybe you could talk about, you know, if you can, in retrospect, what the hunch is towards that conceptual imagery, and whether you think it's actually had an advantageous result in the project.
So in like whether or not it like represented actually the geode space or no? Is that right?
Well, why the notion of a geode space was important to you.
Okay, gotcha.
And whether its representation, I mean, there's places like there, for instance, where you know, the problem with the metaphor is when the metaphor becomes a guiding, you know, de facto principle, it leads you into kind of formal maneuvers which might result in places which are verging on uninhabitable.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
For example, the thing that seemed most powerful about that space is actually the thing you didn't render as well. Like you have it full of trees, and the thought that you come into it and you're kind of in the tree canopy seems more interesting than the jagged facade. The difference seems quite lovely of a geode, but Chris is saying at some level that, you know, by following the metaphor literally to make it jagged on one side and not on the other, that might have taken you to a path that's less interesting than some of the other aspects of the project, like that it's, you know, you're in the trees on the inside.
Gotcha.
I would like to say I like the pits.
Thank you.
Maybe stop right here just for a second, because this is a section drawing, and it strangely to me looks more like an elevation. I mean, I know it's a section, but I wonder if it's because in Rhino, if you're, I don't know if you're using the clipping plane to generate sections, or, I mean, I've noticed just in general that sections, when students are working in Rhino, don't really capture the quality that I think sections can really capture. So for instance, in this space in here, I would expect if you are, I don't know if you are cutting through those stairs, maybe you're not, but I would expect to understand more clearly in the section drawing. I can see that over here you've done that. Sorry, over here. I mean, to me that looks more section-like, but I wonder if there's an opportunity that gets missed if the drawings, especially in your case, the section drawings, don't illuminate more clearly the actual proposition that you have. I mean, I don't know if this resonates at all, and maybe
Yeah,
it doesn't.
I got you. That might clear it up. It's because it's cut. The section's cut down the middle right here. So the only place that it actually cuts through the building is through that top space.
Oh, I see.
So that's why it's kind of like that. And so the reason like why that was that is so we could get this kind of hit like space. Because whenever I did cut it through here,
I see.
I didn't get the center space. So that's why. Sorry about that
Okay,
clarification.
I see. Now I get it. If you go back to the earlier drawing where you're looking at the plan again, when I first saw the double loaded corridor, this one will do fine. What I imagined is double loaded corridors, if they're really long, and sometimes they are, they're really, really, really long. The first thing I think of in terms of a diagram is it's like the kind of beads on the necklace idea, you know, where that somehow there has to, you have an, I think there is an urge to cut it so that there's an orientation that goes against this orientation. If you look at this part of your project, of course you do it in this way, which is, you know, I think really lovely, coming in to the centers in this kind of bigger way, which I think could be, you know, I think this could be quite nice the way you're entering. And actually, I think all of this could also be quite wonderful coming in and then through this way. But when I saw the double loaded corridor, that's the first thing I thought in really simplistic terms is, and of course it has ramifications, because if this is darkest in here, you wonder, how can I split that open? And maybe that's where the analogy of the geode might help, where just the idea of splitting or cracking open to allow for things like light, and what's already talked about, ventilation as well. But that's all I have to say about this.
I think that's a really good point, Elizabeth. And the truth is, I mean, you know, there's obviously I think we sometimes suffer from the idea of thinking that when we're aiming for something which is efficient, that we're trying to be optimal. And I think that's not a good habit to get into. You know, we're not necessarily looking for the optimal. But for instance, I've got a double loaded corridor here. I make a breezeway here, and I come into these 3 units here and here. I've lost very little floor area. I mean, if I amortize that across the whole, you know, I'd lose, I don't know, 3 units or something. And then I do the same thing I suggested here. It might have something to do with coming out of the elevator. So I do the same thing here, and I lose that unit, but I get a bigger unit here. And I don't know, I do it again here. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you played that through, and although it doesn't give you that pure, you know, cross section where, you know, there's ventilation that's coming from here to here. As I say, if I did that, each of these units, even though it's on a double loaded corridor, would get ventilation from here to here and from here to here. And it would make it an immense amount of difference. And it wouldn't have to be much larger necessarily than a slightly more convivial corridor, if that's what you wanted. And it would enliven the relationship back to the courtyard. So I think, but again, you have to present yourself with what you understand to be the kind of architectural spatial challenges. And, just by saying that you have a double loaded corridor, it's like, okay, you've got some heavy lifting to do. We have to do better than that. Just using that as a default and assuming that it's good enough, and then all you have to do is have a distance between this means of escape and that means of escape, and we're done. But I think, little incisions of space, I don't know enough about your building code, because the next question would be, if I say that I can make an incision here, and I can go in here and in here, immediately, is there enough distance to have glazing on those elevations? And then, whatever this distance is obviously comes into question because of building code issues. But notwithstanding the devil in the detail, I think there's some kind of strategic logics that could enliven the basic diagram that you have here. And the other basic idea of the big linear courtyard that joins the urban to the natural, I think is a very strong idea.
Yeah,
I do too, and I like the idea of that the exterior of the building has a different, in a way, a different function. It has a whole other set of jobs to do than how you've envisioned the interior. And I think that's actually quite promising, that these the exterior envelope, the exterior orientation, I suppose we could probably talk more if we had more time. We could talk about these elevations and how they address, like, for instance, 24th Street and the other sides. And then how the interior space is understood relative to the exterior envelope. I think there could be, I think there is, or there's in the DNA of this project, a richness in that way that I would love to see it developed.
Yeah, and it's funny in many ways that was a focus of much of Daniel's efforts. And I agree completely. I mean, it's certainly like this drawing, one yearns for it to see past the building and in both directions as well. But I do think there's great success in the, as you say, the DNA of it. I was going to suggest, Daniel, that like one of the things that you and many of your classmates, I think, need to find a way to work through, and I'll stop picking on Rhino, but I think it's a different set of documents, is ways to interrogate the building through your drawing. So like, is the courtyard wide enough? Like, is how does this address the street and things like that? And I feel like there's a very good building in here. In fact, I think a very appropriate one that's a little bit buttoned up on the streets, although intriguing, and that addresses, I mean, you didn't mention it, but right across the street from this is the tennis courts, right? Like, there's a kind of there is quite a beautiful southern prospect. It's kind of a good neighbor in many ways, and then has this whole wonderful world on the inside that you address both by connecting it to the kind of green belt, but also in this grand stair to the outdoors. I think there are many things that speak in its favor, but it would be nice to be using your documents to test a little bit more. You didn't talk about it, but I do think there are other kinds of successes in the back of Daniel's brain that in a drawing like this, you can't tell if it's intentional or not, but just talking through some of the ways in which you might construct this to actually get that kind of thinness, was not unintentional. One didn't see it in the sections, but we talked through how that might be a kind of unusual and interesting way to build something. I apologize, but we need to go on to the last project so that we can finish. Go ahead.
Just one passing comment, but the other thing is like we generally in architecture and culture in general, and schools of architecture in particular, favor a kind of clarity and a kind of explicitness. And, you know, I look at your project and I think about the scale of the interior courtyard, for instance, and we assume that there's a kind of symmetry between having a double loaded corridor on one wing and a double loaded corridor on the other. Just for a moment, and I know again, this is not in the favor of optimization or even efficiency, but you imagine if one of the wings was single loaded, and then you decided where that single loaded corridor would be. Maybe it's to the south, which also acts as a kind of sunscreen to that particular prospect. But it would open up that corridor that at the moment does feel a little bit constrained. And it might even allow you on the double loaded side to go another floor up, for instance, you know. So there's, I think that follows on from Kevin's comment, but you know, like once you've got the thing up and running, you can push it around a bit, and sounds like a kind of rude thing to say about projects, but you can test it to destruction. It's like, okay, well, if I said it was, you know, can I get the same number of units if I add a floor of the double loaded and take off what I lose for one round of by making it single loaded? And where would I make that terrace that's single loaded? Would it be part of the courtyard or part of another exterior? Anyway, just a good reminder that, you know, you got to, I think, a really significant project, and you have to be confident enough to kick it around.
Yeah, it's exactly the point I was thinking of when I mentioned that thing about testing and measuring. Like the thing that becomes clear is that courtyard is just too thin, you know, I think. And so given how the options, like how do we make it wider? And it seems like, well, one side can't be double loaded. And if you need a certain number of units, what are the other ways to do it? And maybe that allows you to have floor through units, and you have the smaller ones, like a unit that could be a studio or a one bedroom, maybe could afford to have a one prospect, but the larger ones might not. And I think like one wouldn't get to that point without having gotten through this. And it's one of the, it always strikes me as one of the kind of sad things about this point in the semester. Like students have done the hard work of getting it to this point, and this actually starts to be the fun part, where, you know, where you introduce an irritant in the way sand irritates an oyster, and you get something unexpected, you know, because try as we might, we can't get that courtyard in the middle to be wide enough. So we had to radically change something, like one side becomes just single loaded or something. But, you know, I agree with the sort of sentiments that there is quite a significant project here, you know, and it's big. And frankly, it is the project that is very hard to solve, and that, you know, without making redundant circulations and things that tend not to be in the realm of reality from most of these kinds of complexes. Like, how do you turn that into something more special? So, but you're muted, Chris, I think.
I just wanted to follow up from the comment you were making about Rhino models, and I think Elizabeth said something as well. My experience is that if I draw a graph starting here at 0, 0, the amount of energy invested in making the model goes like that, and the likelihood of making changes goes like that. And you know, I think there's, at least in my school, it's something I try and get the design media people to build into the program, is there's a workflow issue. It's like making a very quick Rhino model and being able to do just wireframe perspectival drawings to test out spatial issues quite early on is great. Transferring that into Revit early on, maybe not so great. Being able to do a sketch on the back of an envelope when you're sitting next to a potential client in an airplane, very important. And so you have all these media that you're working with, and it's trying to understand how they go together. And you know, I would say learning the art of artfulness of making beautiful plans and sections when you're only doing that in design is different than using them as formative and exploratory documents. So anyway, that's just an overarching comment about architectural education at the moment. But But I think it's one that we neglect a little bit. If maybe Daniel could speak to that, about the way in which these different media segue into one another and sometimes overlap and have a kind of iterative necessity.
But not letting Daniel answer that, I want to make sure we have time for the last project. So, but no, but I agree wholeheartedly. And Kayla, do you want to finish off this session? This is Kayla, who we're jumping a little bit and going further south. What did this end? Monty Python, now for something completely different.
Okay. Hello, my name is Kayla Wynn, and I worked on the final lot of this more urban proposal for West Campus. And this is my proposal for the faculty housing and on the southern lot of the area, which, hold on, here. As I kind of partly touched on, we really wanted to focus on activating the streets in West Campus. And for me, this really meant facilitating a more vibrant pedestrian experience. So located underneath the courts is parking to allow people to park their cars there and then walk to wherever they need to go in West Campus. And then there's the tennis center and kind of a pavilion space to kind of mark the entrance into this lot and into the large public space that is the tennis courts. And from there, there's almost a gradient of overlapping spaces with, or as it moves towards more smaller scale, semi-public spaces, even more private spaces that are the balconies for the apartment spaces there. And this law also mediates between the more dense parts of West Campus, as I kind of talked about before, and the natural environment of Peace Park. And for this law, it also works with the single family residences that kind of occur here along Shoal Creek. And so this is my lot that I worked on. I decided to rearrange the courts to kind of better follow the slope of the lot as it gets steeper, moving south towards Lamar. And this was done to start divide up the hill to these steps and plaza-like spaces. And the apartments towards the south fan down towards along the curved street of Shoal Creek, following those major retaining walls from the tennis courts that cut through the lot from one side to the other. And these units are angled in various ways to make the most of the view for each unit. So whether that be to Peace Park beyond this way, or the courts, or maybe the street, or this small green space right outside their window. And the public sphere of this lot is marked with the brick showing how the public space kind of slips through the lot and connects everything together. And this brick even follows through the apartments and the circulation spaces for each building. And so this kind of acts as a path for people to pass through the apartments and enter the various public spaces that occur beyond. And so here is that main circulation space of the center building that goes through the apartments facing eastwards up the hill. And this just shows how it steps downwards towards 24th Street to the left, creating this long pathway that kind of cuts through the tennis courts and provides an area for people either to wait for their turn to use a court or just to sit and hang around. And in this basically brick passageway, there are these cantilevering stairs here that leaves a space open to make it feel more like an area divide in the apartment building that people can pass through. And then here is showing a cut facing westwards down the hill and cutting through the units. Here you can see how the floors are divided and kind of how the units are interlocked. So there's two sides of it, one facing Shoal Creek and the other facing the tennis courts. The first two floors are filled with these double-heighted space units that has a lofted bedroom. So there's one unit here and one unit here. And then the top two floors features a double bedroom, lofted space here, and then a studio apartment that's tucked underneath that. Here you can also see how the center area of the building kind of acts as a more denser core of the whole building with that brick masonry. And it kind of provides all the services and programs that the residents needs, like the bathrooms and closets and such. And then as you move outwards towards the view on either side, it becomes more open and airy and kind of flexible for the residents. And then here, a cross section going through the denser parts of each unit through the brick, highlighting the staircases, as well as the vaulting that is there to make this entrance area of the units feel more like it's carved and more heavy. And then you can also see the three different circulation spaces that go through and kind of group these units together. And the main one being the middle one here that goes through to the tennis courts. And this is the ground floor plan of the middle building showing that first floor of the lofted apartments. And these blocks of the units are in are grouped according to the circulation spaces that they talked about before. And you can also see here the density of the intersection of the units where the entrance is, using these masonry walls to hold and facilitate the different services and leaving the rest of the living space to be more flexible and open for the residents to kind of have freedom to do whatever they want with. And the difference is also marked with by material changing from a concrete floor to a softer wooden floor in that area. And then here's just showing the different units that are occurring in the upper floors. So looking at that same block that we cut through before, the 1-bedroom loft apartment, and then the studio apartment on the 3rd floor, and then the 2-bedroom apartment that takes up the 3rd and 4th floor. And then here is a render highlighting that in-between brick pathway that kind of cuts all the way across in between the courts to 24th Street, and also showing some of the green space people have access to. And then here is an interior render highlighting that contrast as you move from the carved and more dense space of the unit into the more open and flexible living space with the view. And that is my presentation.
Would you mind moving over to one of the plans maybe that shows the overall context or something, or section or something?
Yeah, it is a beautiful plan. It's really it's a fantastic concept. Like at first, like from the when you show the master plan layout, it can be very quickly problematic when you just in a way like take away like solids and you bit like shift them back and forth, because like you get just like niched outdoor spaces and then you do like a super interesting trick that you in a way don't read as volumetric but actually linear, and for this kind of like softening the shells, or like you establish like a layered plan with different transparency. So like this actually is likewise quite advanced in that you formally you begin like to coordinate several kind of spatial motifs, no? That you have first like you take like a hardened spine, but then in a way like you establish a kind of layering in a plan, and it's also like you link this programmatically. So from the plan it's like it's very great. Maybe one tip for the materials. With bricks, of course, is always so expensive, and like anyhow, one is like they just glue this kind of prefab stuff on the walls, which is only environmentally like problematic, that you forget the isolation, all this shit. But most is actually, why not using 3D printing for that? They begin now in Austin to build 3D printed houses, which you sell now, or like just because we also search at the moment, like you can buy them already on the market. And I could imagine that, so you have all this problem with 3D prints that you can't just, because the arm is just like actually with radial. So that means also for ceiling, like that's, I think, like a very contemporary translation in a very low material, low cost, low cost kind of access for materials, which you could like, this is nice when you have these walls. Imagine that you have this really like also into the living rooms, and you develop more the skeletal also like a further on in a way, not only taking this for the hard spines, but when you begin 3 dimension to dissolve that in a way more. It's so there's also where it stops a bit, that with the rendering they're not yet there, no? Like this doesn't, it's too hard, just simply, no? Like also that.
Okay.
Well, I appreciate the idea of inhabiting Caswell tenants' course. I mean, I really, I have always loved this site with the tennis courts there, and this edge, especially this little strip of grass that's always existed right here along this edge. I have always thought that there's like some potential, and maybe it's because of the other side of this Shoal Creek Boulevard, this little bit of street here. Maybe it's these houses here. Our daughters went to preschool. I think it was either here or here. So I'm familiar with this little street and with those tennis courts, and I think what you've done is really quite nice. I like it a lot. There's probably some things I would consider. There was one of your renderings that was looking this way, or maybe it was through here looking that way. And I love the idea that you're moving from Shoal Creek here all to 24th Street. And I even like that you're kind of moving between the tennis courts. I could imagine people playing tennis and, you know, being a part of that world here. One of the renders looked a little desolate though, and it felt a little like I wanted to imagine designing this space a little more, and maybe it was just the nature of that particular render, but it was it's like somehow imagining, and maybe you don't have room to do it because of the tennis courts, but in keeping with this idea of moving down, and even the formal configuration of the diagram you've created, I wonder, and maybe it doesn't make sense because they're tennis courts, so maybe at its heart it doesn't really work. But I could imagine maybe, you know, like strolling through here while they're playing tennis or watching, or I actually really also liked the image, although it's very bizarre, but I kind of liked it, of sitting in your own unit with the tennis courts in the background. And I wondered what that would be like hearing, do I hear the balls like going back and forth? And is it like the roosters that crow in the neighborhood? And I don't know what I like it or not like it. I don't know. I think it's like a super interesting idea, and really worth like developing. I'm very intrigued by it.
Would you mind going to maybe a ground floor plan?
Yeah.
So one thing which is just a kind of passing observation is that the clarity of the kind of symmetry of the plan, of course, is going to be completely discombobulated when you go to the pairs of units on to the north and to the south. And so, you know, that might be worth testing out.
Okay.
Is one observation.
Mm-hmm.
Could we go to a section?
Yes.
Could you explain the logic of the canted glazing?
For the edges here?
The angle glazing.
Yeah, I haven't thought about it too much, but I was thinking there's this kind of steel frames that kind of hold the glazing in place, and then also kind of the wood flooring. There is kind of be like something that catches the glazing here. But yeah, I don't really know much.
Why you're doing it in that shape? Like, why would you cant it, for example?
Oh, okay. Because these units are the end portion, I wanted it to be more of the flexible spaces contrasting with the inner ones, kind of giving it the angle and using these different pieces that kind of mark the differences, kind of make it feel more thin and give it that kind of more airy feeling versus having that kind of a straighter glazing that goes there. And
Well, okay, well, I guess that's an answer. Anyway, I would point to that particular part of the section to maybe do a little bit more homework. Because in this section, there's going to be some lateral structure that goes from, as it were, party wall to party wall. Like somewhere in here, there's some structure which is going this way.
Okay.
Anyway, it's kind of a small point, but it seems mannered, and the extent to which partly it reminds me of some of the Patcow's work, and you do the shapely roof, and then this would typically come at 90 degrees, and but it would have a structural logic that underpinned it. And particularly in these relatively modest units you have, I mean, you would want to occupy some of that. You know, like there might be a bridge that comes across to a sleeping platform here, and that would come out further. And I don't know, there might be a little balcony there, or it just seems like the elaboration of the section, when you start to think about it being occupied, might be a little bit clearer.
Okay.
And I guess the other question I have, which is back to an earlier discussion we had about like presuming that things might actually be built out of brick. And you can make structure which is distinct from stick frame construction, but how is it distinct, and is it distinct because of a kind of expressive role, or is it distinct because of the structure and kind of what's the word, expeditious role, or?
Yeah, for that area.
Sorry, I just say, when I look at the plan, it seems as if there's, and this is where I would ask you to look at, you know, if I go back to the site plan, and there's this cluster of this very dense, you know, heavy structure in the middle that carries all of the services and things. And it's extremely handy in the portion that you show us that it's got a symmetry. It's paired across the common access ways. But of course, to the north and south, that doesn't happen. It's single loaded, and in the heavy thing would be at the end of one unit and the far end of the other unit. So it's just, I guess, just a kind of maybe a question of clarification of how do you imagine that heavy stuff operates, and does it need to be made out of masonry construction, or what?
When I was looking at it, I definitely was imagining, because with the masonry, like I talked about earlier, you get like those vaulted spaces, and really making it kind of the way that the thick walls would kind of shape the spaces with some curves, and trying to make it feel more of like a spatial difference, where it feels like we were more like carved into an area. And kind of, I thought of using the brick in those walls, so it would be here where all the entrances are, kind of making it feel just more dense and almost cave-like, I think is what I was going for, just with my choice of brick.
So there's two questions, one of which is, do you literally imagine it being load-bearing brick?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, for instance, in this section, we should be able to see those vaults.
Okay. The vaulting, I think it's might have just been where I cut it, but it was mostly in the entrance where the staircase is, which is why the ceiling is lower here, where it cuts through the vault that gets lower. But
you'd see them in elevation behind too, Caleb, right?
Okay.
You're cutting through the middle of it, and then it's going, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, with shading, I think, like, because it was also with depth a lot, like shading would be good in a section. But also sections are usually like trees, or like buildings are like trees. No? Like means like a section a building has roots. Like there's also like one of the maybe like earlier studies, like also think that you stop the building at some floor. No?
Yeah. Okay.
Well, this is just a problem of knowledge, and Kayla's interest is getting kind of, it's pushing up against what she knows, and actually every time you draw it, it gets better. But it's true. This was the first time we've seen like this section other than our sketches, and but I think the intention, and correct me if I'm wrong, is to try and figure out that a way where there would be this load-bearing thing that in 100 years that's left and the other stuff is blown away, and that might have a kind of gravity, literally and phenomenally, and the other things, or metaphorically, and the other things might sort of dance a little lighter on it. But I think wrestling with how to draw that and trying to get out of the 3D model would be helpful. That's where real models would actually have been more helpful for this.
There's maybe one issue generally what I noticed with the drawings, that usually you don't consider isolation or any kind of like environmental interventions, or especially when I look here to roof, but also previous projects that there's not any layer with isolation, and would highly recommend not recommend, like really please consider us in your detailing that actually we should build much more. Like we should change our way to construct simply.
Okay.
No, and I don't know where you are in your kind of environmental controls classes and whatnot, but you can't draw a little. That's probably at least twice as large as that. You can have glazing like this, but you have to think of where it's fixed and triple glazed and where it's not. And this sad, cold hard truth that I tell my students all the time is, your generation is not allowed to design the Farnsworth house. Your generation has to be absolutely committed to making the kinds of reconciliation between energy consumption and aesthetics that we have never traditionally, or I shouldn't say never, but for 150 years, we have not been tethered to. And I think it's a struggle, and it's a particular struggle that your generation faces, but you can't walk away from it. And so when you draw these great big expanses of glazing, you have to remember that that has to be balanced. If that's there, it probably means every other external surface on your building is closed. So this idea that a glazed system can turn back on itself, it's extremely unlikely that you would, if you did the math, that you would be allowed to.
Okay.
So it's, as I say, I'm sympathetic. My generation were the generation that had all of the warnings, knew all of the problems, and as architects, we screwed up and we turned, what we would now call a green agenda into being something esoteric and a kind of hair shirt, kind of Protestant moral position that was never going to be accepted by the mainstream. But your generation, you have no choice. You're the people who are going to make this work. So I know you're only at the end of your second year, but those issues should be ever present in your design consideration.
Okay.
I think actually one of the kind of key lessons to learn from that, Kayla, in a project such as yours, is having started to make this distinction that there's a spatial difference in the way you start to articulate the building fabric between, shall we say, the masonry heavy stuff that's kind of grounded, bound to the earth through gravity, and this other stuff that wants to fly, is that you move directly into some kind of technical things. Like how would that hold itself up? And how would that, so rather than looking towards a, shall we say, an unusual space, like, putting in an angle like that, that you might think about the technical way in which you might construct something like that so it feels light, so that it feels kind of airy, and starts to answer the kind of technical concerns of, in this case, less about heat transfer, because that's not the problem we have in Austin, but heat gain through sunlight, right? And that there would be a distinction between the west side and the north side, and that you might start to imagine shading, and then how that might become, you might maximize the use of the space with that, like the kind of terraces or things that Chris was suggesting. But I think that the knee-jerk reaction to imagine, shall we say, a freer space having a freer geometry is less interesting in that way than it is in starting to think about the technical considerations of how you might build it in a way that would feel lighter and feel freer. I personally like the roof shape very much, although I hate that you've kind of connected it here. But I feel like the glazing becomes this kind of very important element. And when the structural situation changes from one that bears on the walls to one that's flying, like, are there columns, or are there cantilevering beams, or like there's a whole other interest in this that should be things that are you are excited to get to. And what I have to say I've appreciated about seeing the project evolve has been, it started out being quite mundane as a series of boxes that just moved a little bit along that curve. And then you started to think about the kind of concerns of how does it engage the view, or how does it literally engage the landscape of this semi-public space of the tennis courts, or the semi-public space of the street on the outside. And then how might the kind of structural considerations of like holding itself up might actually start to change the nature of the spaces. And I feel like as you've gotten more and more interested in the complexities endemic to the project, it has evolved in a way that's sort of less willful. I can't remember the term Chris used, but willful is the one I'm remembering. Where it's just like, oh, well, let's make it a funny shape, as opposed to like, this is a space that can be free and let in light elsewhere. So the roof might be a butterfly, and these other ones start to get a little more compressed. And as you're thinking about heating and cooling, those things will only make it richer. So I applaud you for embracing these things, and just like, I have this great desire for you to have this knowledge so that it will improve your projects and you don't have to rely on shape.
But I think like could be very great if it's non-tempered. It could actually work. You could tell, I need a thin roof because it's heating so much up the air on the top that then I get such a contrast that I'm in a way open just a little gap, and it's
absolutely
looking up to the. So you have to really to foster your imagination how you enable such spaces, but with actually the performance, no?
And actually this is quite correct. Like, she's actually thinning the roof out to do with like where you need insulation and where you don't, and imagining that all of the servicing is going to come from the thick part, although we haven't really made accommodations for it yet, but that there would be forced air or something like that happening there. But it's like the window wall is incredibly important in this, and it's something that actually you see it most problematically in the renderings, but you see it in the section too, that it's just big huge pieces of glass. And
also, and it may be attached to the heavier construction where the circulation is and not the surfaces. But this is like a classic example of where you want some kind of natural thermal flue.
That you mean Daniel was just
yeah, that you
but also from the lower floor.
Yes.
Right. And you have something, and that can also, even in the winter in Austin, you may want to stop that.
Those kind of things you see in the Arabic countries and things, with sort of natural thermal flues, and it would be perfect, this sort of mass for that. I feel like it has all the makings of a beautiful passive house, and just the way I feel like this has become quite elegant, because you say, oh, I need insulation here so it's thicker. I feel like making the gestures from a knowledge point of view, from trying to have the sort of flow of air, just imagining how you shade, imagining how you hold things up, will just make them more purposeful. Kant had this whole argument about aesthetics, that things are more beautiful when they are purposeful. That's why we like engines, right? Because even if we don't understand how they work, we have some sense that there's a reason for it. And I think the more willful, like, it starts to feel just mannered. But I think there's a huge amount of accomplishment. And seeing where you began this, Kayla, like, I'm very happy to see the level of resolution and accomplishments. And while we didn't talk about it a lot, I actually think the way you changed the project more recently to really engage the tennis courts, like in the masonry walls that they're holding back the kind of terracing and moving into your project is really a kind of lovely thing. Oh, and Chris, you should mention that's a good point.
Oh, I think I don't know where you are in your kind of environmental controls and passive controls. Anyway, there's a house by an architect called Judith Chafee that has a solar flue on some concrete block, load-bearing structure. And it represents the kind of old Frank Lloyd Wright notion or Victorian notion of the hearth, but it actually is a solar flue that ventilates the house, and it's in Arizona, so it's a even hotter and nastier climate than yours.
It would be a great one to look up from a wonderful not very well known architect, Judith Chafee, no longer extant, but that one's documented though. Can't you find the Gates Pass house, Chris?
I'll look for it. Anyway, I mean, I honestly, I say to my students over and over again, is like, yours is a generation to figure this out. And don't take it lightly. I mean, take it as a challenge, but also take it on.
Okay.
Yeah. I know it's funny. I agree entirely, and what's irritating is in the immediate knee-jerk reaction is to look at things like Passive House, which actually makes very little sense in an Austin environment. Where the issues are less about distinction in sort of temperature between inside and outside, because at the worst here, maybe it's 30 degrees. It's not like Chicago where there might be 100 degrees delta between inside and outside. But like the issues here actually have to do with sun gain, and so and just insulating a wall isn't actually the best way to deal with that. But it gives us great freedom.
I could never figure out in Austin where you needed to put a vapor barrier, if you needed to put one at all.
We still debate that.
Yeah.
It's still in debate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, I should let these guys go. And we're going to pick up again with the last group of four at what is it, at 3. Thank you very much, Elizabeth and Daniel. Chris, thank you as always. We will see you again in 20 minutes.
Good to see you, Elizabeth.
You too, Chris. I hope I see you in person next year. Yeah.
Well, we all
hope so. I hope
long to be in motion.
Yeah.
Someone said, there's a former student of mine who came and did some reviews. She's just become the director of the Danish office in Los Angeles. And she would say, no, I've been in Los Angeles for 10 years and this is the longest I've ever been here. And I said, this is the longest I've ever been in one place for a year since I was 11.
Yes, I understand. Yeah.
So it's for a generation who are used to having this privilege of relatively inexpensive travel. It's been a tough time.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's nice to see you even in this
Yes.
constrained format.
You too. You too.
Daniel, do you want to just make some passing comments about workflow and different media?
Workflow. Maybe more like what I learned from my teachers was a section is a dancing line, or is a dance.
Yeah.
So, anything with digital, it's the only good thing, or like what I like, the only thing why I went into digital is like because it makes things dance.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm not actually, and this is like what most like you let too much the tool be in a way indoctrinating on you, and you say, hey, because this command is going like so, it's already called a command. I mean, wants to take commands, and this you should a bit reflect as a student, and then this turns into completely, which enables you. It should empower you, and that's a bit the challenge at the moment. That mostly it's not like what you see with these cuts and so on with this automated.
No, the section is the key, I think. You guys notice it's kind of like a design media 101 class that John Bracken used to teach at MIT. And the book of it is called Conversations with Form. And it's certainly among my colleagues, people don't look at it much because it's got a lot of references to ancient architecture, vernacular architecture. I mean, it's an MIT kind of product, and it's not all, kind of typical quasi-modern stuff, although there is lots of modern architecture in it. I mean, there's beautiful sections of the Schindler beach house, for instance. But he has a series of drawing exercises. And the first one is just there's a wall, and you make an opening in the wall. And he basically argues that you can do, and then you do another one and another one. And he says, once you get past about 5 permutations, you're just embroidering. You're not discovering anything new. And he goes through a series. So the first one is just let's go through a wall. And then there's another one, which is let's do the cross section. Another one, which is let's do the long section. But I just came across it recently, but it's a pretty great book. And I think like my first year students that I've just finished teaching, it's one of the books that I'm recommending for them to read over the summer. But it's a great book. I would recommend it for the people who teach Design Media 1, but also for students who are coming into the program, if they need a list of 3 or 4 books to look at.
Oh, nice. Nice. I'll check it out. I'll look for it.
Have a look at it and see what you think. But you have to slightly take aside a kind of formal prejudice.
Yeah.
But it has sections where it says, like they'll do the cross section, and then he'll show you half a dozen examples through history and across idiom, which have to do where the cross section is favored. And like he's, smart, interesting person.
Yeah, nice.
Anyway, thought I'd mention that. Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, that's great. And with Andres Minucci too, who's very smart.
Yeah, that was so. It's a Bracken and a couple of guests of probably teaching assistants at the time.
Yeah.
Nice. Nice. Really nice.
Fascinating.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah. See you in
Take
4.
care.
Hopefully.
Take care. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Kevin.
I'll see you in 10 minutes or something.
Projects. Yeah.
Thanks, Daniel. Thanks, Elizabeth. See you in a few minutes, Chris. I wish I could buy you a coffee. Oh, you're muted.
That's okay. And I'll hang around. We can have a visit afterwards.
Oh, good. Good. Thanks. Chris, it feels like I saw you just a minute ago.
Hello, Kevin. How are you? Yeah, I got in, just jumped in to start getting a little familiarized with studio, but well,
nice to meet you. Thank you. You look familiar. Have we met before?
I was thinking about that. I know you. I know your work, and I'm a good fan of your work. I really appreciate it. And I've been around Austin. I was invited by Cisco to teach an international studio that didn't go through because of COVID, and probably we ran by when I was around there. I don't know, but
but well, it's nice to meet you now. So, are you here in Austin? Are you in
right? No, actually, I was supposed to be in Querétaro, but I'm in Acapulco in a family vacation. So maybe my technologies don't work so well, but hopefully everything runs fine.
Fantastic. We should all be there.
Yeah, you should.
Well, welcome. It's nice to see you. I think we were waiting for oh no, Matt looks like he might be here, or there's Matt. So I think it's the three of us. I don't know if any of you know each other, but and certainly my students don't necessarily. Well, you might know Matt. On my screen on the bottom, that's Matt Ficus, who is an associate professor with us, who's the director of our sustainable design program, and has a practice. MF architecture in town, successful practice. You have not taught this level, I think, yet, Matt, right? Or do you know?
No, that's correct. They'll be in my construction 4 class one year from now, next spring.
Lucky that. And then I obviously just met Pancho. I don't know how to pronounce your last name. I'm sorry.
It's typically we'd say Garduño, but I find it says Garduno. It's perfect.
Okay, Garduño. Forgive me for massacring.
No worries.
So, what I know about you, though, aside for having gotten your Master of Architecture and Urban Design from the Harvard GSD, is that you've taught for some years at the Monterey Institute of Technology in Querétaro, and they have a firm called G3 Arquitectos, whose work I also know. In fact, I remember that work from I think from the Biennale in Quito. Did you guys submit some things to that? I feel like I saw some of that work in that. No.
Yeah, we were in Quito in 12-14, and we were in Venice in 12-16.
And then who's been with us all day, my friend Chris McDonald from the University of British Columbia, who is the reason that I'm still stuck in Austin. I came down here because he was teaching here, and then he left me here. He's an extraordinary architect and critic and author and teacher in Vancouver, and is joining us now from the Great White North.
Very nice to meet you, Chris.
Good to see you.
So,
good to see you, Matt.
Matt and Pancho, I don't know if you have read any of the materials. I know they were not terribly helpful. We didn't talk about this before, and the students will explain it more. But Chris, forgive me for the redundancy. This studio is the first time I've taught the undergraduates in their current sequence. Certainly, first time I've taught in many years, and one of the I guess the major differences in their 4th semester is really in many ways the first semester. Many of them have dealt with issues in architecture beyond the articulation of an artifact, and so this studio was deemed the kind of urban studio, and it was the kind of general notion is that. Larger concerns of a city and of a place, of a circumstance, might have some consequence on and relate to the way in which one designs a building. It's traditionally been a larger project to do with the example I used earlier was I think that many classes have used things like the planned submersion of I-35 and what happens to Austin as that goes down, and how does the kind of city grow in that direction or back and forth. I wanted it to be something, particularly at this moment of COVID, where the students knew an area they knew well, like West Campus. So we've been focusing on West Campus We spent the first half of the semester looking at all of West Campus, and I don't know how long you've been around Austin, but they changed the zoning a few years ago from an area that had always, or for many years, held housed students, but it used to be sort of 3-story walk-ups with a parking space required for every bedroom and relatively low density, to something that radically reduced the parking requirements and radically increased the height and density available, where in many places you can build a 300-foot tall tower. And they have built, it's changed radically in just the last few years. After looking at this and knowing it intimately, its problems and its whatever might be nice about it, I gave them a site on the western edge of this that encompasses I provided a little map before. I guess I could pull it up again, but you'll see in a moment. The kind of right where the city grid meets the topography of Shoal Creek, where the Caswell tennis courts are, and they have a few blocks where, as a group, they spent a week designing a kind of master plan, and then each student chose a kind of portion of that to develop more. There were 2 different master plans. We're back to the kind of first one, Chris, that we saw in the morning, and we'll see 4 projects. The first student will explain the larger agenda, but I should say that there's that they were encouraged to kind of choose projects where they could explore their own interests, but the overarching program was one of faculty housing, along with a student hostel, with the general notion that as Austin has become much more expensive, the requirement for the university to provide housing for its faculty is more and more important, just to attract the kind of faculty that the university wants to have. And this is that moment in the city where the area that is principally understood as student-oriented, the West Campus area on the to the east of Shoal Creek, segues into a very Tony single-family neighborhood of Pemberton. Anyway, with that, we have about a half an hour to talk about each, 4 projects each, 2 hours. And I think we might just get started. I think I don't have my schedule in front of me. I think were we starting with you, Carolyn? And then, and do you have the documents up to explain the site?
Yeah.
Great. So if you could just spend just a few minutes, 2-3 minutes or 5 minutes explaining what your group sort of agenda was, and both the formal moves and the sort of idea, and then focus on your project, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah. And then also, so I'm presenting on this thing called a Miro board. I don't know if any of y'all have used it, but I'm going to put up the link in the chat so you can look at my drawings while I'm presenting.
Great.
If tell me if that link doesn't work, but
I think they've also had access to your drawings through the box.
okay, perfect. Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So hi, I'm Caroline, and I am going to just start talking about the project and proposal that we started looking at for West Campus. So this is kind of like just a rough diagram of what we talked about when we were like developing this proposal. And as a group, we really like wanted to focus on bringing like a hearth or like a community gathering space to West Campus and like to bring the faculty together. And so we ended up developing this boomerang like shape garden, and we organized all of our buildings and all of the architecture around it. And then we have the tennis courts over here. So this is, for context, this is like Shoal Creek. This long road is 24th, and then you have North Lamar going around the curve. And basically we just organized it really focusing on this green belt. And we separated it, this area would be like townhomes. The areas on the corners would be like larger scale apartment complexes. And then over here would be like the student hostel and a little more faculty housing. And then we have a parking garage underneath the tennis courts. So yeah, so the part that I decided to focus in on is this little area right here, which is kind of the corner of the whole project, and I personally think it's the best spot. Very biased of me, but I think it's because it really connects like the green belt to these tennis courts, and it's kind of like the integral piece that connects the whole site together and creates like a sense of unity. And so I started that was like my main goal, was to bring a connection between both sides, because 24th like created like a strict like separation between these two sides of our site. And so I really wanted to bring a connection. So what I did is, hold on, so how I did this is my ground floor plan. I brought the green space into the building, and I kind of use the landscape to invade my building. I separated it into 3 sections based on function. So this area right here is the hostel. I also took the student hostel with faculty housing. So I separated into 3 areas. This would be the student hostel. This is like a community gathering space where people can gather, read books, just commune together. And then we have faculty housing on the back. And I really wanted to make it be the corner piece for the whole site. And so I brought the landscape through, and I messed around and analyzed, looking at the green space and the interaction between private to public spaces. This area down here would be more private spaces for the faculty, and this area up here would be more public spaces just for the on-passing community. And then I wanted to use the community space as sort of like a transparency to connect to the tennis courts across the street, while still creating a strict boundary and creating privacy. And so I will explain that further in a second. So if you were walking down 24th, this is how you would view my building. Let me make sure it looks okay. There we go. This is how you would approach my building. And basically, as you can see, the green space goes right underneath the hostel. And it kind of just invites you in and wants you to draw near to it, but it also creates a sense of privacy because of the increasing height of it. And then there's a passageway that goes straight through to provide access. Yeah. And so, sorry, I have to wait for it to load. Here's some of my sections. A couple things to note. So as you can see, the green space goes up and then comes down, really to draw that line of privacy and then bring it back down and open it up for the faculty. And for my hostel, I included a skylight just to kind of bring a more sense of depth as they walk through, that there's sun coming down and it's not just a big looming mass on top of your head. Yes, and then this is just another section showing, this is just facing, if you're facing 24th, just again, the cut. And then I really was focusing on this courtyard and these green spaces. And I was just focusing on developing interesting spaces vertically and developing a separation between interior, exterior, private and public through these spaces. And so the top view is kind of at the peak, the highest part of the green space. And it's probably the most public space. And from here, you can have access to the community building. So you would go down the stairs and then go into the community building. So it's kind of a twisted way, because you're not in the building until you go down and then you go in, but you're kind of just, yeah. And then down here, this is just showing the more faculty, private how community space. And as you can see on the right, this is the community public building that I wanted to kind of make very transparent, so that it feels like you're being transferred straight through into the tennis courts, while still feeling a sense of privacy. And then this is more focused on the community building. So on the front facade, it's very solid, and then it opens up into this roof that extends, but it creates a sense of lightness again to highlight the transparency and like your, it's just like a small boundary between you and the green space on the other side. And this would also be another entrance for the faculty to get their housing. And so now, hold on, I'm gonna wait for this. Okay, so now I'm gonna talk about the faculty housing in the back just a little bit more in depth. So how I organized the back, I made this little diagram to try to explain it. So we looked it up, and for egress, you don't have to have access to two fire stairs if you have a minimum, oh, I don't remember the numbers. It's like, or a maximum of like 2 or 3 rooms access on certain floors. And so basically I used that and divided these light gray blocks into like 6 separate blocks and like different units inside, and have the stairs in red going up to access each unit. And then on the top, I used a single corridor, just like a penthouse kind of, that you can access from this stair or the opposite stair. So it has the 2 fire egress. And just to create like a unique like sense of movement and circulation that is not just like you go up, but there's like different unique places. And when I was doing a precedent on Peabody, and I really liked how they had like separate Peabody Terrace. I really liked that they had like separate units, or like 1 or 2 people had access to like their side of the unit. And so it created like a sense of like intimacy and like personalness with your community. And so, yeah, I really wanted to focus on that. And then this is just going back to my ground floor and just kind of looking at my plans more. I kind of already talked about this, but here, okay, hold on. So this one hasn't been loading, so I think I have to pull it up. Can y'all see my new screen?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So here, there we go. A little dark, but all. So here are some of my here are my floor plans. And so how I organize the hostel is the hostel intersects the community space like at this little rectangle, and that's where I had the circulation. So to enter, like the main entrance of the whole thing would be at this community space. You would enter, and then if you wanted to go into the hostel, you would climb up these stairs and then go to your corridors. And I just have it into a double corridor split up. And then how I organized the faculty housing is, so I really wanted each apartment and each unit to be different and unique. For a while, I really wanted it to be all double height, all lofted spaces. But then I started playing around with like a mix of like double height, single height spaces. And so I didn't get to design all of them, but I'm going to look more in a second into a couple of spaces that I thought were interesting and that I did design. And that's the one that the furnitures are highlighted on there. And then if you look on the 5th floor, this is the top like penthouse floor that it has, you have the access stairs here, you have the access stairs here, and then you have 3 penthouse apartments that are rested. They're pretty big. They're like, this one I think is 900, this one I think is 900, and I think this one is 1200. They're not huge, but they do provide like access to both sides, because that was kind of one of my goals when designing the apartments, is I wanted every apartment to have views to the inner courtyard and then views to the exterior outside. Okay. Are y'all back on the Moreau board? Hopefully. Okay, say something if you're not.
Yes, we're.
Okay, cool. Okay, so I took 3 of the apartments. So this one is the one on the penthouse. And I kind of just started like playing with them and seeing what they would look like organizational wise. And so this one is the one on the penthouse. And I made it very open. And as you can see, like this is the front corridor. The front corridor is lined with glass. So as you're walking, you have direct views out into the courtyard. And then you can go into your private apartments. And then this one, hold on, let me get it to load. Okay. This one is on the 3rd and the 4th floor. So this is the bottom floor. And then this whole U is wrapped around on the 4th floor, and they're connected. And I thought this was a really interesting space because it makes this U shape that kind of like distinguishes its own space. So if you look at the plans, like based on the U and based on the turns, like it's creating its own distinguishable space, and like it allows like bedrooms and rooms to be nestled in places, which I think is really, really interesting. And it just provides equal access for double height. And there is a balcony here. And then the third one and last one is a single height. So this is the one I started looking at. It's kind of like an exception because all of these are all double height, 2-story apartments. And so I put the single height one in there just to, again, be an exception and be an opportunity to just have like a floor through apartment. And I also, again, really enjoy the L shape of it, like how it's wrapped around the stairs. The stairs would be right here because it creates like its own sense of like nestling into the apartment as a whole. So yeah, this is my last slide. And just overall, I really desired to create a connection between the whole site and context as a whole. But I also wanted, I have like 3 separate functions, like the hostel, the community space, and the faculty. And I wanted them to have like an interaction, but also stand on their own and like just have a dialogue with each other. But yes, I would love to hear what y'all think. I will go back to the ground plan unless y'all want to see something else.
Thanks, Karen.
I left them speechless.
You have. If it wasn't clear earlier, just to fill up some of the space, with Karen's description of the sort of diagram, that some people in the class recognized in the code that one could have a single stair and not have to do 2 means of egress if you had no more than 4 units on the 3rd floor, no more than 4 units on the 2nd floor, and no more than 10 occupants on the ground floor. So she set up a series of sort of towers next to each other where each of them services a smaller number of units. And then on the top of that, we've extended it to allow for like the top one to be a double height unit. So it's whether it sits somewhere in between the code. I don't know if they'd really let that happen or not, but where the top floor could be a 2-story UN, and then on the 5th floor is a single loaded corridor. If that wasn't clear from what she said,
I might start there if the other reviewers don't want to jump in right away. So I'll start on that. I think this is an interesting place to start because I think a lot of architecture operates at this realm of functionality and what one is allowed to do, and then sometimes trying to play some games and dance around, like walk a very fine line, understand where the boundaries are, what's allowed, and then how might that influence formal decisions and programmatic decisions and so on and so forth. And I really appreciate this diagram, and I appreciate the rigor that goes into this. And what I think would be great to hear also would be if there were some virtuous benefit that would come from it as well, rather than, well, we solved the problem, but also in doing so, it exposed something different in that exploration. You realize that by locating the stairs in this way or by separating these towers, it provided something different in terms of how you would align either other services or perhaps experience in terms of light and breaking down the scale of this mass. And I could imagine, it appears to me when seeing, for example, these apertures, those seem quite episodic or circumstantial, and less about relating to the entire volume, the way that these moves of where you're allocating the circulation are these big moves that can't move. And it seems as though these types of openings, for example, maybe could be along the same lines. Oh, that's that same line of thinking of how does this become something systematic that could be mapped across, and you could imagine playing a similar game in terms of thinking, well, perhaps I want 30% porosity to do with these apertures, and then allowing that to systematically map across. And well, maybe if you don't even speak to that, I might even be reading it wrong in terms of how these openings are derived.
So I derived them on that side and the back facade too. I just wanted them to feel like it was mass, and so I wanted to not be able to distinguish where floors like stopped. So if I just did them in like a straight horizontal line, then it would distinguish exactly where the floors are and make it seem like an apartment complex rather than like a solid mass, like a solid block. But I 100% agree with what you're saying, that it doesn't like tie into what I'm trying to achieve with the 3 or the 6 separate blocks.
Yeah, I appreciate what you're saying there. I think that's actually an interesting dilemma, especially with towers that are much taller, for residential towers, where there's a goal to, well, let's just say with an office building, it's okay for the office floors to all feel more anonymous, but when it's a residential tower, being cast into anonymity and just being one of X, is more of a challenge. I would say at this scale, you don't run into that as much, but either way, I appreciate that sentiment. And I think there are ways that could be thought about as well. One thing I would say about maybe even let's see, maybe if you go to the ground floor plan, though, either on the row board or whichever one that's live.
It's probably worth mentioning that the elevations in particular, like the fenestration, this is the first time we've seen it.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, so I respect that, and again, I think you understand, Carolyn, that everything, and I should have said from the beginning that first of all, I think you have a lot of accomplishment here for this level of studio. So let me first just say that everything I'm going to point out is because many of the other things make some sense, and I think there are some clever decisions that are made throughout, and I'm going to point out things that I think if you had more time you'd refine more, and certainly the fenestration would be one of those things. And so I won't talk about that more, but that's absolutely something that you'll continue to develop as you move through your career. So when it comes to this strategy, I want to first mention something about your presentation. I think the visual presentation was overall quite strong, but I would encourage you to work on your verbal presentation and the way that you speak about a project. And some of these things were probably very subconscious, and I apologize for being nitpicky about this, but there were many qualifiers that you inserted that were just colloquial things. You said, well, it's kind of like this. I'm kind of doing this. I messed around with this one thing here. I played with this one thing. And it's kind of like, I would encourage you to actually just be much more, I don't know if authoritative is the right word, but just saying, this is what I'm proposing. I'm proposing this. I've made a decision here. This is my decision on the proposal, and not hedge back and qualify as, well, kind of this, and I kind of did that, but I also back off of it. I think an architect and or designer puts himself or herself in a precarious position if it almost seems apologetic about the work, as though, well, kind of what I think is the right thing, but let me take it back. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
so
definitely.
It's a picky thing, and it's not something we're trained to do well in architecture school specifically, but I just mention it because I think it would only make your project even more convincing, and it would be something that you can certainly practice. But looking at this floor specifically, I wonder if maybe I'll talk about this from a couple of different angles. I appreciated what you were saying in terms of a connection to the tennis courts. I'm very familiar. I've played a lot of tennis at Caswell Tennis Center, even back in my childhood, and I I appreciate that sentiment of making this green area and an extension beyond. I would challenge, however, if the proportions of this sort of space really work, especially if the notion is, you use the term community. I would rather, I don't know if community is even the right term. It's just a common area, a gathering area. Maybe that article that Chris put in the chat speaks to this possibly. I didn't have a chance to read that. But this is almost more of the equivalent of the loggia in Goldsmith Hall, almost more of a threshold than it is an enclosed occupiable space. I wonder if that's even possibly more open air or completely open air and something a little bit different. And one of the most convincing parts of your presentation was at the end when you said that you were trying to accommodate these three different programmatic pieces of the hostel, the faculty housing, and this community space. And you maybe stopped just short of saying that they each have different volumetric manifestations based on how they define this courtyard scheme and the different pressures on either side. Either way, I appreciate all of that approach and what you're doing in terms of the massing, how you've allocated things. I just wonder if this really would function the way that you're possibly thinking it would in terms of allowing this sort of gathering, and if maybe that maybe if that wouldn't have been something a little more porous in terms of not being a climate controlled space, for example. The one other thing I'll just mention, I want to give other esteemed reviewers a chance to speak, is I think in these sections, if you go to maybe the first section, I appreciate what you were talking about in terms of introducing that light well, that big cut through. That began to make some sense. The next section was, yes, and this is maybe the one that's speaking to a little bit what I'm referring to in terms of that cut through and that quote unquote community space. This section feels as though there's a great opportunity to make a point. There could be a party that you have to do with this that could have been mentioned real early on the project to talk about, well, what is your approach in terms of responding to the slope, how you've introduced this queer. This came a little bit late, and you described it more as though, well, here's just a cut through this space, rather than almost as though it's a byproduct of the model that you made and that you're massing. And instead of being something where I think it could be, you could own it more and perhaps even post-process this a bit to build this up, to make that point and show the different massing, what your larger urban move is. So I think there's a lot of potential with this drawing, but it feels just raw out of the tube, almost like out of the paint tube, where it could start to answer some of those questions, and even things like the apertures that I was asking before, and about this space. What is that space really serving the way you want it to? And even the butterfly roof, which wasn't even mentioned. Or I don't think you ever described why that isn't, I'm not asking you to now, but I think that there would have been the opportunity to talk about a lot of different things in terms of how it's responding to this condition, how it's responding to the general context around, and breaking down the scale through these different parts. And so again, I think you have a lot of strong work here for where you all are in your curriculum. And I'm just pointing out some things that I think you can continue to refine to continue to improve. So thanks, Caroline.
No, thank you. That was very helpful.
Caroline, hi. Well, I start, can you help me with the master plan, please? And I'm first gonna start apologizing myself because I don't know the site. I've been Googling it this morning, and I will try not to mistake a lot for the site, but I apologize in advance for that. I apologize because of my limited vocabulary, and I will just try to make some specific points according to what you already mentioned. So I'm going to start by thinking that it's a great challenge, and I believe it's great work you've been doing by trying not to just design a building, a communal building, but at the same time, a part of a piece of a master plan that at the same time is trying to benefit the rest of the city. So I think that's a great complexity of thoughts to put it just in one project, and it's very hard to give a review in 5 minutes, a fair review. So please apologize again myself for that. But I want to start by something you said that it got my attention, and I think it's nice, which is you mentioned that you think you have one of the best spots of the master plan, because you were in a place where you were linking these green spaces or communal areas into the project, which I think it's a very nice way to understand your plot. And then when we go through your project, some of the first things you mentioned is that you are connecting those physically, and probably is literally, some maybe it's just conceptually, because we had here something that could be a bridge, but at the end, I don't think you bridged anything. You just are articulating a series of common spaces, right?
Yes.
So I think that's great. You don't need to bridge it. I mean, it's just the way you go through the city in this process of common spaces, of public spaces, can actually make a much better experience. So the other thing that I really applaud about your conceptualization is that you're thinking that these common spaces or public spaces have to have differentiation in between them. You have the real public ones, the semi-public ones, and then you start generating a series of circumstances of public space. It's very important when you do collective housing, that you think in that piece of that project that is desired, or is it wills to generate community. It means it's a place where they can actually see each other, where they can act in a public or some semi-private way. So I think that's a very nice understanding in that project. But then I come into some reflections, because this real public space gets above ground, and the semi-public space stays in ground. And in general, I would try to make a reflection about this. And where do you think the most public activity takes space, in the street, the ground level, or above level? And this may help you try to figure out how to dosify the amount of privacy in the public space. Because in some way, I think it's a little inversed. I think if you were willing to continue this public life, probably, and leaving some private public space for the housing, which I think it's a great idea, probably I would think again in how you stage that in levels.
Yeah.
Because I think it's a great idea, but I think at the end, the area that it's supposed to be a little bit more private is going to be more public. And then at the end also, I think it's interrupted, because once you have a public area that is on the ground and you are expecting people to go up and down, they will go around and they just stay in. So I don't think at the end it will be as effective as the will you have for achieving that matter. But again, it's just a thought. So that would be my first comment regarding. I think you have a great intention, but somehow probably it is a little bit going against your will by taking that decision. So we don't have a lot of time. Probably I will just stay with that comment, because if I get into the housing, probably it will take longer. You can orient us, Kevin.
No, it's true. We need to keep moving, but we have another couple of minutes.
One thing about, just to draw everyone's attention, I've sent you a link to this article about the distinction between community and public space, which I think everybody should read. It's a great reminder. The thing that I was going to say, maybe we could go back to a ground plan, Caroline. So what you've proposed in a way is that there's a partly born out of an acknowledgement of some zoning regulations, which have to do with fire escapes and how far I can go up with a single stair. So I can have these maisonettes that go up 3 floors, which I think is an important way to start to interrogate the project of architecture. But I guess the thing I would encourage you to do is to say that okay, I have this typological condition where I have an elevator and a 3-story walkout, and I share that between 2 units, and presumably they could be, one of the things we try and do in this part of the country is have a 3-bedroom unit where there's a single bedroom that can operate as a self-contained studio. So you can have someone who looks after you when you're old, or it could be a student when you're not so old. But then, what your site does is it invites you to do a kind of take the typological condition and challenge it with the geographical condition between east-west and north-south, and the relationship to the courtyard or the relationship to the street. And in terms of taking some energy from the logistics of the site plan and the logistics of your understanding of these other constraints on how site plans begin to form themselves, that's where I would really look for sustenance in thinking about the logic of the individual site plans, unit plans.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you'd find that there would be exciting differences between east-west and north-south, and maybe you want to extend larger units between the vertical circulation on the lower floors compared to the vertical circulation which has to serve the top floors.
Yeah.
So it's a kind of, I don't know, it's the this is the kind of traditional thing you're juggling chainsaws, apples, and pineapples. So you've got all of the ingredients in place, and I think that's a significant move forward. And now you have to kind of, and obviously not now, but in the future, try and get the constituents that you're juggling up in place as soon as you can, so that you have the time to then really kind of investigate, well, what does this mean?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe when I'm facing south and looking back, or maybe when I'm looking across the courtyard, maybe when I'm looking back to West Campus. I believe so much that an early stage of strategic design, what you're really creating is a kind of geography. And the execution of the geography and the devil in the detail, I mean, that's obviously part of what architecture is and important. But I mean, if you can get the geographical ambition of the project sorted out and the logic of that underpinned, I think you're halfway there. So you've discovered a couple of ways in which that geography might be formed, and that's excellent. And I commend you on it.
I think from my perspective, like, it's such an interesting project, and it's just, one of the things I was explaining to students is I would so rather them just have 2 beautiful drawings, a beautiful site plan, and a beautiful section, than to try and have everything. And this one, like, to me, it makes me kind of sad counting, because I feel like there's such a beautiful project nested in here, but I feel like you've got mired in all kinds of little funny kind of eddies here. Like the kind of notion that you, starting from your first statement, that you think it was the best site here, like and you see that you kind of love it. But the thought that you would have a building that would, on the one hand, help to kind of, create that kind of important plaza-like space, and on the other hand, kind of reorient you towards the view and the tennis courts, that you discovered a way to kind of push the mass of the housing back, but then wanted to have floor-through apartments, so you didn't have some units that were only looking back into the trees of the neighboring lots, or other units that were only looking into the kind of public space. And then you would start to imagine other bits of building that would act as kind of filters, or looking under this. through a series of kind of public spaces. I think it's all laid out there like very, very beautifully. But somehow it's not missing the forest of the trees, but it's not ever really getting a chance to look at how beautiful the kind of public gathering space or community gathering space of the apartments might be, or how this kind of amenity you were giving that would really be a filter, between the city and that space might be this beautiful library room or whatever it would be. Sorry, go ahead, Chris.
Well, it's one of those things. It's the end of the term, and it's been a tough time with COVID and all the rest. But particularly both of the strategies, urban strategies, I really wish that we were able to see even just a simple little diagram of how all projects fit together to make some sense of the urban strategy. Because I think if you made that diagram, I don't know, 10 days ago, it would actually help finesse the individual projects in a way which would be useful. But here we are.
But one of the things that's always so disappointing about this stage is that the hard work is actually done, and the things that one trips over are done. And now is the opportunity to make, a beautiful apartment that happens to be a floor through between, mature trees that rub up against it, and then a little community garden on the other side. Or what would that apartment be? Or a kind of great room that is a community gathering space, but also is a filter that helps to shade the one versus the other. And so I feel like the finessing of these pieces is actually much of the fun stuff. So I hope you revisit it, because I feel like the quickness with which you just wanted to get it done has undermined the authority that it could have. But I do think there are many successes and lots of really interesting things that you discovered and are dealing with. So congratulations. I'm sorry to just move us on, but we'll be here late otherwise.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you to you all. That was really good. That was really helpful.
We are going next to Grant. Did I say now for something completely different earlier?
Hello.
Grant, can you start by orienting us to where we're at?
On the project?
Yeah.
In the site? Yes. So I'm back towards the Greenbelt area, and I'm here in this kind of southwest corner. And I mean, you probably heard a lot about the kind of green space we wanted to create, because as we all know, there's really no green space in West Campus. And so I wanted to really channel that desire and need for green space into my building. And so I wanted it to feel like an extension of the green space in the gardens. And so like if you lived there, you wouldn't feel like you lived next to the green space, but you would feel like you lived above it or like in it. So that was kind of my one of my major goals when working on this project. And I started out with a series of sketches, sort of exploring how floor plates could twist to kind of allow more sunlight into the green space, but also reflects the way the other side of Shoal Creek, the topography slopes up. So it'd be a kind of a similar slope. And then I took these kind of rough sketches and I developed them into more organic and more like residential unit friendly shapes. And then I started working on kind of like spatial diagrams for different like unit plans. And what I did was I would take these and implement them into the kind of organic curvy floor plate by like transferring the like current floor plate, the bottom floor plate and the top floor plate lines into the unit, and then using those lines to cut the envelope between the balcony and the living space at different lengths to kind of break up the facade so it's not so monotonous and give it more of more like sort of organic feel to it. And so here you can see how those units kind of fit together and how there's levels and layers of setback as the building goes up. Here's a little diagram that shows how the massing is split. The bottom red space is the underground parking, and then that blue box is the restaurant space on the first floor. And then all of the pink is residential area spaces, living spaces, and then the orange volume there in the middle is the vertical circulation, which actually contains this sort of vortex spaces that kind of twist as you go up, as you can see in this diagram. Here's a section which shows kind of the structural logic of the building. On the left side, the kind of cantilevering side, you can see the these thick concrete walls that act in compression. And then on the right side, as it sets back, there are these steel columns that are acting in tension. And since the steel and the concrete have very different spatial qualities and take up very different amounts of spaces, I developed my plans based on which side the units would be on. So this is a plan from the steel side of the building, and you can see these where the steel columns are. And it's a lot more open. It feels a little bit more open than the other side, which is the concrete side, where you have these thick concrete walls, which provide like much more rigid space. And then the third type of unit I have sort of inverted balcony unit, which are found on the first floor. And they, on the first floor of them, they're double space units, or double height, double floor units. And so on the first floor, you have kind of the living space and then this garden space, which is separated by an arbor wall from the green belt. And then the second floor, you have kind of the living spaces. And so here's a section, you can kind of see it better. This would be like that garden space, the arbor wall, and then here would be the garden, like the green belt garden area, green space that is the center theme of our group's projects. Here's a sample floor plan where you can see the differences between the concrete and steel units and what side they're on. And you can kind of see the vortex space here in the center. And then here's sort of a shared lounge space here, and then there's a corner unit there. Here's a ground floor plan. You can see here, these are the inverted units and their little garden spaces, which are basically extensions of the Greenbelt garden. And here's start of that vortex. And then this is the restaurant space. And here's a plaza that connects it to the street. And you can see how it's kind of that green garden, green belt space on both sides of the building. So it really feels like it's like inside of the garden.
Grant, is that enclosed? Sorry to interrupt. Is this? I'm trying to read that. Is this enclosed square footage? And what did you say that program was?
So these are residential units here.
Okay.
So this is enclosed, and then this is the next floor cantilevers over it. And this is sort of an arbor wall right here.
Okay.
So it's kind of half enclosed.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. Yeah, keep going.
No
Thanks.
Grant, doesn't that path continue also?
I was thinking, I hadn't gotten to develop that, but yeah, I was thinking it would, but I just never got around to that. But it very well could extend. There's sort of a lookout space over here. And then here is a render of the inside of one of those inverted units on the bottom. So this might help. You can kind of see the arbor wall and how it's kind of enclosed. And then here's that facade again, where you can see on the right here is that concrete side as it cantilevers. And it's even on the facade, you can see it's much more rigid than this steel side over here. And that is all I have.
I'm going to, there's other things that we could talk about, and I'm sure we will. And the idea of exposed concrete slabs as being the equivalent of kind of radiators is maybe one way to go. But I'd like to go back to just a typical floor plan. And I have to say, I know that it's a challenging project. You're trying to do this essentially ambitious urban design project and then go through the challenging ambition of reconciling that with the, like, where's the toilet? But the one thing that I observe across all of the projects that we've seen today is there is absolutely no acknowledgement of the threshold of entry. I mean, you come in the door and you're in the living room. You come in the door and you're in the kitchen. Whether it's students or faculty, you come in the door, where do you put your bike? You come in the door, where do I put my raincoat? You come in the door, where do I help my child take off their boots? Do I have a place to sit down while I'm doing that? And I think that's a pretty significant oversight. And I would apply it to, as I say, every project I've seen today. That, I'm not saying maybe in the the apartment that you live in West Campus, you walk in the door and you're in the living room, but maybe that's, maybe we could do better. And I think in the articulation of a plan and where storage is, and especially this notion of the kind of transition between space that takes us from the elevator to our front door that's shared with others, and then this transition into the space which is ours. So I don't want to dwell on that. I think every student in the class could have a little think about that. But your project, when I look at it, I mean, just look where the front doors are on this plan. It's so abrupt and from a design standpoint point of view, casual, I would say. Anyway, there's other things about your project that I think are terrific, but I just thought I'd make that general comment about the class and class aspirations. Sorry to pick on you to make the point. Anyway,
that's okay.
Okay, buddy.
You want to go ahead, Matt, or should I continue?
I'll let you go. No, I'll go last this time.
Okay, sure. Please, can we go into the ground floor?
Yes.
Thank you. I have, well, just to frame my comment, I'm just going to start by saying that any collective housing or vertical housing, or most of vertical buildings, will be always very concerned, every developer, either public or private, and two things, I would say. The amount of rentable area versus the common and circulation area, and the structure. That would be the second one. And the second one has to do a lot with the efforts the structure has to do to lead into a budget. I'm sure this is not what I want to talk about budget, but I think it's important to understand certain values for a project where you have to make it happen, even if we're not talking of numbers here, but about criteria and conceptual criteria. And given that first comment, the one thing I'm not really clear about this, I'm sorry for that, is how the structure is working, how that columns are sitting and transmitting the force into the slabs, and the slabs again into, and finally into the parking lot. Because once you understand that you're gonna have to bring those forces down to the ground, and if you do have a parking lot, those forces will become columns, and those columns will allow or not to have an efficient or inefficient parking spot. I don't want to say that this is the most important things I can argue in this review, but at least I want to just ask how this structure is conceptualized, and if you have thought about that, about how you will get into a parking, and then are you able to solve the parking, or that's something you haven't get through?
I haven't really gotten to develop the parking at all.
No worry, Grant. I just say sometimes you get to do this a project for a developer, they will be very interested in not wasting space for parking, and how your columns will allow to have an efficient or not efficient parking. So can you elaborate a little bit more on how do you transmit the forces in a, like, let's say in the general structure?
Yes. That might help to go back a little. So really the only conceptual idea I had was the compression on this side and then the tension on this side. And so these would transfer the compression down all the way, and then the tension would be all the way down. But
can you go to your floor plan and just link this compression, let's say in the general floor plan there. So when you rotate that, your concrete wall is now in cantilever, and then the floor underneath is the same, but it's pushed up.
Right.
And again, so at some point, you're just translating that force. I don't know, it's a little hard for me just to see this image and the other one without understanding how maybe a drawing with several floor plans would actually show us how are we transmitting, because I think your slabs are doing the job and they have to be a really reinforced slabs. Is that, how do you do it?
I'm not sure. That sounds right.
All right.
I don't really understand. We haven't really gotten to.
No worries. Sorry.
I think there was a kind of general idea that there would be overlap between the kind of pier-like structures. That this was a kind of trope at a certain level to give him some order in this, but I think there was some idea that the kind of piers would line up on top of each other to some degree, but there certainly would be some transfer as well.
Just to finish,
clearly, these have to be compressive as well as tensile, but there was a kind of thought that one side might have a more rigid order from these cast in place panels, and along with the slabs, and the other one has a more kind of freer plan.
All right, maybe just to finish my comment, suddenly I think that most of the effort in this project has to do with distortion, and distortion has to do with probably something you said, that you felt the building could be less monotonous.
Yes.
And when you put that idea into many of the ideas you have, or we have to think when we do a building, and it's a very good idea. I mean, it's very good to have innovation and to have an appealing building. But once you start to order those premises by the interest of who's sometimes paying for the building or living in the building, and maybe the exterior look could be one of the most interesting things for the people who live there, but sometimes it's going to be the space inside, the way you get in, as it was just mentioned, the way you get into your apartment, the way you get into the building. How do you get those terraces to benefit the communal spaces, rather than sometimes more just looking at how it looks from the exterior. But well, this is again just some thoughts. It's not about any strict or I think it's a subjective perspective, but that's it.
Thank you.
All right, yeah, thanks, Grant, for the presentation. And yeah, again, there are a lot of interesting things that you've done. I think a lot of things that are working in different ways. And then I'm going to talk about things that I think could be optimized or thought about differently. One of them would be, well, first I wanted to say that I appreciate you trying to think about structure and actually problematize that in a way to make it something that was in principle meant to help relate to your overall approach for the scheme. When you talked about where compression and tension might happen and how you might articulate that in terms of the unit type and the system for that, I really appreciate that. And I encourage you all to embrace different systems and then try to work with them rather than just sort of throw your hands in the air and say, well, fine, I guess we have to have some structure somewhere. However, having said that, in this particular plan, for example, it's unfortunate that your columns all just miss, well, this one lands right now, but just miss being buried in these walls. And one might say, well, that's that damn structural engineer, like put those there. But you're the engineer. You're the one who could have designed those. And there's an opportunity to be able to choreograph those types of things. And often the way we do that is just have enough margins. And sometimes some walls are thicker or smaller. But I think there's an opportunity there to begin to coordinate some of those things. And so I wanted to mention that. Another picky thing would be just the unit type itself. If you have to use a spiral staircase as the main or the only vertical conveyance method, then usually, well, I would argue that it's not a very well resolved layout. If a spiral staircase as the only means is not I would equate it more to a ladder, for example. It could be a secondary method or a method to go to an attic or something like that, but to go to a prominent space, which was one of the main units that you were featuring, I would encourage you to try to think about other methods, a more typical staircase for the sake of just functionality. I won't get into aesthetics, but I would just mention to try to work toward that because again, you have control of that unit type, and there's an opportunity to begin to think what that actually means. I want to talk about something to do with this entire scheme, the way that it works. Maybe if you go, they had that vortex diagram where you showed I think that knuckle in the center. Yeah. Okay. So, and this is in between the two lobes on the other side, in the middle of the entire volume. Is that right?
It's in this orange space.
What's interesting is that I wonder if this type of thinking for the vortex, that this type of thinking of something that's one larger move that operates on different floors. Now, if you go to the other diagram that you just toggled to, could that not happen? Could that not have been something here? Instead of it being a pancake of all the floor plates that are sort of just stacked up each other and splayed, could there not have been a top-down logic? Because right now you created that floor plate and then you've splayed that all the way out. But I wonder if instead of just doing that for that void, that atrium or lobby in the center, if instead the entire form might actually have something like this. Because I think a lot of architecture happens in this nuance between a bottom-up logic and then a top-down approach as well. And I see it happening in terms of thinking about that vortex of the atrium. But then it seems as though, well, the overall form of the building is just a consequence of, well, we just stacked a bunch of these floor plates as though those were given. But I think there's an opportunity for you to have the hand of the artist to have come in at this point. And that speaks a little bit to my last point. I know we need to move on. Is the units that you develop, these very orthogonal units, and it's understandable why residential units are orthogonal. I mean, the most appliances, you're not going to find a curvilinear cooktop or a triangular cooktop or a triangular bed, or so you go on and on in terms of different types of things. It's understandable why that happens, but it feels as though you're putting a square object in a round hole to a certain extent, and you've tried to use these radial geometries on the edge for the leftover spaces. But I wonder if, and actually I might request something on unorthodox, if I could share screen for about 60 seconds to show you something. Do you mind if I share? I want to show you, I'm not sure if I can override you. Yeah, okay. I want to show you a Foster project that actually is not one of my favorite Foster projects, but just to make this point that this is right next to the Foster office, actually. So I worked for 5 years right next to this building, this Albion Riverside, but it has some, I mean, immediately you'll recognize some similarities to what you're trying to do in terms of this radial geometry. But what you'll notice is that the units themselves even start to, the rationalization of the units begin to splay a little bit to work off of a tangent to that curve. And I think that you still end up with some awkward moments, and a lot of that's made up in the terrace area, but there are a lot of similarities to what you're trying to do. The other difference here is that on one side, it does undulate out similar to yours. The other side, it then has a sort of sheathing to it that wraps around, that gives it a different presence. But this speaks to my last point. At that lower level, there are these areas where it penetrates through, and it's quite taller at that lower level, in a way that I think yours could afford to be. I don't think you would have residential units down at the base. I'm trying to find one more image to make this point. And so I'm wondering if the way that you've enclosed your restaurant, actually, let's just go back to, I'll let you share again as we wrap up your screen. Your restaurant has sort of two layers to it, right? It has it's clad, and then it has this offset of cladding. If you go to the ground floor plan. So we're looking at, this is all clad, right? And then this is all clad.
No, that's open.
Okay. So what I'm thinking is, outdoor dining is a very big thing in Austin. I have a friend actually that will only eat at a restaurant if he can eat outdoors. This is pre-pandemic, like for 10 years, will only eat outdoors every day of the year. And I think there's a big crowd for that. And you have this space out here just looking to be activated. It's I would argue it's a little too left over right now, especially right up against around these units.
Yeah.
But I wonder if you could dissolve this a little bit more, and invite a lot of this restaurant to spill out. And occupy, activate some of this area different times of the day, different days of the year. And so again, these are all different things that like we could go on and on about lots of different things, because there's a lot here. You've thought about a lot of different things, you're proposing a lot of different things, and it's hard to resolve everything from the top down overall logic of what it is for this massing you're creating, and then from the bottom up of how do the actual units work, how do you get the structure to work. So again, I think there are a lot of great things here, and thanks for sharing it, Grant.
Thanks.
I think the ground floor plan and the idea of the commercial can only be persuasive if it's contextualized in the idea of this new north-south, commercial thing that we've seen earlier. And quite frankly, not to be mean at all, Matt, but that Foster's project, I mean, if you look at the way in which individual occupants have to resolve their space with the squiggly line, which is a kind of trivial apprehension of how to make an elevation. I mean, it's nonsense. I mean, it's so trivial. So, you know, let's just call a spade here. You know, like, yes, you know, Foster's office has the license to make that kind of articulation of external elevation. It doesn't enfranchise anyone in the interior to any degree. And we could
That's fair.
we could take that back to the, you know, Willis Faber building that Foster did in Ipswich in, God, the early 1970s. I mean, there are what's the word? There's kind of squiggles in plan that exist as ideograms that stand in for a certain kind of archetypal rhetoric that have absolutely nothing to do with the consequential resolution of those squiggles in architectural form and construction. So there.
I was going to say, because I do need to move us along, but I wanted to say that, and I'm wondering what the best drawing is to kind of point this out. Will you quickly look at your an upper floor plan, Grant? Like, I think that the kind of contemporary desire to engage sort of the kind of dynamic form that once he's popularized by Bjork Ingels on the one hand, and Preston Scott Cohen on the other, the sort of, you know, vortex in the middle, and the kind of building that is responsive to its context in a kind of overt formal way is, well, it's popular. And I can see the desire, Grant, for you to kind of engage that. I remember, you know, where this began and your kind of interest in a building that would kind of move in the sort of the way Michael Benedict would talk about a building's gestures. Mm-hmm. And I think then, you know, once you've found the examples of these things that exist, and I think that there is it's a worthwhile thing to bend your brain around for the latter half of the semester. And I think there's a lot of accomplishment that's been found here. I think that the term Matt used that I would want to underline is the attempt to problematize the structure to help give order, I think, is kind of an interesting condition. I think there are funny things, like it was interesting to see Matt start to say, like, God, why didn't you swallow those columns up into the walls? And it's like, I feel like there's a kind of confusion of like you at some point you have clarity, and at other point you kind of lose it. Like, I remember when you came up with that idea, and the thought was that side of the building might have more of a free plan agenda, you know, with columns floating in space. And the other side might be more of a kind of pre-modern character of contained rooms to do with this structural condition that you'd kind of given yourself. And what's disconcerting to me is when we start to lose that clarity. And it's like, well, what is the difference? That this is not really a free plan on this side, right? By having put in those partition walls, it's just the walls aren't lining up with the columns. And I think that the spatial reconciliation of that structural decision was a kind of really interesting way to kind of start to pursue these kind of formal gestures of the building that, you know, inevitably when a Bjork Ingels or whatever makes a building of this kind, the structure becomes that much more paramount because it's kind of ambitious. Mm-hmm. And it seems like having a spatial consequence that is really compelling is interesting that way. And so if we just take for granted that we can imagine half of the floor plate more in tension and open and half of it more contained, one wouldn't expect to see such similar floor plans, you know? And I know that was your intention, and that this is a kind of consequence of naivete somehow, of it's the first time you're doing it. But I just, like, I yearn for you to get out of the computer and to have the clarity of a drawing, like a sketch that would show the freedom on one side versus the kind of containment on the other, and having them married to a sort of structural identity. In the same way that you say, oh my goodness, because it's twisting, I've got this center bit that can be like a tornado. And what I was appreciating about that, and as much as you know, I don't like that kind of work myself. But I appreciate the kind of desire to find a kind of spatial articulation within these larger decisions, so that you can, in a way, test, is that a good idea? I'm drawn to forms like that twist in this overt architectural kind of muscle way. Do I like that in the end? And I feel like I want to commend you for that kind of ambition. And it's, Pancho's like totally correct. Like, you're going to do parking underneath the building that actually drives the structural grid more than you can ever imagine. You're going to do however it kind of works. But I feel like the successes that have happened in just the last few weeks of the semester, where you're starting to get to that, it got a little bit undermined by finishing it in a way that wasn't as driven by the kind of conceptual place that you found. It reminds me of I've used this example before years ago, but I'm old enough to remember when Bill Clinton ran for office the first time. No one expected him to win, and there was a documentary made about his campaign, and he had a sign over his desk saying, "It's the economy, stupid," just to kind of remind him that no matter what the other side said, he needed to go back to the issues of the economy. And I feel like you need some guidance for the things that are important, because otherwise you get pulled into these things that are like just trivial and don't give you the authority that you were looking for. But I feel like I love when students are sort of trying on different mantles, and as much as like I don't like the presence of Bjarke Ingels in the world, I think it's generally negative, just like I think Gary's is, and Scott Cohen's or whatever. But I feel like it's worth trying it on and to see what you get from that. And one of the most interesting things was this kind of binary condition that you discovered of a compartmentalized version of living versus a one that would be less compartmentalized because of the structural consequences of this diagram. And I thought that was really fascinating. And then that the collective space would be in this very strange leftover space,
Right.
I'll give you just one final thought about what you're saying, and just I do appreciate that, and I encourage you to fight for ideas that may not be the way our professors or your professors are willing to do or typically do, and you're finding your path. But I think you have to stand up stronger. I mean, you have to prove yourself. You don't have to make the calculation of the structure, but you at least have to understand conceptually how the structure works. And you can do not only sketches, but you can do a model, a physical model, and that will actually allow you to express that you're actually solving it, because you're taking a more challenging way, a more difficult way. So sometimes we also need more time to understand that. And if you get to do some other approaches, such as Kevin was saying, in sketches or physical models, I think things will be clearer and easier to transmit, therefore easier to assimilate. So that was
as absurd as it is, you can see that like this is one I feel like that really suffered from being digital and being away from the studio. You can see the Gaudi-like model of this kind of weird twisted form that has wires held up on one side, and there's a kind of absurdity to it, but maybe a kind of fascinating absurdity. And in a way, that's the thing that's the nicest. Like Bjarke Ingels' Serpentine Pavilion is far better than the building he did in Vancouver, that was sort of based in the same idea. But there's something kind of interesting about that. I just like when, especially when an architect, a student is trying to be so ambitious, like losing that ambition in the kind of minutia, like makes the thing start to feel absurd. And I feel like if you're going to be so bold, like I wish you would, like I remember our early conversations and the kind of boldness with which you wanted to do this damn thing. I just want you to hold on to that kind of passion. But I applaud you for trying to kind of work through it, and the little discoveries that were made, like those vortexes or the oddness of an enclosed fire stair, that the shape of which would actually be crazy.
Yeah.
In this twist. I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
I think it's a great project, like stimulating and exciting, but just the simple thing of when you take the diagram, which is this, and then you say, how do I reconcile that? Well, of course, in every plan, I can draw a section through here, and I can draw a plan, and like, you know, I can go, you know, dot, 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 and show that there's an angled elevation there. But trying to kind of do the devil in detail, you know, like if I want to draw this and like love it and like care for it and make it happen, I have to go to the next stage of drawing it at, I don't know, 1 to 50 and say, how does that affect how people have a shower? Or, you know what I mean? Like, you know, some of their level of kind of thinking about it. But yeah, I mean, the overall project is exciting and ambitious, and but here I have to go my undo.
Thank you.
No, and actually, like, I appreciate you saying that, Chris, because also it makes you then, like, as you start to look at the consequences, the solving of the problems creates more interesting forms. You know, like we talked about this earlier, but like this actually works quite well when you're cutting a section here, but it doesn't here because the things no longer line up. So it would mean you would have to have a form that as it wants to get farther apart, the shape of the floor of it would have to start getting closer together, right? Like the top floor plates, the bottom floor plates might just be this funny lozenge, but the top ones would start to bend so that you didn't get such an overarching section, so that the columns always overlapped and didn't have to transfer through a floor in the same way. Because then the floor would have to be too thick. And I feel like you would come up with a form that wasn't, as Chris mentioned earlier, very just mannered because you wanted it to be that funny shape, but it would be purposeful because it was tied into a logic. But I appreciate very much the thing you're just saying, Chris, that the kind of excitement in the ambition, like, are there, but they've somehow in this last iteration gotten suppressed. And then you just wonder, well, why are there all the problems? Like we don't wonder why, you know, when Bernard Tschumi says, like, sometimes architecture has to commit murder, like how the bathrooms are going to work, because he's kind of keeping that authority. So anyway, that's an older reference that maybe only Chris might remember, and I'm misusing it because that wasn't a real project. Like I know the discoveries, and I hope you hold on to the ambition in them. I'm sorry, I've let this one just go on for a long time, so I hope nobody minds if we go a little bit over. We have 2 more projects to see. Am I cutting anybody off for last thoughts or? No. Okay. Thank you, Grant.
Yeah, thanks for your comments.
Yeah, as we're transitioning, I'll let the next student go ahead and pull up their work, but I was going to tell you, Grant, just so you're aware, the Independent, which is obviously Austin's most, I guess, well-known tower, tallest tower now, it has the same problem you have, and there's a misalignment of the structure within it. It's all the thought and all the engineering went into that. There are columns and diagonal bracing that land in really unfortunate places. And so this happened, like, so I just wanted to point out that you have the ability to try to work through that in practice. It's a different challenge as well, but anyway, great project.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Laura. How's everyone doing?
Very good, Laura. We're just looking at your work. We don't have to show you ours in all of our warts.
I'm gonna have to share on 2 different softwares just because my computer doesn't show up like all the lines. Just a heads up. So I actually had a lot of fun working on this project because this specific portion that my group worked on felt much more intimate than any of the areas around that. As you can see, they're more large scale. And in this portion itself, I wanted to create a more intimate place for faculty to live in.
Hey, Laura, just because Matt and Pancho have not seen this part of the site before, you just remind them where we're looking at, if it's not.
Right. So we're looking at Longview and 25th. This side is Lamar. And pretty much we all came together and took on different portions of this huge land. And previously you just looked at Grant's project, which is right here. And then my other neighbor is another large scale building on the corner. And I worked with a couple other people on this portion right here, which, like I said, is a smaller scale area. And for me, I started off with a more monolithic approach, bringing up, like rock-like figures from the ground. And then let me move to the site plan. Hopefully it loads. Okay. In this site plan, you can see I created a pathway, and this kind of acts like a charm bracelet, grasping onto portions of trees and also the buildings together. And each of these are, figures that work really well together, and they don't distract from each other. My building right here is the highlighted one. There are certain parts where it peers in and peers out of the trees, which I thought would give a more thoughtful experience for people coming in from, the driveways over here, walking all the way through, meandering to their building. Sorry about the quality, it takes a while to load. And I was very inspired by Rick Joy's Polanco house. I don't know, the first time we went through it in class, I fell in love just because it's so idiosyncratic, and the way that the spaces are created is just really, really pretty. I really love this light well that was incorporated because it brought all of the units together without interfering with the type of living that was there. And from that, I created something more modest and, like I said, more monolithic. And I wanted to accommodate different types of living desires. So maybe someone who's a little older and wants to live in more solitude, as opposed to someone who wants to grow a family. And so there are certain floor plans that accommodate that. Here's the ground plan. Here you can see that this building is kind of dug into the ground with vegetation kind of around to blend it into the site a little more. The main entry is not a conventional way of getting in, just because I wanted to kind of bleed the path into the building to create to highlight the charm bracelet idea. The main structure is board formed concrete that circulates in the core right here and radiates outwards. On the interior, there's more of a mix between white sheetrock and the concrete as well. 2 ways of circulation over here with an elevator, all in the core. And there are different unit plans, of course, to kind of accommodate. So for example, a couple could be living here, and, a couple and someone who wants to, have a child in the future. And the main idea that I had in mind was to kind of create something in that would sit in intermediate area between like an apartment and a full-on residential home. And here's like a 3-bedroom unit. So, a larger family versus a smaller unit. Same thing here. As we go up, the floor plans slightly change. None of them are all the same. We actually have a light well over here. And that just brings in more light and another way for people to enjoy going outside without having to, go to a full-on public park and being around a lot of people, which is a problem that I know a lot of adults have, because they don't want to expose their child or expose themselves to the dangers, in West Campus and whatnot. So having certain areas of the semi-private or public spaces is perfect for that. Third one, there's actually a unit where it's double storied for a family with, maybe teenagers who they don't want to see all that often. So they have the teenagers may have their own little living room here and not be able to bother the parents downstairs. And the only time they come downstairs is to eat dinner, which is purposeful, because, sitting at a dinner table, you should communicate more, and that's where the most interaction should happen. So that I made that space the most open. And over here, this unit actually starts to take up more space and takes up half of it actually for larger families, and more flexible organization. I forgot to mention there's another very private light well that just brings in light like the entire day pretty much. And there are glass windows over here that have a high opacity, so you can't really see through your neighbor's window. And then on the 4th floor, it becomes way more flexible. And there are actually only a couple units at the very top because there are open areas for people to enjoy. And I wanted to create more semi-public spaces just because a lot of apartments don't necessarily have these types of spaces for their residents. And most of the time, you have to, walk really far to go to the library on campus, or, drive your car or Uber all the way to a coffee shop. So having these sort of intimate yet public feeling spaces is good for that. Here are some unit plans to kind of highlight the variety of different living. So one bedroom over here. I was envisioning that a couple could live here, and that would be that. No kids. This one, like I mentioned earlier, parents down here with their loud and annoying children at the very top, and they would just come down, eat dinner. And then here's a larger unit. All the bedrooms are just much bigger, and it's very open to the portion or the side with the trees, which is on the east side. And so they get a lot of indirect sunlight all day long. And something that I kind of detailed in some of the units is having certain spaces elevated to kind of further show that this space is for us to spend time with each other, and it isn't just a regular room in the unit. Here is a section. This represents the relationship between the core and exterior spaces with the spatial qualities on inside the units. Over here, you can kind of see it's the darker, or the parts that look really dark. Those are the timber frames that kind of separate the bedrooms from the living rooms. And they have a clerestory on the top so that it doesn't feel too isolated from the living quarters. And here is another section representing kind of like the same thing, except I added furniture to just kind of show different views that each unit could have. So if someone wanted to have more views to the larger buildings in the back, or Grant's building, they could potentially get a unit on the west side versus getting a unit on the east side over here, where you get more solitude and more privacy from everyone. I should also mention that the core kind of acts like a kebab, connecting all the units together in one piece. And here, just some renders. This one kind of highlights the path that you can take to kind of find your building. So these are just other buildings nearby. This is one of the light wells inside. And this is just another intimate render of a bedroom and how it could be connected to a living room. So there's a living room on the other side with glass right here. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you so much. Let me know if there are certain drawings that you want me to, pull up.
You start on the ground floor plan. If someone wants to see, start somewhere else.
Laura, I have a few questions. The first one is kind of digging into getting to know the most important drivers of your project. What is the things you really like the most about the project?
What I really like the most is how someone can experience both solitude and more interaction with family members or other people in the unit. as opposed to,
Right.
you know, being in an apartment where you're kind of cooped up in one area and you never see your neighbors and you rarely talk to your roommates.
Okay. A second question would be, I didn't see any. I can imagine you have a criteria that drives you to have different type of units with different amount of square footage and different amount of bedrooms, for example, to think about diversity, which I think it's very nice. I think it's great. Then I find some units that are probably too large. I don't know if you have at any time you think about who's going to rent them, if they're going to be expensive or not. Are they in a market range or that doesn't matter? And finally, I don't see a lot of correspondence in the floor plans structural wise, which it's fine. I think it could be arrangeable, but again, what would be, besides just having them to be different, is there any specific thing that drives you to do that kind of angles inside of the partition walls, between the units, inside of the units? And,
Do you mean
and how do you decide, or you define?
Sorry, go
Yeah,
ahead.
I mean, sure. Let me see if I can write here. Hold on. I couldn't see perfectly, but for example, in here you have this angle, and if you go a story up, you have something like this, and then you have another angles like this. So I couldn't be aware of where the structure touches, but they seem to have this idea that every floor plan is very different, and which I think is nice. But I don't know if you're conceptualizing some in that specific way because of some reason, or just having a difference in between them.
No, you're correct. I actually intentionally wanted them to be different, just to be a drastic change from living in an apartment where the units are pretty much all the same. So that was my intention behind doing that. And the angles are, they kind of just rotate a little bit throughout the floor plans.
Okay, well, just my comment is going to be simple. I think it's nice to have a different apartment. Sometimes the shape of the floor plan in each unit could be a little difficult functionally wise, or maybe you won't be able to use the footage in the best way. Mm-hmm. But even when you have regular spaces, there's sometimes some spots in where there are like a lot of voids also happen in the first project that I don't understand very much what do they are for, or where. I think you can see this in this floor plan, but in other floor plans you could see more. Maybe you can go into another floor plan. And for example, there are some spaces such as this one, that again makes me think, who's going to be paying for these apartments? Are they going to be very expensive, or this is normal in Austin to have all that space? Mm-hmm. I don't know, all this space, for example. And again, all these angles change or variate a lot from one unit to the other, from one floor to the next story. That again plays my question as last project, that if you don't have sometimes some alignment in the structure tends to go more expensive. Well, probably that's not the moment to ask that again. But yes, about all these spaces and who's living there and who's paying for this.
Mm-hmm. This kind of sounds like a small detail, but I was thinking that like professors, since they would be living here, I know that they have a lot of like bookshelves like all the time everywhere. So I left a lot of the spaces open so that they could recreate their bookshelf, lifestyle. But I should have been more clear about that.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pancho, like you hits on something that's interesting in this project. Like the logic that's driving it is a little bit confusing, but I think that Laura has had a kind of fascination with this provocative artifact. But anyway, I'll let Chris go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say it reminds me of kind of alto plan, both in the libraries and his high rise. I don't know.
I could pick up on the same thread that Pancho was referring to in terms of the geometry. I wonder if one way to think about this, when you made the reference to the Rick Joy precedent, and you said that you found that to be very inspirational, but you didn't define exactly what it is about it. One interpretation I thought you might have taken based on that was to speak to the stereotomic approach, this notion of something that is a solid that's carved into, and in that case, even the openings themselves, there was a sense of thickness, and part of it was just due to the nature of the stone itself, but showing how how it's carved into, and I thought that maybe could have been one way for you to explain your project, and I thought maybe that was the way it was going until we see the exterior representation where it feels more additive. It feels as though you've put these different blocks together, and I wonder if some of the line of questioning that you were getting in terms of some of the geometry, if perhaps if you were to rinse through this one more time and to think, what if I thought of it as a solid and then I carved through, that might do a few different things for you. And so, for example, go to the ground floor plan. So in this case, and it's not clear to me, is this exterior or interior?
That's exterior, so you go in through this way. And you walk the large step right here.
So this is all still exterior?
Yes, so it's all open right here.
Yeah, it's curious. I think for starters, it's curious that I'm even asking that question, like, where is the entry to the building? And there isn't really an entry there. So you're saying that this door, which is curious when you're mentioning security being an important part, that this door is sort of behind an alley, where someone's getting their keys out and they're sort of tucked back here. Yeah, I wonder if you wouldn't have thought of perhaps there being some notion of a lobby or some buffer of an area where it, partly even just in environmental terms, to have some buffer to where you've now gotten into a semi-controlled, climate-controlled condition, and working with. But what I'm also thinking in terms of that is I do appreciate that this it feels to be somewhat of a stereotomic carving out, but then this seems like quite a dark space here. I know you mentioned there's a light well somewhere sneaking in somewhere around here, but my thought was, what if the same way that you carve out this portion here, what if this, for example, were just carved out, and there were a light were able to get in through here, even if this were perhaps enclosed with a screen at this end, and then the entry to this unit could happen, off, and you wouldn't be looking at the front door of that unit. It would allow light through there, and perhaps something similar would happen up here. Because there's nothing establishing why this can't extend out, right? So any amount of square footage you would borrow here by puncturing through, you could capture out on the edge theoretically. But I mentioned that just as a way of thinking about if you were to advance this project, of how you could take the logic of some of these interesting pieces that you've worked with, how you've created these different units that tuck into a larger volume, and a bit of what Pancho's asking is like, what's driving what? Is the unit size specific, that you're trying to fit these specific unit types into a certain volume, or is that volume fixed and then the unit types give? They're the ones that have to give to this, and it's unclear. But I wonder if it's just partly just thinking about it in terms of a large solid that's carved into, because by the time we get to go to that exterior view where we're kind of looking at it from ground floor plan, looking up, the kind of heroic shot, looking up at it.
Oh.
The one down below even more so. Yeah, this one makes me feel much more additive.
Mm-hmm.
And And if that, and that's another way to approach too. There's nothing wrong with having a tectonic approach where you do actually express the volumes. But I think it's a little bit of trying to, I would encourage you as you just move forward in studios and you begin to continue to develop your skills and build upon the strengths of this project and what the skills you develop, try to be in command of those that you're thinking very much about. The autonomy of an object and what its relationship is to a whole, the Mariology, the part relationship to part, and then those parts, how they relate to an overall whole, and what does that mean? And I think you're right on the cusp of it. This, for some reason, this image to me seems to sort of show it's ambiguous as to what the intent is. And if you scroll to the other image, which is maybe a little bit more of an axo or somewhere hovering a little bit more above.
Sorry,
Well,
it takes so long to scroll
that's okay.
up.
That's okay. Well, I was just going to say that I am more convinced when I see somehow this view feels quite different, and it feels more to be on the brink of being something where there are those carvings through. But it still raises that question of what's setting this edge and what's so special about that edge, and then what happens in these gaps. I when you mentioned the safety and security of the area, it seems as though one argument would be, well, people aren't going to be spending time out in and around these wedges of leftover space around. So why can't the footprint of the building splay out to create more of these indoor-outdoor semi-common or semi-communal spaces between the floors? It's not. It seems arbitrary that those are established there. And so anyway, there's several things that come up. But again, I think that I appreciate the way that you've tried to position it in an awkwardly shaped, geometrically awkwardly shaped lot. You've tried to work with crafting individual units, thinking about providing a lot of circulation. Actually, it's rare that students have enough circulation to where I believe, well, maybe there's almost too much vertical circulation. That's pretty rare. It's easier to edit and go back and say, actually, you could probably remove that stair core. You probably could remove this, but I think that you could. I think that there's plenty of promise here, and I'm intrigued, especially by this image, and I just wonder if again, if you were to, as you think about this more, if you were to think, are there other ways this could in some ways be more monolithic with these very specific apertures carved out of it, rather than, for example, reading these planes all the way through. Those compromise the idea of this being somewhat of a solid that's carved through, but rather feels as though it's a stacking of different components. And maybe it is a stacking of different components, but I don't think your plans read that way. I think your plans and sections read a little bit differently. So those are just a few things that come to mind. But again, thanks for the work, and thanks for the presentation, Laura.
All right, thank you so much.
I don't know if there are other thoughts or not. I mean, I was going to underline that. I think that it's nice to see how far the plans have come. I think that the reconciliation between the plan and the section, particularly as it relates to becoming an actual volume, has been a kind of struggle. And you had this kind of idea of this hard to understand object. And it always seemed to pull back into these stacked pancakes. And I wish we had a little bit more time at the end for you to have sculpted that. I think Pacho's observation is telling, because my understanding was also that there would be a collection of continuous structural elements that would go through. And it's not like one couldn't build it like this, but that there'd be a series of things that were continuous. This light wells, a series of structural walls, and these big volumes, and then in between those there was idiosyncrasy, and that you had it all happening within the kind of sense of this kind of curious artifact. I think the renderings that show the volume at the end do underline that that these things aren't all adding up so well, but I'm very happy to see the advances in the plans in particular.
Thank you so much, Kevin.
Are we ready to move on, or I don't know if anybody else wants? No? Okay. Well, then we're going to move to our last student. Thank you guys for all staying a little bit late, and whoever needs to leave, go ahead and go. I know at least one person's got a class right after this. But Emily is going to bring us home, right, Emily?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Emily's working in the same area.
Lovely. Yeah, so as Professor Alter just said, I was working in the same area of townhomes. So here is my project for that. So this is my kind of contextual site plan that I was working with at the beginning. This is all of West Campus that kind of we worked with for our urban plan. So in this map, I've overlaid the contours as well as the green spaces that are across Shoal Creek. And the importance of this for me was that our site kind of mediates between the city grid and this more natural world that it happens across North Lamar as we get into the more residential area of Austin. And so that's kind of what I want to focus on for my units. So then at the scale of the master plan that we did, the townhouses are kind of bound by these two circulation zones. So you have Longview to the east and this running trail that kind of makes boomerang shape to the west. And so the townhomes are kind of stuck in between those two circulation zones. And they're also on a smaller scale than any of the other things around them. You have these large apartment buildings across the street and these large apartment buildings on the same site as well across the running trail. So that made the identity of this really important because it is at a smaller scale. I wanted the identity of that to also reinforce the fact that it's kind of a unique condition, both in West Campus and in this urban development plan. So for these townhouses, the summary is that it's 3 levels of gathered units around parking. So you have this one, this middle one, which I developed the most, and then this other one to the south. And so they're each going to would be gathered around a parking lot like you can see in this one. And in the original urban plan we did, this one was the middle one and it was at the highest terracing level and the other 2 were lower. But upon a closer reflection of the topography, this one would actually be at the highest elevation. This one would be in the middle and this one would be lowest. And so I have this kind of primary axial path that connects all of them. And it would follow the contours of the land. So these ramps are to help slope it up the hills as you move from one kind of gathering of units to the next. So this is the ground floor plan for the townhouses. The circulation kind of extends from the city grid into this. So we have the sidewalks that come along. This is 25th Street here. And they extend right into the pathway that connects you to the boardwalk path that is the primary circulation through the site. And most units have their main entries coming right off of this at ground level. So most of the units are directly connected to this main pathway. And so at a closer view, I've grouped the entries around these kind of semi-public spaces and they're gathered so that you can kind of have these interactions with your neighbors at all times. So you come out of your door and you can see your neighbors also leaving for work in the morning or coming back after a day. And it also has these direct offshoots, as I mentioned before, from the primary path so that everyone is connected and can easily go between units to visit other people in the complex. And then I also want to point out there's these trees here and they're quite tall. And so these are all these units at the ground floor are below the tree level. And so to create privacy, I've used a series of planters that would have a bunch of different plants in them, all kinds of varieties. And so those would kind of act as privacy screens to mediate between this path that would have a lot more foot traffic and then the more private units behind them. So going into the unit organization, the units, just for their one ground floor, they are not quite large enough to be entire units. So most of the units are double height. So as you can see in this diagram, some of them have floors that go up and some of them have floors that go down. And the logic behind the interlocking of these units was kind of based on something called a SOMA cube. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's a wooden interlocking puzzle, and they just have these weird forms, but they can all come together and create a cube. And while my building isn't exactly a cube, it kind of follows the same logic where you have these kind of offsetting forms that all interlock to create a solid looking mass from the outside. So looking at this section, I can see that the townhouse zone is kind of distinct at its scale from the surroundings, which, as I mentioned before, contributes to the identity. So you have the buildings of West Campus here, you have the hostel that Caroline presented here, and then the large apartment buildings that my other classmates presented on this end. And it transitions this townhouse area from the dense urban area to a more green landscaped area that will eventually transition into Shoal Creek and a much more natural area. So at a closer scale, this townhouse section is cut like halfway between one of the public spaces or the private spaces where the gathered units are, gathered entries are for the unit. And here you can see how the how the units are all interlocked, because each one of these kind of distinct zones is a separate unit. So it's not like this is the top floor, this is the bottom floor. Like you can't see any two of the same units here, which I thought was a really interesting observation that I saw when I made this section, how they're all kind of hidden from each other when you take a single slice, which kind of increases the complexity. And I also wanted to point out that the third floor is meant to kind of fly above the trees, which is why I called it treetop townhomes. So these bottom two floors are more integrated with the trees and the hills and the ground, but then the third floor really soars above with the roof and also through its materials. So the ground levels are going to be made all of masonry. So I had brick in mind, and then the upper level is all glass, and then this butterflied roof to increase that effect. So a main organizing principle that I had behind this project was these layering of spaces. So to transition, starting at the left of the page, from the public of the city, we have like the parking lot and where people are going to enter to townhouses. And then going into that primary axis of the path, that would be the semi-public realm. So you would have residents circulating through there, but you could also have people from the rest of West Campus or Austin walking through there, since it connects directly from the city sidewalk. So it's just an easy route to connect to. And then the series of planters would help transition to the semi-private zone that's right in front of the units and where people can enter into their units. And then the units themselves would be the private realm where everyone can go home and spend time with their families. And then transitioning again to the backyard area, that's also semi-private, where it's a shared space for all the residents of the townhouses, but then it's protected from the running trail, which is off to the right of the page by this landscaped berm that kind of is larger scale of the screening that the planters do in the semi-public realm to the front. So this is what the elevation looks like, looking towards the west. And so I wanted to bring this up because the unit organization is a little bit complex. So I wanted to try to explain it here. So this is how they're interlocking. So they all have a double height component if they enter on the ground floor. And then you have this vertical circulation, the stair cord that brings you up to the third level. And all of these individual units on the third level, those are more of a penthouse style. So they're one main floor with the exception of this unit, which I'll go into later. But those are going to have the lighter feel, and those are the ones that are going to be made mainly out of glass. So I wanted to break it down to a couple of the unit types. So this would be a typical unit, the ones where you enter on the ground floor and then you have a shape where you can't necessarily see it from the outside, but on the inside, double height spaces or single height spaces that interlock with the unit around them. So you enter on this ground level from the entry, which would be right here. And then the little interior area where you can go upstairs, you have a guest room and the kitchen, so that the more public functions of townhouse are closer to the front of the building, which is where the semi-public is. And as you move towards the backyard and everything, you have a living room and then this large balcony area that the family could eat outside, spend time outside, because we're having a large outdoor space. Same thing, you have the bedrooms, they're all on the outside, so they can all face the front or the back, which I thought was really important in the units, that they all have a view towards the front landscaped area or the back landscaped area. Especially living in an apartment right now where I don't have a view of the outside, this was something I really tried to keep in mind as I was designing the units. And I ran into a few walls doing this literally and figuratively when I would design a unit that was trapped on all four sides. So I tried to keep that in mind. And then just a few renderings to get an idea of what it would be like inside the units. You can see it here, how you have the view out to the front, and then here the view out to the back. And it's always just trying to keep connected to a landscaped area of the project. And then this is an example of what these penthouse units would look like. So these would be single floor units. Those would be only accessible through that vertical stairway. And to go into a little more detail, this is the one exception unit where it's mostly single floor, but then you have this sort of bonus room below it, which just happened to be the way that the interlocking wooden puzzle came together with this cube. So it needed that little extra piece, but I thought it was a little interesting condition that would make a nice bonus room. And again, there's a lot of glass, so you can see how it's thinner here as you look out to the back, and a large open outdoor space. And then this would be the typical unit that you would find on the third floor, one story throughout, highly glass on the outside. So you have a lot of views to the front and the back, and you're always feeling like you're surrounded by nature and the landscaped areas, as well as the fact that it's a studio apartment, which I think would be an interesting condition to have younger faculty members that maybe haven't started a family. They could be living right on top of larger families that would fit in that first unit I showed you. So you would have a nice interaction of different people in different walks of life, but all coming together into this one complex. And then, so those are the private spaces. And then the semi-private spaces would be in the outdoor areas. So in addition to the grouped entries, I have these pocket spaces that are created off of the main axial pathway. And they're screened from everything else by plantings in these planter boxes that are continued from the same material as the buildings. And they're shaded with these pergolas, just to kind of create a sense of privacy within them. And then another view, so this would be another area, this would be a grouped entry area. And then within these screened plantings, I have a couple of these cutouts where you can have a bench. That way you can kind of stop and you can inhabit these places, and they're not just for circulation, but they're also a space to be used as a space themselves. And this would be a view from across in one of the large apartment buildings, where you can see the back semi-private space where the residents could use, and then in front you have this landscaped berm that is shielding them from the circulation going on the running trail and the path and the more busy apartments. And then for the semi-public layer, again, there's this main pathway, which is distinguished not only by its increased width, but also by its material. So it would be this sort of floating boardwalk that is actually a step up from the brick pathways. And again, you have these benches that are inhabitable. And I imagine that this would be a place where you could wait for an Uber or sit outside, wait for your ride, or wait for your husband or wife to come home from a day after teaching. And it's screened from that first semi-private space I showed you with these plantings, but still connected with this pergola that continues the shading. So there's a sense that you're sort of being connected in the same realm, but you have your privacy on either side. And then this would be the view that you would have as you approach it as a pedestrian coming from that sidewalk on 25th as you're about to cross the street. And so you can see here how the circulation continues, and it brings you right back either to the units or right to this main pathway. And then this would be the approach that a car would likely see as they were coming, about to turn into the lot or just passing by. And as you can see, there's a lot of circulation going on. You can, again, come off the sidewalks and go down to the units. And that is everything I have for you.
Should I go? Should you want to go, Matt, or Chris?
Go ahead, Pancho. Go ahead. Kick it off.
All right. Well, the first thing I like to say, Emily, is that I'm very thankful for your presentation. I think you have led us to understand in a very clear way your thoughts, your intentions, and how you develop them. So I think this is, before getting into a project, it's easier for us to get some feedback if we can understand it. And since we have very short period of time, if you make a clear presentation, when I say a clear presentation, you can see it in the effort you put in there. For example, just by showing where you're standing and your view, which is maybe just a detail, it allowed us to understand in a very short period of time your intention. So I think it's whenever you present a project, not for us, for a client, it is very important that you think about that, and I think it's thoughtful, and we thank you for that. So thank you very much. Regarding the project, and I think there's a lot of things to talk about. I want to talk more now about the public spaces and the gradient of public spaces, either private, public, semi-public. And I think that was something that you showed first, and then you start describing it in a more precise way, which I am thankful for it. So can we go to that section about the private and the public?
Is this one?
Yes. The first thing I want to say is that I think it's a very consistent project. So I congratulate you for that. I think you have approached these conceptual thoughts of the public scheme of the urban design, and you got into the architecture and interior spaces and in a very consistent way. So I think you've done a very good job. But more, I'm going to talk about this, and we can probably share the comments. I don't know, but the thing that I wanna talk about is that this section is a very skilled section, because first you showed it in a larger context. So that allowed us to think not only in this architectural section, but how the architecture relates with the context. And I think it's really important. You did it very well. And then you show this close up, and then we can see that not only the section is being related with the context, such as the park and such as these difference of levels with landscape, but also in the interior of the space. For example, you have a different height for the entry, because it's a public space rather into the interior spaces. So you start having architectonical and spatial intentions that allowed us to think that you are actually being very sensitive to the activities that happen inside of those spaces and how they relate to the interior and to the exterior. So I think this is something I really appreciate for that. And I was curious about, once you showed us this, how are you gonna differentiate the semi-private space versus the semi-public space? And I think you did it very well. I still have a few, let's say, comments about, and when we start thinking about why should be differences in between these type of spaces, well, the first one has to do with the public space of a private complex. In my perspective, they're very important because these are the spaces that help on building a better community. If you have better communities, you can actually go to have a better district. If you have better districts, you can actually go to have a better city. So I think we start thinking first in the individual and how this place, your house it is, and how you dwell it, and it's a good experience, and then you create a good family inside there, and then you live with your community, with your community, and then you give this spirit of solidarity. I think we can actually, by design, start thinking how can we contribute with the cities, because this is something I will always ask, is how this building help having a better dweller, a better resident, a better community, and a better city. So I think this is what I wanted to say this. But then when we know that we have to have those public space interior, the private project, what happens with the public space and how do you deal with those differences? So I think you did very well in that semi-private, and probably the one I don't want to say doubtful, but probably want to know more is the relation between the public, the real public, the red space, and the semi-public space. Because sometimes you can actually get into very simple strategies. I don't want to talk about this project, but sometimes there are gates. And I don't think you need to have gates. The thing is that sometimes there are physical conditions that you can actually see what is less private and more private. And this is not your case, because actually designing public space is also very tricky, because meanwhile you want to keep security. You always also want to have accessibility, to have an open space, a space for everyone, to have liberty, to have democratic spaces. But then those ideas are hard to conciliate. And I'm probably not being very clear, but my final comment would be, sometimes the semi-public space and the public space are linked. And the only thing that differentiate them are proportions. Because in certain space, you can do certain type of activities, and in other spaces, you can do other activities. So even if you don't have, what I want to say is you don't always have to have the really rigorous space, because when you see some of your images, actually you won't be able to see, this is the public space and this is the semi-public space. You can walk through it. So actually it's public. But what allows you to act in that space is how you design it, how those proportions drive you to do certain type of activities. So I think you are being sensitive to that. Probably it would be, I think you solved out really great this relation. I would be a little bit more concerned about this relation. And I really like this. Maybe here is not also so clear, because anyone can actually jump and walk through this space. But again, it could work depending the local culture, many things, because at the end you're actually having someone's property just by a completely public space that could, in certain circumstances, such as in Mexico, be quite won't work very well. But well, that is my comment. I congratulate you for your work, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
I should just jump in for a second, Pancho. I appreciate the comments. Like, one thing I have to say, that I'm very glad that you started engaging. Emily, I feel like is a real success. I'm hearing echo, so I don't know if that's my problem or if you guys can hear me, but I appreciate that you are starting to include in your vocabulary elements of landscape, elements that would be more like kind of furniture, elements of architecture that are kind of lighter as well as heavier. And I feel like they've just started getting kind of incorporated, and you can start to imagine how the use of similar elements like this could start to kind of create a mediated condition where you can solve the problems that Alfonso is raising. So sorry to jump in there. Matt, over to you.
Yeah, those are good observations. Yeah, Kevin, I'm not sure. Can you mute Kevin? I'm not sure if that, I'm hearing an echo now too.
Yeah, that's...
Okay, I don't hear it. I'm still hearing an echo. Wow. Okay.
I can try muting if that helps.
Yeah, maybe it's weird when that happens, but I think it is a Zoom glitch. I'm still getting it, but let's power through it. All right, here we are. We're at past 5 o'clock, and this will be brief. So thanks, Emily. I would like to mention a couple of things that build upon what's been said, and I would say that the best way for you to frame your project and package it would be talking about architecture as in service of circulation, and that means at the site scale in terms of which you demonstrated is for thinking about different flows at the site scale, which is what this is showing. And then at the building scale, and it's between units and how how that works, and then within units, which in your case is mostly vertical. You have these multi-story units, which is a problem you've introduced yourself, I believe, for the most part, right? Because you could have expanded out a bit further here. You wouldn't have had to stack these units vertically. Mm-hmm. And as a result, then you've made your project very much about circulation. I think there's then an opportunity on the back end, and maybe if you go to the rendering that's sort of back here, or there's one that's looking back toward that masonry. Yeah, oh, this one. Yeah, so I think this one then betrays that a little bit, where it feels a little bit less fluid. There's just the one aperture here, which hasn't yet been grounded, and it's not as clear. It doesn't appear to have some of the potential that we see in that section. That section shows is that you can imagine, oh, this is this very porous component that bridges between this semi-private zone, the very private zone, and beyond. But it feels and again, I think this is where a lot of the projects are at the stage where you're wrestling with part and whole, and the whole isn't a fully functioning composition yet. So things like these single apertures appear to be completely derived from inside out and haven't been rinsed over in terms of thinking about the exterior, but then also even just the monolithic aspect of this much masonry on the outside almost makes it feel like it could be a campus building or a library or something of the sort. So I wonder if so I would say, as you think about this project, I think you could think, how could I take each of those components, these notions of circulation, and begin to think about this whole landscape realm and how that slips under and up and through the architecture itself, and then how on the backside where there were you had a maybe if you go to the backside, the actually entry side, you had a rendering where you see someone on a bike, I believe, going by. Yeah, any one of those, for example, where it starts to be a little more convincing here. And you think, okay, maybe I can see this thread of circulation here, and this in between zone that you're working with, and then there is a moment where you sort of cross through that. I think those are the sorts of things as you move forward in studios, thinking like, what is it? To Kevin's point about it's the economy stupid. In your case, like, it's the circulation. Everything needs to come back to the circulation, and then as you begin to stack these units, and you realize, well, it's actually really hard to get up to that loft unit. I have to use sort of half of the area for that staircase to get up there. If it is about the circulation, could the circulation itself not become something a little bit different, and or does that relate to some of the solids that solid components that you have when are those always the circulation components, or what are the ingredients you're working with? How do they have a full manifestation? How do they all come together? But I also think that part of this comes from is one of the challenges of working in the pandemic, working remotely, working on your computer, and I think in terms of everything feeling quite mechanical. And that's been the case for most projects that I've seen here, and for my own students, frankly, in my studio, where I've seen there's just less sketching happening, and I realize it's partly I think there is some valid excuse for that. Otherwise, it's also possible that you don't need to have a full set of equipment. I mean, it could happen literally in the back of an envelope to sort of develop some sketches that start to capture what is the section party, what's the massing party, how is this all coming together. How's it working in plan? And so maybe I'll finish just speaking a little bit about maybe the ground floor plan. Right. And so I think that I appreciate what you've described here in terms of the allocation of the units and which ones stack and how this circulation works through. But I have a sense that if you were to spend the time really tracing over this and thinking about everything from that type of geometry to this type of geometry, what you've done there, and even that chamfer in the back, that I almost want to ask you to sort of sketch this from memory, like what exactly is going on here, to have you prioritize what's the spine of the project in terms of the main components, the main offsets off of that. Because I think that part of what happens is these mechanical things, something happens, and then there's one line here, and then it becomes an offset, and then it has an impact here, and then there's something else that then has the impact here. I think at some point it gets lost in the weeds a little bit, and that sometimes pulling away and just sketching and forcing yourself to just boil it down to a very simple sketch diagram can help you clarify some of these things, and remembering what the driver of your project is, so that even the sighting of it in section might, where you don't have this large tongue coming out for the steps to get down to grade, but perhaps that's resolved differently, and or this earth is then carved, and you're able to think like, how can I think about how perhaps the earth then berms up to meet that. And so even this terrible sketch that I did over what you've done there, you can imagine it's that number of moves that I would encourage you to try to do. Once you get this far, you might think it's getting a little tight and stiff, and maybe it's lost a bit of the sort of just clarity that it could have, and then you sketch, and then you realize, oh, this is capturing the idea now, but now I need to tighten it up and get it hard lined. I would encourage you to develop that loop as you go for it in both plans and sections, and in terms of your perspectives, to continue to develop projects. Because again, I think you have some interesting things that you're doing, and there's plenty that you've thought through and tried to calibrate, from the site scale to the building scale, the individual unit scale, and it's hard to juggle all of these. And I think I'll leave it at that. Thanks, Emily, for the presentation. And yeah, I guess that wraps us up. Kevin, I'll let you conclude. Yeah.
Thank you for the feedback.
Hey, Emily, will you go back to your section?
Yes.
Thanks.
This one or
Oh,
that?
doesn't matter. Put the one on with color. So I think we've lost everyone else but the four of us. Clearly journeying on too long, but I was just going to say, like, I was really, like, I'm pleased to see the development of the project, and how, like, you tend to get mired in certain aspects and then have a hard time sort of seeing the larger picture while you're working on them. I think it's part of what Matt was just trying to explain, that, like, maybe I think the point of his conversation about sketching is to try and have this larger idea present. But there are things that are very, very thoughtful about this. I think Pancho hit the nail on the head, saying that this project can be this kind of gradation between the kind of public world and a private world, and that there might not be hard and fast lines between them, but that these things kind of overlap. I mean, it's the problem with this drawing, is that they're not overlapping enough, but that these are all kind of shades of gray, as it were, rather than different colors. And I like that at first you got very wrapped up in this thing in the front, and then like the intertwining of the different units and things like that. But there are moments with this thing where like you are actually starting to do something quite sophisticated, I think, particularly with, like, as I was mentioning earlier, like the stretching out of the architecture into the landscape, into a constructed landscape, and a different kind of constructed landscape, like that berm. I think the concerns, as you start to throw other concerns at a project, like issues like privacy, when you realize that's actually not a solid wall, but one that's penetrated, that you could start to imagine elements like this reappearing in the back to give you some privacy in there. And then we just look at that perspective from the front,
This one?
No, the perspective, the
render.
Yeah. Yeah, one of those, that's fine. I just admire that, like, when you're starting to kind of pay attention to it, you are, how can I say this? That you're figuring it in a way that actually is making it much more handsome, that there's a kind of clear idea about a base rooted in the ground and a lighter thing happening on top. But sometimes that base reaches up all the way to the top, and sometimes the base has goes up to be a kind of parapet wall, the guardrail. Sometimes it comes to the top, and sometimes it kind of drops all the way down so that you get windows, and that you're starting to have a kind of degree of design freedom that makes the project so much more interesting than just saying like, okay, there's a base and it stops there, or there's a top that stops there, or there's a private world that stops here and a public one that stops there. And I think the kind of ways in which the project starts to blend these boundaries, having set them up, are really the most interesting parts of the project. And you know, the biggest dilemmas in the project are the places where you've looked at it for the first time, like the back facade, you know, where it's like rendering the first time anybody's ever looked at it, or the way you put windows in it or something. But I feel like there's real success in some of this stuff in that section and in this kind of an image. So I just applaud you for that. And I applaud you for starting to use elements that might more be traditionally understood as landscape, a row of trees, a stepping landscape, pergolas and things like that, to start to differentiate and blend these different worlds. I'm sorry this has gone on so long. I'm sorry that your classmates have all left, but and Chris has disappeared as well. But Pancho and Matt, I appreciate you sticking in there and joining us. I sent you some chats. I don't know if you saw. But thank you. Lovely to meet you again, or for the first time, Pancho. And I'm reminded of your work now as I think about it. Very handsome work, and thank you for all of the comments.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for getting to know you. Matt, we've been in contact by email. Cisco.
Oh, yes.
In
Yes.
the
About,
conversation.
you had the project in Marble Falls. That's right.
Yeah. I happen to have a project in Marble Falls. So I've been wrestling a little bit with having no engineers there. So probably if you have time, I will call you maybe next week, or you, Kevin. I mean, obviously, the work you're doing there, the work is amazing. So it's great to share this with you, and probably I'll see you, because Cisco mentioned probably we can do this studio next year.
Okay.
But if not, it's great just to share these moments with you. I think it's a great and challenging studio. I really like these studios because they put a lot of pressure, I think, in a good sense, to students, because they are forcing to think in many more layers that we traditionally do, because our discipline is complicated itself. Now, if you put it into the city, it gets a little tougher. So I think it's very good to challenge students to do not only good architecture, but architecture that helps have better cities. So I think that's what this studio does. So thank you very much, Kevin. Thank you very much, Matt, and congratulations here again, Emily.
Thank you, Pancho, Matt. Thank you, Emily. You actually did the hard work.
That's right.
Good luck if you have finals. I will see you and your classmates Thursday, if not before.
All right. Goodbye.
Thank you all. Thank you for the heavy lifting, as it were. And Pancho, if I can help, let me know. If I can help, you know, professionally, or like helping when you're coming to teach. I'm glad to hear that you might be doing that. And, next semester, after, that would be great. And,
thank you very much. And yes, I'll write you, and probably I was wondering in general, because our client, we have a good client. We have a very nice site just facing the Colorado River, so it's a beautiful place for a little cabin. And they were interested in doing some work, just like work that Matt did there with concrete, but they were not, and I couldn't help them to understand the prices or the cost for doing construction such like that. And then we've been actually getting a lot of work with different opinions from constructors, so we're a little bit better. But now the engineers haven't actually showed up. I haven't got prices for a structural engineer. So typically that's something you help with your client, because you know it and you know the engineers and stuff. And now we are a little stuck with that. So I don't know. I really like the work you've done there, but I believe that would be, in general, much more expensive for square foot, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. It's very expensive. It's very atypical in residential architecture to have concrete as your primary structure, especially for obviously, foundation and potentially certain slabs, but for vertical walls, for site cast concrete is just generally very expensive here.
Yeah. And all the work you've done, that is also very nice. It isn't concrete, but it has, I would say, such great finishes, Kevin. But I believe that also it's higher standard. What would you say? Would that be like $400 square foot?
It depends on the project, but in Austin, Marble Falls should be much less expensive than Austin. Austin has a kind of crazy inflated condition at the moment. One of the things that we found in the few projects we've done in places like that, although I've never worked in Marble Falls, is that there are these kind of contractors that are used to working, that are smart, but not used to kind of, working on things that are kind of carefully designed. And we'll just be like, well, yeah, I can do that. Like if you don't want it to be architectural concrete, if you want it to, if you don't mind having some, some things that aren't, there's some air bubbles and things like that, we can do that reasonably. So I feel like I've enjoyed working with folks out there. I feel like in Austin now it's like everything has gotten very fancy, but we found fabulous folks. I'm trying to remember the name of this one guy that we work with out that way. Who did you work with out there, Matt?
Oh, the GC was Zapalak Reed.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a big deal.
It's commercial. Yeah, they're a commercial outfit.
Yeah. Greg.
No worries. We're trying to deal with.
Yeah.
We're trying to deal with what a local constructor can do. So we're limiting our expectations, but we're trying to do something with the local. So, but any recommendations regarding either constructors or engineers, it will be really welcome.
Yeah. Okay. Happy to. There are a lot of actually very good engineers in town. So, but I'll email you or email me if I forget.
Yeah, you wrote. Yes, actually, I didn't mention it because I wrote you this morning. I got late into your first session at 9 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
I got at 9:30. I confused myself, but I wrote you down. But well, if you can write me down there, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Sure. No, happy to. Okay. Anyway, well, lovely to meet you. And we'll talk some more. And Matt, we'll see you on Thursday, if not before. And I'm keen to make it expeditious. So.
Very good.
Great.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Very nice to meet you.
Thank you both.
I think Kevin, Matt left.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, thank you. I know I've somehow lost my screen here. I opened my laptop and I've lost things, but just see me, which is not very interesting. So, okay. We'll see you soon. Oh, there you are. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kevin.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.